party lesson?
I was in bed by 9:30.
Everyone take a seat, please. First of all, I want to thank all of you for being here, to welcome you to Sacramento. If your breakfast was not filling enough, Matt Ron has all kinds of certificates. He will buy you all the meals you need for the rest of the week while you're here. So dinner and drinks on Matt Ron as long as you're here. My name is Terry McHale, and I'm the Policy Director and Lobbyist for CAL FIRE Local 2881. The Conservancy is a different kind of endeavor for a union. You know, the unions basically deal with wages, benefits, and conditions. What you're doing here today is that you're allowing the Conservancy to do a much more sacred responsibility. And that is the sacred responsibility of how do we best build a California that understands resilience so that our communities are safe, so that the people who live in our communities are not endangered or killed by these wildland fires that have been so enormously catastrophic in the past 5 years. This idea of a new normal. This Conservancy and your attendance allows us to decide how do we best build resiliency in these areas in which we know the fires are going to strike. You know, when I started working with CAL FIRE 30 years ago, nobody knew what WUI meant. If you were to go to the Capitol now, every policymaker in California has a unique understanding of what WUI means and how it impacts their district. So you're going to deal with the importance of resiliency. And we're going to see presentations on how we can build more wisely. And so many of you probably in this room understand that what you do in terms of wildfire and what we do in terms of preparation and what we do in terms of building response has a rippling effect in the way we live in California. We're going to hear a panel in the next couple of days about the insurance crisis that has struck California. And it is absolutely a crisis. Let me put it in perspective this way. When the FAIR Plan was developed, the FAIR Plan was the insurance of last resort. For those individuals who could not get insurance, we had a FAIR Plan. And the insurance companies bought into it because the insurance industry at that time was very robust. Well, now with people leaving, this insurance plan of last resort is now the insurance plan of first resort because we can't get insurance in areas where there's wildfire risk. I was in a hearing last week. The FAIR Plan has $323 billion in exposure. $323 billion in exposure. Most of it directly related to those 5 terrible seasons of fire catastrophe that we had. $323 billion in exposure. They have 75 employees who take phone calls every single day. They're writing 2,200 policies a day. They're on track to write 500,000 policies. Here's the kicker. Here's the punchline. Here's the reason we're here today to start digging deeper. $323 billion in exposure, writing 2,200 policies a day, on track to write 500,000 more. What are their reserves? How much do we have in reserve to handle the $323 billion and growing in exposure. Anybody want to take a wild guess? Including reinsurance, they can probably cobble together less than $3 billion, which means that we have exposures of $323 billion and less than 1% to take care of it. And part of the discussions we're going to have is the idea of how do we build communities? You know, they can withstand fires through veg management or building itself. It's important because those insurance companies that have left and have left it to the FAIR Plan continue to leave California, because the FAIR Plan doesn't leave the state of California on the hook if there's a major fire. It leaves the insurance companies in the state of California on the hook, which means when you look and you see State Farm leaving the state, and you say they can't leave this huge market. Well, they're saying they can't afford not to leave. They write 30% of the policies. If there's a major fire, like Camp Fire, say we have a fire with a $5, $6, $7 billion exposure, they will have taken in zero of the premiums and they'll be responsible for 30% of the loss of that wildfire. So those are the things we're going to try and dig into to discuss over the next couple of days. We obviously are thrilled that you are here. Please don't just sit and listen. Be a participant, be robust, be challenging. The final part of what we do with the Conservancy, and which means so much to so many of you, and certainly to me, in the years that I worked on the memorial, is that we're going to be talking about the health and the safety of communities that are impacted by fires. And we're going to be talking about the health and the safety of those firefighters who are on ground zero for weeks at a time. What's it going to mean to the 30-year-old firefighter who has spent weeks and weeks breathing in this toxicity? What's going to be the impact when they're 50 years old or 55 years old? If you have an opportunity, walk over to the state capitol. It's an easy walking distance. And go to the back part and you'll see the firefighter memorial. They're redoing it because the names, so many firefighters have died, the wall has already been filled up. But when you look at those names, think about why you are here. Because most of those people who are on that wall died at a very young age from a heart attack or cancer or stroke or something that they were unfortunately subjected to with their years on the job. So anyway, I will see you periodically on and off. On behalf of everybody associated with the Conservancy, thank you very much for being here. And again, be dynamic, be forceful. Let us know what you're thinking. Help us put together a white paper that demonstrably changes the way communities prepare, the way communities respond, the way we protect those who we love from these disasters, and the way we take care of the brave firefighters who risk their lives, maybe not immediately, but in a painful future. So thank you very much and welcome to Sacramento.
Thank you, Terry. I'd like to also invite up our new director from the International Association of Firefighters, Joe Tenike. Joe has had a very illustrious career with CAL FIRE, but also now serves us in a national role dealing with wildland and wildland-urban interface. It's a relatively new, I should say, not necessarily. Rick Swan here was the first person to fill that seat. Relatively new role, though, and it shows how important the wildland and urban interface issues are nationally now. For many years, we were ringing this bell, decades ago, and folks have finally caught up with us at the national level, realizing it's not just a California phenomenon or something that's just west of the Mississippi. So with that, I'd like to invite Joe to say a few words on behalf of the IAFF.
So good morning. I'll dovetail on what Terry McHale said. Welcome here, and appreciate everybody carving out time for this symposium. And I think that phrase is important because a lot of times what we do is we fit things in versus carve out time. And this is one of those things that is so essential to safeguarding the communities within the state of California, but also being California-centric. What we do here tends to serve as a template, not just nationally, but internationally. So I'm Joe Tenike. I retired as an operations chief of CAL FIRE, over 35 years of service, 40 in all total in the fire service, with a stint in the Marine Corps. And as I stand in front of you, it's obvious I'm failing in retirement, but I don't know if we ever really retire. I got asked by the IFF General President Ed Kelly to come on board and oversee the wildfire interface fire programs for the International Association of Firefighters. And it's really turning into international effort. It's not just United States and Canada centric. 3 weeks ago, I was in Greece at the Eastern Mediterranean Wildfire Symposium. And like California, that Mediterranean climate, they have these disaster wildfire interface fires that turn into urban firestorms that come out there. And like everybody in this room, what they're doing is they're seeking solutions so that we can be more effective. Safe, competent response is the phrase that we use for our people that are on the ground engaged in defense and suppression work that's going on. And then the folks that aren't engaged in that kind of work, the preventive work, the essential fuels work, the home hardening, the resiliency, you keep hearing that phrase, resiliency, and a lot of times it's applied towards communities, towards improvements, infrastructure, and things like that. But we got to take a vascular approach in the sense that we can't just take a look at that. We also have to take a look at the people that are actually doing the work. And resilience within people, because we have folks that go out there and they're into sustained operations for 24, 48, or 72 hours at a time without gathering any sleep. And then before they can go put their head on a pillow, and then they jump back up and they get back into it again. And it's cumulative over a period of time when we have folks that are engaged in that. Because these wildfire urban interface fires that we experience here in California and in places like Colorado and up in Canada, that's our form of combat right there. And so whether you're in suppression or not, or you're out there in resilience efforts through fuel reduction or home hardening or public education, we're all part of the same group that's doing the same kind of work. So one of the biggest roles and responsibilities that I have in the position that I've been entrusted with is to be able to take steps so that the folks that are out there on the ground, first off in suppression stuff, that they have the tools to where they can be safe and competent while they're out there safeguarding communities. And I just read I finished reading a book by retired unit chief from CAL FIRE, Bill Sager, who is a friend and a mentor of mine when I started my career up in Butte Unit after I got out of the Marine Corps. And it's titled The Campfire, Day One. And then it has the leader's intent from the incident commander, John Messina, underneath it: rescue people and don't get killed. And I was struck by that because I started my career in that town, in Paradise. And so rescue people and don't get killed, the Campfire Day One. And it's a series of interviews with people that were serving on that incident, either directly or in the command center that they were working on. So when it comes to the folks that are the uniformed firefighters on the ground that are doing that kind of defense or structure work, my purpose, being in the business of people, and my purpose is people, is to safeguard the public so that, and then also to safeguard those firefighters right there so that they can come home to their loved ones. I want to keep everybody out of burn centers and cemeteries, just to put it simply. That's the main thing, and that's the plain thing. And I think about what my good purpose is in this endeavor is. And it means having a collaborative effort in research and in community ongoing efforts that we have going on here at the local, state, and federal level, to where we cooperate and work together for a common goal. Because failure means being successful at the things that don't matter. And I want you to remember that statement. Failure means being successful at the things that don't matter. So what are we striving for when you're in this room today? It's good to take reflection every day. Are they the things that matter most? What are they? Are we keeping those good purposes in front of us? Because the main thing and the plain thing here is that we want to safeguard the citizens and the visitors that are here in the state of California and their property and our resource values that are so at risk from all this that we depend upon to be able to have a good quality of life. So how do we do that? We got to have a backbone of a strong, uniformed, professional fire service that can not only do suppression work, but can also, they're multitasking, multidimensional, can do good fuels work as well too. We got to have professionals like all of you here that are not uniformed firefighters that can come out there and be engaged in the communities to where we can identify hazards and risks and then be able to apply things, whether it's fuel work, fuel reduction work, community education, home hardening, community planning. So what everybody, and then we also have the folks here that are looking at the health and wellness, because we're exposed to a lot of things. It's not just wood smoke out there now, it's hydrocarbon smoke. Almost everything, what you're sitting on right now is a hydrocarbon product that comes out of that. The carpet on the ground, the tabletops, the chairs, you fill in the blanks. And so when we end up having a wildfire, it's far more than just natural vegetation. It's hydrocarbon smoke. And we have folks that are in a sustained exposure. So how can we safeguard them from that? Can we develop products? Can we develop trigger points on whether to be in or be out? Firefighters that are engaged in something like this don't have the luxury of disengaging. Up in Paradise, they were up for 48 hours before anybody got a chance to disengage and go put their head on the ground right now. 48 hours in something like that. And my wife would tell you that when I would come home off shift, and after I get cleaned up and I'd be in bed, I would be off-gassing and exhaling smoke for 3 days after I got home. So think about what I've been sucking in, to where for 3 days, every time I exhale, she's smelling smoke that I'm exhaling out of my lungs. So now think about that over a course of 35 years, what that does. And if that's not just natural vegetation, but that's hydrocarbon products that we have in the construction of everything that we do in the environment that we live in today. So the research that people like Dr. Ron and folks in this room are doing on the health and wellness and all that is absolutely essential for success in this arena. And the same thing with each of you here. You wouldn't be here if you weren't invested. So I just want to say thank you and welcome you. And Dr. Ron, I'll turn it back over to you.
Cue this up really quickly here. All right. So part of what we're here to do for the next couple of days is to talk about the Wildfire Conservancy, of course, but to talk about the incredible partners that we have that we're working with in this room. A lot of the research that's going on nationally and internationally focused on things like firefighter health and safety have come a long way, but there's still a tremendous amount of work to do. To kind of put this into context, the first time, I should say, we did this symposium was 10 years ago, just down the street here in Sacramento. And we learned a lot at that time, but one of the things that was, front and center was just some of the simple understanding of things like staffing levels for firefighters. What's an effective complement of firefighters on an extended hose lay? How do we improve some of the most basic components of wildland and now urban interface firefighting? Today we're here for a very different reason, and that is primarily to talk about firefighter health and safety and what the priorities are moving forward to improve the lives of the folks that are protecting our communities. And then like Terry McHale had said earlier too, day 2 is focused more on the community resilience side of this, because quite frankly, a lot of the exposures and risks to our firefighters are a direct result of the burnings of those communities and the materials in them. If we can simply, get around to developing, our communities in a more resilient manner so they're not catching on fire and have better levels of protection, that's a great way to avoid that risk. So I'll start by talking a little bit about some of the research that the Conservancy is working on. And then today you'll hear from partners, and you saw the slides with all of the great organizations and agencies that are here to speak to us today. First, I wanted to recognize North Carolina State University, and you'll be hearing a little bit from Dr. Brian Ormond as well. And I'd also like to acknowledge RTI International, a great partner of ours in assessing wildland PPE. So you all know this already, but structure firefighting is substantially different than wildland firefighting. We recognize that wildland firefighters do not have the same levels of protection, either from a respiratory perspective or from just a basic PPE perspective. And you probably remember several years ago, the IAFF, NIST, and RTI had worked on an exposure study looking at the use of these UV powders and understanding where the risks are to the structure firefighters. Where is all this dermal contamination coming from? Well, we wanted to do the same thing, but we wanted to look at the wildland gear, and we wanted to look across the types and varieties of PPE being used by U.S. Forest Service, CAL FIRE, and then some new gear that actually has a particulate barrier built into it. Because the question is, if we could just stop firefighter exposures in the first place or minimize them, that goes a long way to keeping their lives healthier and happier. I will say there are 2 ways that we recognize firefighters are getting exposures. Penetration is just simply, the particulates and aerosols just moving through the fabric and getting directly on the skin. The other thing that we'll talk a little bit about is infiltration, where it basically just bypasses the fabric altogether and comes up through the cuffs or through the ankles or some other form and just infiltrates and gets a lot of particulates on the body. The exciting part about this study is that it's the first time it's a quantitative study. This is a really big deal. All the prior studies, it was great. We had these great UV images of where exposures were occurring, but we couldn't compare one exposure to another, one type of PPE to another. Partly because it was just a visual representation of exposure, right? And it was difficult to do that. So what RTI had developed is basically, you see all the little circles on the torso and the body. It's basically these little wash areas where they would wash the skin and collect the amount of particulates that they knew were being exposed in this smoke chamber, and then have a quantitative assessment. This is the first time this has been done, and it was nice to be able to participate in this for a wildland project, because usually we're 10 years behind everybody else, but in this case we're right at the front lines. So what we did is we looked at, like I said, Forest Service gear, CAL FIRE's current generation of PPE, and then 2 different types of particulate gear, one from Steadfast and one from DuPont. The CAL FIRE gear, so basically what we did is we did a baseline test, right? We put folks in the chambers, had them wear the gear. One of the things that we recognized, first off, was key areas for decontamination. Just on an average fire, on an average sort of exposure, there's a lot of skin being exposed to either through infiltration or penetration, or a combination of both, these different hazardous substances. And one of the things we also recognized is that the PPE is actually having a chimney effect through the ankles and through the chest, especially where the jackets aren't being tucked. It's just kind of drawing all of those particulates up into to the torso, front and back. So the next test we did was we looked at the web gear. We said this isn't actually a realistic test because the firefighters are often wearing, different packs and things in addition to just the jacket and pants. And what we realized is that the total change in dermal exposure was pretty substantial. Right? Once you stop that chimney effect from occurring, you can actually reduce particulate exposure pretty well. The other thing we recognize too is that the laundering of the gear has a big effect. So the laundering of the gear itself actually degrades the gear over time. So we put all the sets through about, I would say, 25 washes, I think is what we ended up settling on. Is that right? Yeah. 25 washes, citrus squeeze, basically trying to age the gear as much as possible. And what we found was substantially different results, right? A lot of additional exposure, especially on the Forest Service gear, CAL FIRE gear, and the Steadfast gear, Particulate 1. The DuPont gear, Particulate 2, actually got better at reducing particulate exposure after being washed. It was an interesting phenomenon that we noted. The last test that we did was related to just sealing up. If we could seal up the wrists, the ankles, the waist much better, what does that result look like? And under that scenario, basically, bottom line is we were able to demonstrate up to a 90% reduction in overall particulates. This is huge. So stepping, to the sort of next phase of this, I know CAL FIRE is looking at using the DuPont pant in a wear trial over the next bunch of months. The reason I bring this project up and the reason I highlight it is because this has come an incredible distance from where we were 10 years ago, right? We are now able to look at certain products, certain companies to resolve the issues of occupational exposure, knowing that we're placing our firefighters on the front line exposed to these carcinogenic, hazardous, toxic cocktails of a variety of products and compounds. And this is just some sort of boring statistics and data on all of that, but you can see, there are some substantial differences across the variety of, compounds and all of that, and fabric types, and kind of ranked from best to worst. One of the other things I'll note is that there is a tremendous amount of variability across the various fabric types. For us, what that means is that variability means that the fabric types, until you get to those particulate barriers where that variability drops down considerably, fabric types are a little bit unreliable, right? There's a lot going on in movement and when you bend your elbow and all the other stuff that's going on that opens you up to all these different exposures. So that variability is pretty meaningful. I'm moving through this very quickly because I want to keep us on schedule, and both Joe and Terry talk too long. But the next phase is really looking at the wear trials, looking at intervention assessments, and looking at the physiological impacts. Every time, and this is one of the take-home messages I want to really emphasize today, is that every time we change from one thing to another and we think we found a solution, what we inevitably do is we introduce a new complication, right? A new type of exposure, a new type of risk. And I wanted to kind of highlight that here because what is the purpose of our gear, right? We're trying to get this gear to do multiple things for us. Heat and flame protection, reduction of heat-related injuries and have more, of that body heat being able to escape, reducing dermal exposures, chemical and biological protection. Every time you pile on a new requirement on the PPE, you're adding a new complication. The trade-offs are very substantial. And I'll just jump ahead to what the trade-off actually is. We were able to take all of this gear, expose it to actual fire scenarios, smoke exposure, and so forth. And then we put it back into the cab of a Type 3 engine to see what the off-gassing was looking like, see what the exposures were looking like. We were able to take those same fabrics, send them to the lab, and actually extract the substances that are in there, Thankfully, Dr. Orman was able to come up with, hundreds of different compounds that we're seeing. And the challenging part is if we are going to replace our current PPE with new gear to protect the skin from exposure, that new gear is now much more contaminated, and in some cases, 300% more contamination is being observed in that gear than before, which means that that gear is off-gassing at a much higher rate, so now you have new respiratory exposures inside the apparatus that you didn't have before. So these are great strides in technology, great strides in research, but we have to be able to deal with these issues effectively and understand the problems that we're causing in the future so that we can reduce that risk. I think there's some great opportunities from clean cab protocols and other things that we've already been working on to help eliminate those risks, but we need to be able to translate, and we were just talking earlier this morning with a couple of our big chiefs in the back of the room there about basically translating a lot of the research and the stuff we're talking about today into actual policy and implementation, right? That's where the rubber sort of meets the road. And so our goal here today, and what I'd like to accomplish with this symposium and the conversations that we have, is to really identify what are the priorities, what are the things we're struggling with, and how best can we move forward to meet the needs of our firefighters and improve health and safety. So with that, happy to answer any questions that you might have really quickly to keep us on schedule. I know Warren's in the back with his hand up for the last 10 minutes. But that's all right. We'll take the questions and yeah.
So one of the considerations, obviously, as you were talking about having that exposure coming up through the cuffs, coming up through the pants, that kind of stuff, right? Is there a consideration of putting elastic cuffs? But obviously, because I know my safety folks are here, is there a consideration of overheating as a result of that, right? Obviously, we can't put an elastic thing around somebody's neck, right, to curb that exposure aspect. But is that part of the consideration in terms of moving forward? Because right now, what we have a Velcro mechanism or a loop mechanism, right, to hold those things in place. So is that part of the conversation?
Yeah, and the Velcro mechanism and the loop mechanism doesn't work. It doesn't work effectively, let me say. When we did this, we used chem tape to actually seal the same stuff you'd use in a hazmat type response to really seal those exposure points, and it worked remarkably well. So we need to do a better job, and maybe it's elastic, maybe it's something else. But again, there's a trade-off. Every time we do this, there's going to be a trade-off. The good news is we have the technology, we have the opportunity to look at core temperature, heart rate, respiratory rate, skin temperature, all of those things to see, on these field trials, run folks through, the same basic trials to understand what the differences are and what the risks may be. Some of this too, the fabrics feel different, and in a wear trial, firefighters are going to say, well, it feels warmer, or it feels more humid, or it feels whatever. We need to understand if that's a true effect or if it's just psychological, right? The fabric feels heavier. But is it actually impacting your core temperature or heart rate or skin temperature? Those are the things we need to find out so we can really understand what the costs and benefits are for these different types of PPE. Yes, Dr. Ferguson.
Tom Ferguson. So I hear what you're saying, because that's a real deal. I was around in the 80s when the UC Davis was looking at Nomex and running exercise studies to see. So you evolved some excellent protection from perimeter burns, extremity burns, which was an OSHA concern, understandably. But if you look at some studies, actually, even with having a shroud on, which a shroud protects you from radiant heat, but you can't sweat effectively as well. There's been studies on that. So I would worry about occlusion. You're going to lose the chimney effect, and cooling off, right? That's an important gassing too. So trying to figure out the gas and the rates there is going to happen.
Very important. Absolutely.
So you see enough heat elements.
Yes, sir.
When we're talking about exposures and contaminants, I know the IAF has done a lot of studies in structural gear and the effects of PFAS you know, the compounds on firefighters, has there been studies, beyond that need for wildland PPE?
Yes.
Any work on removing PFAS stuff?
And I'm going to look to Rick Swan and our other experts on the PPE, but my understanding is that those same compounds are not present on the wildland gear.
Let's say that they're not placed in there with purpose. The reason why structural gear had it was for the water repellency on the outside, number one, and number two, on the moisture barrier, excuse me. So those were the two aspects of the real need for that PFAS substance. You don't need that, they don't have that in our PPE now. I'm not saying there's no PFAS in it, I'm just saying it's not put there purposefully. So, because there's a lot of contamination in water, and that's made, that's how they made the stuff. So, in the stuff we're using now, and I think in pretty much the stuff that we're looking at, we understand those issues.
Did you want to add in? I don't want to put you on the spot.
My name is Kelly. I'm with DuPont. I just wanted to follow up with Rick's comment and your concern around PFAS on wildland garments. And I can share with you from a fiber standpoint that the Nomex Cohort fibers are not made with PFAS. And then when you come to the fabric and then the manufacturing side of it, folks like whether it's Crew Boss or Workrite, they have the ability to share certificates with you that there are certain garments that we're talking about from wildland that are not made with PFAS. I think a lot of those garments are the ones that are worn widely within this community.
Good. Good to know. Thank you. All right, Kelsey told me to wrap it up, but George Broyles is going to... Last question.
Just a comment, and I can't disclose where I heard it, but there is some PFAS in some wildland gear. Heard that from credible sources.
Yeah, and I think the importance is to be able to get those certificates back from the manufacturers to understand what's actually in the gear and make sure that you're understanding what you're wearing. All right, where are we with the schedule? Are we on a break or no? Dr. Brian Ormond is up next. I will bring his presentation up, and Dr. Ormond has been a great partner with the Wildfire Conservancy for many years, but in his own right is really a national expert on PPE, fabrics, and just an incredible resource nationally. We are lucky to have flown him out here on a horrible flight and have him speak to us here this morning. Dr. Ormond, thank you so much for joining us.
Cool, awesome. Thank you, Matt, and everybody at the Conservancy for the opportunity to come out to talk to you all. Really, personally, just myself, really enjoyed the conversation we were just having because that's really where I sit in the PPE side of things, the trade-offs. Like Matt mentioned, PPE is the study of trade-offs. What do you have to give up to get something? And so at NC State, I'm part of the Textile Protection and Comfort Center. I'm an assistant professor in the Wilson College of Textiles, where we focus specifically on PPE. Historically, we've looked at that trade-off between protection, thermal protection, and thermal comfort. So as we were just talking, when you close things up in the suit, you start to have to pay attention to the other side, the thermal comfort side, the physiological burden, the heat stress. So we look at all of those things, and it's that balance that we have to get to. When we started looking and seeing issues in terms of firefighters, realizing that cancer is a significant problem, not just structural firefighters, but wildland firefighters, fire investigators, all across the board, we have to understand those exposures. And so moving just from what we historically looked at, which like I said is the PPE, we're missing the human component. And that's where we've been trying to bridge that gap, to start to look at not just what doesn't get inside or what does get inside the PPE, but also what gets inside the person. How do we bridge that with partnerships like we're doing now? And so when we start looking at these firefighter exposures, we're trying to understand, what do we do? How do we stop this? How do we turn off the exposure? I don't have to cure cancer if I can stop it from happening to begin with. And so part of that comes with cutting off the exposures, whether they are respiratory, whether they're dermal exposures, whatever it is. And so we need to understand the fire scenes. We need to understand the products of combustion, the exposures that different types of firefighters face. Even the discussion earlier, natural smoke is still smoke. It still has carcinogens in it, just not quite as many. Some of the work that we've been doing recently trying to look at generating consistent and repeatable, realistic methods for contaminating fabrics with smoke, with soot, with chemicals. We've looked at different fuel packages, different fuel sources. We ended up going with Legos as one of the main ones because of the plastic they're made out of has one of the highest emission factors for certain PAHs compared to, say, just standard wood products. They still all generate the same types of things, just in different levels. And so we have to understand, what are you likely exposed to? The PAHs, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, which basically make up the soot. It's not just chemicals on the soot, it is the soot in many ways. We have phthalates, we have phenols. Many of the products that are probably in this room and in many other things and structures have brominated flame retardants and other types of flame retardants that are in them. We've mentioned the PFAS stuff. That's a whole nother hour, 2-hour talk, which I'm happy to talk about. I do a lot of PFAS stuff. And then heavy metals. We're starting to look at lithium-ion battery fires, all those different types of things. What are these exposures? And it's just sometimes feels a little overwhelming with how much we have to deal with. But we have to look at it. And when we want to turn off the source, we have to go back to our controls. What are our hierarchy of controls? How do we stop things? Can we eliminate? Can we substitute? When you start to look at this, most of these controls, engineering, administrative, are outside of the firefighter's hands. And really your first line of defense and last line of defense is the PPE. That's unfortunate. There are certain things maybe you can do administratively to limit exposure. It's hard to not go into the smoke, but that you could say that. You could say, okay, you have cabs, you have enclosed cabs and things like that you can limit some of the smoke possibly. But that's not a solution for everyone. And so when we look at these, we go to the PPE. So what can the PPE do? Can it be designed to eliminate or reduce some of these exposures? Obviously it can, because that's what PPE is supposed to do. It's supposed to reduce. We're never going to get a silver bullet that takes out all exposure completely. It's about how many of these little individual steps between the PPE, the administrative controls. I would actually add another one down here, which is your post-scene decontamination. That's another strategy you have. And they're all supposed to mitigate and chip away at that overall exposure. And so we have this need for respiratory protection for what I would call non-traditional occupational settings, right? So NIOSH, National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health, controls all respiratory protection. It's very easy in a standard industrial environment or something like that, traditional occupational setting, to have a respiratory protection program to do everything how it's supposed to be done. Unfortunately, wildland firefighting, buoy firefighting are not traditional occupational settings. And so what they will do is NIOSH basically says anything below 95% is not respiratory protection. I don't know who decided 95, but 90 would be great, 80 would be great, 60 would be good, right? You're not coming down from 95 for wildland firefighters, you're coming up from 0. And so when you're not wearing anything, you're getting a huge exposure. And so what can we do to give you something over a career, as was mentioned earlier? And I'll show you what we're doing in that capacity. But we have these particulate blocking turnouts and other types of materials. So we at NC State have worked and developed we have a patented structural turnout that we developed through a Department of Homeland Security grant, which reduces exposures to structural firefighters in the form of particulates and smoke and soot. What have we learned there that we can extend to these different types of garments, as you heard earlier? But other practices, the routine cleanings of the gear, as you heard from Matt, the gear is working. It's stopping things. It's collecting it. Now we have to deal with it because it's stuck on the surface of the gear, and it can off-gas, it can transfer. We also have things like on-scene decontamination of gear and yourself, your skin, doing showers within the hour, all these different things that we can start to look at how effective might they be, not just for structural, but also for wildland. So when we think about those exposure routes, this is something that I've really been trying to pay attention to and bring more awareness to is, we always go to the particulates on the skin, the smoke, the soot on the skin, because you can see it. The first IAFF study that did the aerosol test really changed things for people because you could see that particle on the structural firefighter skin around the face, the neck, the waist, the wrists, all these interfaces. So we immediately went there. Like I said, we've already done a project of developing a whole system for that to stop that exposure. What we haven't done is paid attention to the things that you can't see, the other vapors. Because as things burn, they're giving off vapors and gases, not just the particles. And so we have to think about the respiratory side of things, not just the dermal side, because as we look at kind of this sort of arrangement of what's most important to protect, you have vapor and particulate exposure to the respiratory tract. Your lungs are intended to transfer oxygen and carbon dioxide through your bloodstream and from your lungs to your bloodstream. There's 1 or 2 cell thickness when you get to the lowest points of your lungs between the lungs and the bloodstream. And so anything you breathe in has a direct path. And so if we are not protecting the respiratory tract, we're doing a disservice to all firefighters, because if you're not protecting that, the dermal absorption is going to be significantly less. Your skin is a pretty good barrier in itself. It's not impenetrable, but it's going to be a lot better at stopping things than breathing them directly in. So speaking of that, let's move on to looking at what we're doing with the Conservancy on respiratory protection for wildland firefighters. This is a topic that I've been trying to work on and trying to get funding for about 8 years now, I think, when we first submitted. I didn't have any children. I have 3 kids now when I first started doing this. And so it's really interesting to just kind of see where it's come and where we were able to, with CAL FIRE and with FEMA, get some funding to be able to work on this. Because as you can see, one of the biggest differences between structural and wildland firefighters is that we expect them to have an SCBA in structural. They don't always wear it, and that's something I would also point out is we can't write off respiratory protection for structural or respiratory exposure for structural firefighters because they're not wearing it every second on scene. The work that Dr. Burgess has done at Arizona with Tucson, showing the pump operators have just as high and can have just as high as exposure as the people going in because they're just breathing in the smoke. And so you see very similar instances. You're going to have different fuels. You're going to have different types of products in the smoke, but still breathing it in is a problem. And so when we look at respiratory protection, why is there nothing there? So one of the things is there's the NFPA 1984 standard. To my knowledge, I don't know if this has changed, but to my knowledge, there has never been anything submitted for certification. That is a standard that's been around for a while. It actually was revised recently to add sort of different classes to hopefully get something out there. But I think it was a NIOSH report in 2014 showed that there's no market. And there's no market because there's no product. And it's this circle that keeps going back and forth. Even when we talk to manufacturers about being involved with trying to develop something, they were hesitant to say, well, there's not really a big market there. There's no push for having a respirator. And so how do we approach this? What do we do? So we have a project right now currently going, like I said, has some CAL FIRE funding, has some FEMA funding, and we're just a small portion of it with the Conservancy. But looking at this education on the 1984 standard, looking at current barriers for acceptance and adoption, and that's what the Conservancy is doing. And we fit in kind of these 2 areas right here at NC State. Looking at the assessment of products, currently what would be certified respiratory protection products, and then other things that may be out there. How do we look at them? How do we assess them for not just performance, but also acceptability and comfort, that trade-off, the balance? I think one of the first things that the Conservancy found in the recent surveys was that one of the most important things regarding respiratory protection for wildland firefighters was they wanted to be able to breathe. I don't think that's too much to ask when we talk about the job that you're doing and what you have to have. We should be able to come up with something to give you some level of protection. And I also believe that as we talked about it throughout the project, it should and probably will end up being some sort of system. Maybe not a one solution fits all, but you might have different things for different scenarios. Not that we want you to have to carry 15 or 20 different things with you, but a modular type approach for certain situations. And so assess these non-traditional products. And I'll get into some of that in a moment. But looking at the form, the fit, the function, how does it all work, and what does it mean for the actual firefighter? We can have the best protection possible. We can have the most sophisticated, highest performing piece of equipment possible, but if somebody isn't wearing it, it doesn't do anything. And so you have to pay attention to the human factor. And that came up with a lot of work that we did recently. It's something a trend that goes throughout our entire portfolio of things that we worked on, but really came out during COVID, working with the CDC on face coverings that I'll talk about. The other thing is we don't want to just measure things in the lab. We can measure things in the lab, and that can be really realistic sometimes. It can be really repeatable and controllable, but does it really replicate what you see? And so we have to get back to the real world, to the field, to try these different things out. So if we find products that seem like they would work really great for wildland firefighters, We have to put them on wildland firefighters in their environment and see how does it actually perform and what do they think about it. So, looking at the evaluations of these products to begin with, like I said, during COVID, we shut down in March of 2020, and I grabbed things that were in the lab to take to my garage at home and started working on how do we start to test some of this stuff. We happen to have this head form. This I didn't get to take to my house. But we were able to take some of the static ones. This is an animatronic head form that we had bought for some particulate hood testing, actually. But it's animatronic, it breathes, we can control it, and it would be, at that time, we thought it would be a perfect fit to try to understand how face coverings worked. Things that were not traditional. You know, things that were N95 and below, surgical masks, all this kind of stuff. The thought process there was, you know, with the pandemic, was always try to help where we could, understand what people should wear, what can help, knowing that we're not going to have perfect protection for everybody. But then to plan for the future and how do we utilize and how do we leverage what we learned there, not just for infectious disease, but for wildland firefighting, for citizens that are in the public that are in areas impacted by wildland fires, the smoke, the soot that's there. I know my first experience with a wildland fire was probably 2017. I was in Portland visiting one of my former students who was working up there, and I think there was a gorge fire or something like that going on. And I just remember stepping outside. You could kind of smell it, and I was very far away from it, but the car that picked me up, I had black interior, and I opened the door, and I could see the ash in that contrast. You know, and just thinking about that, because one of the other guys that I was supposed to visit, he was like, yeah, I'm not going to work today because I can't ride my bike in because of the air quality. You know, you don't always think about that if you're not all around it. And so what can we learn from the testing that we did, not just for, like I said, wildland firefighters, but also the public living in those affected areas? And so what we're able to do is control this. We have environmental chambers that can control temperature, humidity, because humidity makes a big difference in respiratory filtration. And so we have things that we can control. We have optimized this to a 10-minute protocol. Where the head goes and moves, and I'll show you what those look like. We can control the breathing rate, so it's not just a constant pressure like N95s are tested to. It's actually a cyclical breathing in and out. And we do 10 replicates. And so this is what it looks like. It's a very creepy head form, I'll admit. So we actually have 2 of these now. We used this one throughout most of the CDC project that we had while the other one was being built. The other one is a full torso. So we're still working on that, but you can see the head nod, the head shake, the wobble, and the bite. And this is important because as things fit differently, they're going to move. They're going to move on a face. A KN95, we found out, moves quite a bit on people's faces. Now also, this is a standard, we call it standard medium. The goal for this, and I think NIOSH is getting these, they have this head form, is to have the large, the medium, the small, long, narrow, and short, wide, because people's faces are different. Just because we fit it to one head form doesn't mean it's going to fit every single person. So to give you some idea of where we started with this, this is what we call total filtration efficiency. A lot of times you'll see inward leakage. I prefer to keep things everybody now knows what N95, the N95 is filtration 95% or above, and I try to keep that in the same context. So what you can see is total filtration on the head form at this most penetrating particle size. So the first 3 here are respiratory devices that you would sort of consider that. So N95 is up there around 95. So that's our control, that's our check. When we go down to a KN95, not as great, right? They don't fit. That's the problem. The materials can work really great. And so most of these things, these are your surgical masks, those things can, they're tested on a material level. It's completely sealed, perfectly tested, going straight through the material. Just as Matt was talking about infiltration going around the suit, the same thing happens with masks. And so what we see is a KN95 and the surgical masks, the materials can be over 99% filtration efficiency. That doesn't mean they're doing that when you're actually wearing them. And so they're in that kind of 50 to 60% region for most of them. Here's your actual woven masks, your knit masks, and these are some hybrid materials that wouldn't classify as surgical or KN95 or something like that. And so this is the type of information that we can see. And so this is what we were getting during COVID, trying to tell people. And I did not know I was going to have a PR team, but the local news kept talking to me, and the university was like, we need to train you. And so it's a very controversial topic to talk about at the time. But you can see, when we started thinking about what do we take to wildland firefighting, there are some things here, some potential products something like this is actually the one that I wore and taught in for 75 minutes a day. But some of these products can give you some level that's not 0, but it's not 95. And so where are we looking? So we went out and we have all of these different products. Starting over here, like I was mentioning, some face coverings. Most of you have probably seen and looked at in terms of things marketed towards firefighters and wildland firefighters. We tried to go there. So you have some of these different products, face coverings, which is what we'll call those. We also have different hoods, so something covering the entire face and the mouth or nose region. And then we have this category of sort of bandana / neck gaiters. Here's your standard state-of-the-art for wildland firefighters here, as Rick always says. And so we have a couple of different things that we've categorized with those. You have your filtering face piece respirators, your N95, the standard cup, more of a boat folded design there. And then we have one with it's N95 underneath that thermally protective material. Also, if you ever see something where the respiratory component doesn't touch the face, it's probably not a good thing to go with. This material covers that. Basically, the N95 sits on the material, and then the material sits on the face. That is not a good seal. And so then we go to things like the air purifying respirator. So we have half face, we have full face, quarter face, and then something as simple or I guess sophisticated as a PAPR. And we're trying to add another PAPR down here. We're talking to a couple manufacturers. But we've gone through, and our PhD student has gone through and analyzed all of these on our head forms. And so to give you an idea of what that data potentially looks like, I'll go through a couple slides here. It's also important to point out that we go through different flow rates. So 15 liters a minute, inhale, exhale, is kind of what you're doing in the room right now. Not really high workload or anything like that. 28 liters a minute is a pretty high work rate. So you're breathing in and out pretty heavily. And what you'll see, I think the darker colors, the first bar is the low rate, and the other one is the higher rate. And you can see that sometimes you get decreased performance at the high rate. Sometimes you get increased filtration efficiency at the higher rate. Part of that, if you ever worn a mask and it wasn't breathable and you breathe in, where does it go? Straight sucked to your face. And so when you do that, you're decreasing the surface area that you're passing that air through. And so what happens is you're forcing it through that smaller place. So you can get higher filtration, but now it's really hard to breathe through. And you can see that with some of these non-traditional products here, where you go up significantly. Something like this one jumps up significantly. But as you would expect, all these red, orange ones, these are your standard respiratory protection products. And what you can see is they're all really effective. That's what they're designed to do. And they can work when fit to the head form or the person's face. Now you go over to the other side, and again, just like we saw before, we have some of these products, the bandanas, your standard bandanas, way down here. It doesn't really do much. It might block some larger particles, but not a whole lot. And so when we look at the other side of this, which is that trade-off, the balance, which is the breathing resistance. You're not going to wear something if you can't breathe through it. And so if you'll focus on the top part here, this is inhalation resistance. So something like a PAPR, not much inhalation resistance because it's powered, right? It's pushing that air in. When we go to some of these other ones, this is why air purifying respirators are not very popular. They're hard to breathe in. You have to remove all of that air before you can actually breathe. Now, the ones I just mentioned earlier that you suck to your face and increase filtration, yeah, look how much higher that breathing resistance is. So it just jumps up significantly. You may not see it when you're sitting still, but when you start working at a higher breathing capacity or breathing rate, it's going to make a difference. And so what we can do with this is we can look at some of those products that are on the market and completely exclude them altogether because either they don't filter really well or they're too difficult to breathe through. This is a different way of looking at this data where we have breathing resistance on the bottom and the filtration on the top. And ideally where you would be is up here, close to 100% filtration efficiency with little to no breathing resistance. Here's those other two products over there, right? So we can get rid of most of the stuff on that side because firefighters aren't going to wear them because they can't breathe through them, right? That whole ability just to be able to breathe. Now we can also exclude some of these down here, and we should exclude the bandanas, the standard bandanas, some of these other hoods and neck gaiters and things like that because while being really great to wear and don't impact your breathing, they're not really doing much for filtration of particulates. Like I said, we don't want to just stop in the lab because we can measure things in the lab, but how does it look in the field? And in this case, we weren't using people, but we were actually trying to get full exposures. And so I'll show you one of this. We just finished this earlier, March 14th, I think. But you can see we have a table down here with a couple of headforms set up, and I'll show you what those look like. But we have a different project looking at fire investigator exposures, the PPE that they wear, and how do we stop vapors and particulates from getting to them. We try to take advantage of everything that we do and get everything that we can get out of it. So we were burning the rooms to set up fire investigation scenes, and I said, well, let's put some headforms out there and see how well these products work. Now, it just so happens that this time the wind was blowing the wrong way, so you don't see a whole lot of exposure there, but we were able to do it for the successive burns that we did. What we're doing there is we put this, what's called a cascade impactor. You can see it on the piece right here. This is actually, we put it inside the headform, inside the mouth. Really nice working with headforms. You can put stuff on the inside and not have to compromise the mask with a pass-through or something like that you typically do with people. But what's happening there is we have, as you go further into this, you're getting smaller and smaller particles. Those smaller particles are the ones that are going to be able to go into and as far into the lungs as possible and get to those areas where they can transmit or transfer with the bloodstream. But what we have is a filter in each one of those that we can do some measurements. So we had 10, I think we did 15 minutes as well. But just to give you an idea, the smoke's coming out. We have them sitting here. These are what the rooms look like. So talking before, these were true kind of structural or WUI type incidents where we were burning full room and contents, not pallets, not straw. I don't know if you can see in that one or not, but we had Legos put up. So just trying to generate as much realistic exposure as possible. And so the idea is to put something like you see here with no mask. So this would be your traditional wildland firefighter standing there. We have your bandana, and then this was just an N95 just to show comparison. This was the first trial that we did back in January. We had another one in March where we did a couple of different products that we haven't gotten through yet. But monitoring the particulates in the air around there, and then this is a pump on the inside and the outside collecting samples to see what was, looking at both of those in the breathing zone versus not. And so we also have sorbent tubes that we're looking at to look at the vapors, not just the particulates. And so we can measure those, we can extract them, we can see the chemicals that are there. We've already seen PAHs in that smoke that got inside. But this is just to give you an idea of going back to the aerosol test. Those things that we can see that can make a significant difference. If you're a wildland firefighter and you're not wearing anything, what you're looking at are these little lines that show you this is the smallest particle up to the largest particle. If you're wearing a bandana, there's not much difference between these two in terms of what gets inside in an actual fire. Now you go to N95, there's really not anything until you start to see a little bit of a line here. And that has to do with the fit on that mask. And we know it has a bit of a fit problem. And so what we want to do is to be able to show this for those other products, to be able to physically show you this is what gets inside when you're wearing or not wearing something, compared to nothing or compared to a standard. And so this is kind of a visual interpretation of that data we're showing previously. So current future directions, we are planning our field trial for this with the Wildfire Conservancy. The idea is to be able to evaluate 4 products a day, compare them back to a traditional N95 as a control, so we have something to compare across days. But to have, we're still trying to figure out the number of people, 4, 12, or 8 to 12 people maybe. But have people wear it not for 15 minutes, but for 1 to 2 hours. Be able to actually go through, a mile walk, do line cutting, laying hoses, things like that, doing real physical labor there to see how does this, impact the person. Do they like it? Do they not? We can measure skin temperature. We can measure core body temperature during those things. But really getting back to the idea of looking at the feedback. Would this be something that those people would wear? And so that's the next piece that we're trying to do. We're still trying to figure out exactly where. We may do one controlled session at NC State around our campus, and then we really want to get out here to work with Cal firefighters as well. That's respiratory. The other side of that coin is dermal exposure. And so we have to understand dermal exposure. Is the dermal exposure route a significant contributor for firefighters? Can vapors and particulates get inside the ensemble? You saw earlier. Most likely, yes. What PAHs penetrate the skin of a working firefighter when you're sweating? What effects do the fireground conditions have? So elevated temperature, all these other things that may be happening. How does that impact things? And so this was the test that Matt was showing you earlier, looking at the fluorescent aerosol screening test or aerosol system test. But you can kind of see this is when we were doing the smoke resistant turnout project, but just to give you an idea of what you see there. And this would be, nobody ever does worst case. They don't let you put a person in there with no protection on, but we can do that with head forms. And so we had 18 head forms. We were looking at particulate blocking hoods that we put in, and this would be worst case. Protection factor of 1, 0 protection. And so you see how much deposition happens there. Now we went to a traditional 2-layer knit hood, which is also very similar to some of the hoods that you saw that are sold to wildland firefighters for breathing through. So you get an order of magnitude, so a protection factor of about 10. This is, you can't really even make this out because there's nothing to fluoresce there really. That's the particulate blocking hood, so you get another order of magnitude. But this is to just show you that visual that you can see. That's particulate. The other thing we have to look at, again, is vapors. And so at NC State, I've spent way too much time in the man and simulant test facility that we have there. It's the only facility of its kind in an academic institution in the U.S. It's what my PhD was on, so trying to understand what the infiltration into hazmat suits and other things, understanding that we fill that room with methyl salicylate, it's the oil of wintergreen, so it's a simulant for mustard gas. That was a test that was developed by the U.S. Army in the early 90s. And so how do we measure that? As you mentioned, or as Matt mentioned earlier, with the fluorescent test, you can take these little samples, skin washes, and look at the fluorescence there. We can't really do that with our simulant for vapors. And so we have these passive samplers that we put all across the body in these 36 different locations. There's a lot of similarities between the vapor test and the particulate test, the aerosol. They are what I would refer to as sister standards. And for the military, they developed both of them. They're in the same standard. Typically, it can be referred to both as either vapor or aerosol mist. And so we get these protection factors locally as well as systemically. We add them up over the whole body and go through a calculation to show what's the overall exposure that someone would get. To give you an idea of what that data would look like, this is some work kind of comparing things, but we have a lot more data going across a lot more ensembles. But starting with a base layer, something that ATF wears when they investigate, this is their shirt and pants, up to a standard turnout. And then we have chemical suits, so a class 3 and a class 2 chemical suit, with this being the highest protection. So to orient you here, we have lowest protection on the bottom, highest protection up top. This is the systemic value that I have highlighted, so that's total body exposure through what we call body region hazard analysis. And then we have from the head, the scalp, the forehead, the ears, all the way down to the bottom of the feet. And so what you really have to look at here, and you can focus on these right here, is that the base layer ensemble of shirt and pants is basically no protection. It's a factor of 2. It's really less than 2. It rounded up to 2. But basically nothing when it comes to vapor protection. These are just cotton t-shirts, cotton pants. When you go to the structural suit, you're about at 10. The wildland suit fits in between these two. So we have some data on that. And so that's one of the differences between aerosol and particulate protection and vapor protection. We can have, and have tested, this suit, I don't have the results here, but the smoke-resistant suit passes the aerosol protection with no visual aerosol, fluorescent aerosol on there, but then it's still only at about a 20 on this scale. And so this is the lowest level of ChemBio hazmat type suits. And so there's a big range here that we are working in, that most firefighters are in this region right here. Most fire investigators are way down here, depending on what they do or do not wear. So we have all of the data to look at across about 10 different ensembles there, from disposable coveralls. We had things that look like wildland suits. But we have to understand, what does that mean? And when we get back to the idea, that just shows us that chemicals are getting inside the suit. They're absolutely getting in. Vapors are getting in. Particulates potentially are getting in depending on the suit. So what does that mean? We have to go back to the dermal absorption. How does dermal absorption matter? And so we just happen to have a renowned College of Veterinary Medicine at NC State. So we partnered with them. And so we do what we call flow-through diffusion tests. And so these are skin studies, whereas if you're familiar with hazmat suits, we do chemical permeation resistance testing of those, where you put a chemical on the material and you see what comes through over a certain amount of time. This is basically the same type of test, where we put pig skin as a skin surrogate. We put the chemical on the surface and we monitor and look what perfusate, or what gets into the perfusate or the blood, the simulant blood, over that time. And so you can see the little test cell. We have our membrane or our skin here, and we can put dosing with different chemicals. So we typically use pig skin. The vet school doesn't like to use human skin. They can, but they prefer pig skin. We use carbon-14 labeled compounds. This is isotopically labeled just because if it's there, we put it there. It doesn't occur naturally, so it gets rid of a lot of background noise. Problem with that is it's also radioactive, so we have to deal with it that way. So we have dosing vehicle effects. Dermal absorption is much less about can it go through, and it's more about how much and how fast. Just like chemical permeation is very similar to that. And so we want to know if it doesn't go in a certain amount of time, do we have time to protect? Do we have time to mitigate that exposure? And so we look at dosing effects with the vehicles. You know, we can use acetone. We've used synthetic sweat quite a bit to be as realistic to firefighters as possible. Environmental conditions, the skin temperature is going to be elevated, so we do that. pH can make a difference. And so we've taken our pig skin, we go to a dermatome or microtome to a certain thickness, 300 to 500 micron. For this study, we looked at naphthalene, phenanthrene, and benzoylpyrene. And you can see we have 2 rings, 3 rings, and 5 rings. Typical understanding of, or rule of thumb, I guess, is the larger the compound, the less likely it's to be dermally absorbed. And so as we continue to get larger, we don't expect this one to absorb too much. We expect to see more of this one. And so we want to see, are we seeing that? These are all PAHs that come off of almost every fire. You really have to go to certain levels or have certain fuels to get a significant amount of benzoylpyrene, but it is a known carcinogen. It's often referred to as a model carcinogen for how it works. Naphthalene is a possible carcinogen. We want to extend this out. I'll show you what the results look like. We want to extend this out to looking at benzene, which is a known carcinogen, comes off of everything that burns, typically going to be in a vapor phase, and we know that can get inside the suit. We also know that you may be exposed to that before you can ever come out of the fire and decon for some of these smaller ones. So we set the skin temperature at 37 degrees C. The Illinois Fire Service Institute's done a significant amount of work looking at skin temperatures and exposures and things. And this was for a wildland firefighter, or for structural firefighters, about where their skin temperature got. So we set it at 37. And we did a duration of 8 hours, direct contact with the chemical for that long. And so the blue line here is naphthalene, the next line is phenanthrene, and the bottom line, which you can't really see, is benzoylpyrene. And so as we expected, you do not get a significant amount of absorption of the benzoylpyrene. You get much more of the naphthalene. And it's really important to point out that this is within our system, right? So this is not every single firefighter type exposure, but within our system with the dosing vehicle, the sweat that we use, the 37 degrees C, the chemical, how we did it. And so it's very important that we don't try to extend that to every possible scenario. But this follows what we would expect. To give you an idea of where things ended up, this is the skin surface. So we swab the surface. We also do tape strips to see those first couple layers of skin where it actually absorbs. So we ended up with about 35% that went or went through the pig skin. Not much was left in the skin. Not much was left on the outer layer. The rest of it was just kind of sitting still on the surface for naphthalene. When we go to phenanthrene, about the same left on the surface, but there was a lot more left in the skin. That's a lag time. It takes longer for it to go through compared to the naphthalene. But we only ended up with about 7% total cumulative absorption of the dose that we applied. When we get to benzoylpyrene, most of it just stayed on the outer surface. There are other studies that show benzoylpyrene going into the skin, but possibly because of the sweat solution, just like you think oil will sit on top of water. It could be that it never contacted the skin because of the sweat that we had there, and it just wasn't able to go through. So there's some differences there that we have to pay attention to. So when we moved on from just the standard test, we wanted to probe this question. How many people have seen this? For every 5-degree increase in skin temperature is a 400% increase in skin absorption. Right? We've tried to track that down numerous times. I have some idea of where it came from, but basically that sets off a lot of red flags for me. Anytime I see a very generic statement with very specific numbers, I want to know where that came from. I saw one recently, it was about PFAS, saying that PFAS had been proven to increase cancer rates in women by 200%. And I immediately sent that over to NIOSH, and they started tracking that down. And that came back to a misunderstanding of the data that was there. It had nothing to do with firefighting or bunker gear. But these things we have to be accurate when we're talking about these. So we wanted to question this. We wanted to see. So we're already running at 37 degrees C. We decided to go with phenanthrene since that was kind of in the middle. It was one we could work with. And so we dropped it down to 32 degrees. We also went up to 40. And wanted to see kind of how that looked. right? And so the general premise that increasing temperature can increase absorption is absolutely true. I would just be very wary of those specific numbers because it's going to be highly dependent on the chemical. So you can see the 40 degree was the highest absorption, 37, and then 32. If you want to see where those ended up, 32 we only had about 3.3%. When we went up 5 degrees, we went to 6.8. So about 200% for this chemical, right? When we went up another 3 degrees, we went to 10. So if we do 5 degrees, it was about 200, 8 degrees was about 300%. And so it's important to realize that we need to pay attention to the claims that we see in certain things. And again, this is in this system for phenanthrene. It's not going to be the same for every chemical that you see. And firefighters see a lot of different chemicals. And so one of the other things we wanted to get to is the idea of dermal decontamination. We have been hearing about firefighter wipes for a long time, people telling people to use them. We wanted to ask the question first, do any of these wipes, the wipe solutions, do they increase absorption? That was a concern that some people have. We know there are chemicals that can cause other chemicals to go through the skin much more rapidly. So we stuck with our consistent control of phenanthrene. We have different wipe solutions, some that we just squeezed out of the wipes, others that we actually got the solution from the manufacturer. And so what you'll see first, when we didn't do anything, we just ran it as normal, no wipe solution added. We got that same 7% total absorption. Now, when we ran this test, we added solution after it started to every one of the other ones. So to say, like, if you were to put a wipe on. And so there is a difference there. This one never had anything added. And that's important because the rest of them, for the most part, are all kind of the same. We didn't, the thing you can't take away from this is that it doesn't necessarily decrease because we didn't look to see how much it could have been diluting. We added the solution to the other ones. We didn't add sweat solution to the first one. So look at it as nothing, nothing being done for a while or for a firefighter versus if you start wiping. The big thing we can take away is it didn't increase absorption. None of the solutions we tested increased absorption of those. So the last thing that we wanted to do was to look at the effectiveness of the wipe materials. And so we have a surrogate skin, so this is called Syndaver skin, and we wanted to replicate some of the things that we have seen study-wise from wipe manufacturers because we wanted to probe those and see are they actually good science. One of those they used, well, they call it a textured board as a surface. I don't know what a textured board is, but it's not skin. So polypropylene, polycarbonate, rubber, and synthetic skin is what we use. We have different wipes, including a paper towel. This is just to give you an idea of the exposure. So we dope on a certain amount, we wipe it off, we extract it, evaporate it, and measure it. And so I'll break this down. There's a lot of data here. Basically, smallest molecule, naphthalene here, up to the largest molecules, largest PAHs over there. So as we start to break this down, the red is the polypropylene, so standard plastic, non-porous surface. Polycarbonate would be like the lens of the face piece for SCBA, and green would be the rubber material. And so we don't get very much recovery on these lower molecular weight compounds, mainly because they have some volatility to them. We do lose those more regularly, so expect that. The medium molecular weight compounds, so we're in that 80 to 100%. Again, this is a non-porous surface. We go to the high molecular weight compounds, again, pretty decent recovery in the wipe. We just put it on the surface and wiped it off. So your paper towel test works pretty well. We go to the actual skin, this is where it changes. We have non-porous surfaces. And so this is the PAH that was removed with the wipe. Again, we're seeing low recovery of these. We actually see low recovery of the highest molecular weight ones as well. And so we're only getting in the 30s or 40s as applied to skin, let it sit for a couple seconds or a minute or two, and then we wipe it off. Where is it? Most of it is in the skin. And so these high molecular weights, mid molecular weights, once it gets into the skin, a wipe is not going to do a whole lot to pull it back out. And so that's something we wanted to kind of look at there because you are getting pretty good recovery. This is why you have to understand the test methods that were used and any kind of manufacturer claims to those ends, we got to question those, right? So wiping a solid surface is not the same as wiping skin when you've been exposed to things. Now the kind of takeaways from that is the wipe effectiveness decreased when we started looking at porous surfaces, as we would expect. The low molecular weights, we didn't get a lot of those because most of them are somewhat volatile themselves. High molecular weights goes back to their lipophilicity. They don't want to be in water. Most of these wipes have an aqueous water-based solution. And so that's important. You may have to have an oil or surfactant to pull those off. The other thing, these are not going to be in a liquid form. Most of these are going to be on the particles. And so what you didn't see is we haven't looked at the effectiveness of removing solid particles. And if those solid particles are holding those larger molecular weight compounds, it's going to be able to remove them a lot more easily. We know just the physical process of removing as opposed to the chemical process of extracting is going to be easier. The biggest takeaway from all this is the act of wiping the skin is much more important than what product you may use. Right? Like I said, we used a paper towel. We used a standard baby wipe. We used a number of different fire wipes. They all worked very similarly. So future directions on this, so better understanding the vapor and particulate protection provided by various garments. So our AFG-funded effort on fire investigator ensembles, we just finished. Still analyzing some things, but we will have some takeaways for wildland firefighters. We had undersuit samplers that we're using a silicone passive sampler to collect there. It looks like it replicates what we did in the man simulant test pretty well. So for I think it was a TechGen 2-piece suit in the chamber controlled setting using methyl salicylate, we got a protection factor of about, I think, 2.9. In the field, the one data point we have so far with the silicone samplers and the fire investigator type exposures, measuring naphthalene, we got about a 2.5. So 2.5, 2.9, it's pretty close considering what we're measuring. So further work on skin decontamination, we've been working not just with the wipe manufacturers, but there's also a lot of charcoal-based soaps out there. We want to understand, anecdotally, they work really well. Your first shower will take many times. But does that actually reduce exposure, or is it just pulling it off of the hair and things like that? We want to try to look at that. I think to do that, we have to go to biological sampling to try to understand what's getting in the person. But with that, I'll finish up here, and happy to answer any questions, and I'll be around till tomorrow. So thank you.
Any questions?
The PAPR use, it's always intriguing. I know in the hospital setting, ICUs and stuff, the staff have always been very happy with them, that they're supplied. That would seem like that could be an advantage for heat also.
Yes.
You talk about the chimney effect. Can we somehow tie them in together to get the positive flow away from the human? Is anything?
Yeah, I think that is the PAPR that we used. You know, not promoting any product or anything. It's just very interesting. It's called a clean space. It's not like the traditional, it has a hood or anything. It fits around the neck. You can have a half face cup that you saw there, or it can go to a full face. The filter's on the back of the neck. I think they're an Australian company that's trying to get more into the U.S. They have a version that is for medical, but that's one of the reasons we want to look at those, because they are kind of a newer product that hasn't been used really in this area, and it's pretty lightweight.
You can somehow engineer it to help with the heat load.
Yes, yeah.
This exertion.
Yeah, yeah, and even I know that was one of the things looking at. You know, we were talking, looking at face coverings and COVID and things like that. You know, even traveling at that time, the idea of something being uncomfortable. I noticed myself just wearing one on a just standard face covering on a plane. You know, it's, you know, you get that humidity build up. It's uncomfortable. You want to take it off. They happen to come by with the, the beverage cart or whatever, and I had a piece of ice in my mouth. And when I started breathing that, the cold air made it the uncomfortable piece just go away. And so something as simple as that, being able to get maybe some air movement could help significantly.
Hey, Brian, to Dr. Burton's point on that helping that heat inside, was about 25 years ago, there was a Project Fires, that had a breathing apparatus that its exhalation tube went into the turnout cone. And that was that piece of that positive pressure on the inside. So what is old may be new, and there's something to that aspect of positive pressure inside the suit.
Yeah, and those are things that I didn't really show here, but we've looked at and can look at that heat stress component. Not just with people, but we have our thermal sweating mannequins. We have two mannequins. We have a head, hand, and a foot, and we can control the sweat rates. We can control the temperature they're heated to, and you can actually see how much insulation you're getting. And so I think being able, if you're able to divert some of that air, if it's cool air blowing through, it's going to potentially make a difference there. So.
All right. I just want to make one quick note, is, part of the reason why,
we like working with Brian. And his work really is on a national stage, is because he's taken the traditional laboratory analysis and made it a lot more pragmatic, made it a lot more realistic to the firefighters. And I think that's one of the things that we see a lot with the NFPA and other standards of testing, is that these are done under ideal circumstances, and they provide us great results. N95 masks work great under these conditions, but in the real world, under real conditions, they don't operate the same. And so as we start exploring things like new respiratory devices and all that, if we're seeing that a traditional N95 mask is only providing about 60% effectiveness when used in a real world scenario, then we need to explore other options that may be more comfortable or more resilient in the fire ground that provide 60% resilience. And recognize, and I think the real important point was, we're not coming down from 95 for our wildland firefighters, we're coming up from 0. So anything we do across these standards, even if it's incremental, is a significant benefit. And we need to be able to work with, within our agencies and our partners and others to kind of understand that. And just as a quick example, Rick and I were out in DC, I hate to say it's probably about 10 years ago now, but working on basically new undergarments for firefighters, and they wanted garments that were able to have ballistics, stab, chemical, biological, and fire protection, right? I mean, hey, look, and I remember it was probably 3M or Gore, I can't remember who the one was that said, yeah, if we're ever able to create that Harry Potter garment, and it's like, yeah, that's great. But and so unfortunately nothing ever came out of that. But I was really disappointed, because I thought, gosh, even if you had made a garment that hit 10 to 20% of all of those standards, it's still advancing things. We might not get there today, but don't give up, right? I think that's probably the importance of, and that's why I like Brian's presentation. It's really important for us to be able to hit those standards. All right, real quick.
Yeah, just real quick. I was having here, you're talking about ensembles, because I think about our firefighters, and in Arizona too, with the valley fever problems that we've had over time. There may be a certain time, even now, to think about it. And N95 is going to reduce the exposure to fungal spores quite a bit. It's not ideal. It's not perfect. But I think it's important. Obviously, you can't wear that when you have live fire, but there are times.
Yeah, and I think to just add to that, the thing that if you are giving somebody that's something that's 50, 60%, I think you have to let them know that's where it's at. Because one of the problems with things like the KN95s or the surgical mask is they are sold and marketed as 99% filtration efficiency, right? And so if you do that, you're giving people a false sense of security, and they're going to put themselves in a position where they think they're protected. And so if we're just open and honest and realistic about the fact that, hey, this is a 50% solution or a 60% solution, it's not perfect, but you're going to keep that in mind and know I'm not going to just go stand in a fire, in the direct smoke for all of this.
And I think that's my question to the whole room too, is what kind of policies do we need in place to be able to do that? Because current OSHA regulatory standards really are about respirators, not traditional products.
And I don't know.
No, but we're going to have a facilitated discussion later this afternoon, so I want you to hold on to that thought. Just real quick, I'm sure you're shocked that in a room full of scientists, we're running just like a touch behind. So we're going to keep it to about a 10-minute break, and I think you're here in the crew tomorrow, right? Yeah. Okay, so there's coffee, water, sodas in the back. Just real quick, if you want a printed agenda materials, they're on the table. Otherwise, there's a QR code with everything you need, and we'll see you guys in like 10 minutes. Sound good?
50 years
Thank you.
your patience as we're getting things set up here. Our next speakers are with CAL FIRE. Now, one of the things that, I've been working with CAL FIRE for, I don't even want to say, close to 18 years now. Jesus. One of the things that we recognize about CAL FIRE is not only is it the largest department in the United States, but it's got a complicated mission across, one of the fifth largest economy in the world, but also, across just remarkable diversity of incidents and in issues. The nice thing about CAL FIRE, though, is they're a relatively nimble organization, have been advancing their own research and development, health and safety, wellness programs, and have really developed a number of really exciting opportunities for the firefighters moving forward. And so I'd ask them to kind of give a presentation talking about some of the programs, some of the new additions to the department, and kind of update us on where things are going. So we have Chief Lawson and Chief Parrish here with CAL FIRE to give us an update this morning. Thank you all for being here.
Yeah, thank you. So can you guys hear me? I'm more of a walk and talk kind of person. Can you guys all hear me from back there? All right, good. So number one, thank you for having us. Thank you, Dr. Ron, for the introduction. My name is Warren Parrish. I'm a battalion chief with CAL FIRE's Behavioral Health and Wellness Program. My role within the program is to do research and development. On a lot of times we partner with safety, and I'll let Jeremy introduce himself on that part of it.
Jeremy Lawson, I'm a staff chief for CAL FIRE, and I oversee the safety and EMS programs.
So some of the things that, I was thinking about, honestly, what I wanted to talk about today when Dr. Ron said, hey, can you give a rundown of your program and what it is you guys do, right? So I thought about, okay, well, we could talk about the Wildland Firefighter Cancer Study, right? We can talk about sauna use. We can talk about all the clean cap study stuff, right? All these different things that our program is involved in one way, shape, or form, right? But knowing the fact that there's probably quite a few people in here that might not necessarily know about what aspects our program actually does, and then also looking at the agenda, I didn't want to steal anybody's thunder moving forward on that part of it. So I decided to end up focusing on our program and kind of hitting the tops of what it is that we actually do and how we function within CAL FIRE, but also partner with internal and external entities to really meet the mission, vision, values of our department. So, to give you a basic rundown of what our program does, we're broken into two branches essentially of our program. And so we are on the wellness side. We have some folks from the wellness unit that are in the back that are internal to our program. We have some folks that are wellness that are internal to our training centers. And their job is to hit on the physical fitness, mobility, stability, nutrition, screening, and prevention, as well as mindset. One of the bigger things in terms of prevention items is the screening and prevention through our Be Well program to give folks a preventative idea of some of the items related to carcinogen impacts to our job. And so that's a key piece in terms of prevention. On our employee support services side, which is our peer support, EAP, CISM, chaplaincy, family support and staff program, which is a very integral part to what we do, mainly because our program takes a total system approach to supporting our employees. And part of that has to do with the fact of we realize that in order to support the citizens of the state of California, we need to put a workforce out there that's healthy enough to do that. And part of that total system approach, right, is from the support staff that allows the big red to go down the road, that support staff at home that allows that family unit to exist so that those employees can do the jobs they need to do as a total system approach. Our R&D program, so that's the part of the program that I actually oversee. And so one of the things that I was talking to Jeremy about this a little bit ago is this is my little bit of my soapbox here, and Dr. Ron is like, hey, talk a little bit about that. And so the soapbox is this, right, is that oftentimes I get asked, what does research and development do, right? And so, and it kind of in the back of my head, I got a little chuckle that goes on when I get asked that question, right? So I'm hoping that by the end of this, we have a little bit of clarity on what that is. And in all actuality, R&D touches on all these items in some way, shape, or form in terms of support mechanism. Some of the studies that we talked about earlier, the partnering with internal and external resources to find out what those are, but also to leverage innovation. And that's where the part where we reach across the aisles and internally for us to partner with our partners that are working on innovation and technology as a way to share information and get the message across and really enhance the employee experience in the department. We have other aspects such as the Addiction and Substance Abuse Assistance Program, which have folks that specialize in those aspects, and then LE and returning veterans for what we focus on. So, with that said though, right, is one of the major things though is that we wanted to try and think about where do we spend our time and energy at. I teach at our training center, and I talk about behavioral health and what our program does. And I've been talking with Chief Wheatley a lot about this aspect, right? Because there's no D or MS behind my name, I just happen to be a very passionate firefighter about the subject. And so, because of that, right, where are we most effective in terms of what we do? And we're most effective in terms of programmatic aspects. And so, we started looking at, okay, because of that, we need to essentially define a model that is helpful for us to hold us accountable, right, in terms of our program, but also give us some direction in where we want to head to into the future. And part of that has to do with the legs that we were given from our 2019 strategic plan, but also moving forward into anticipating what our 2024 plan has to offer. So some of the things that we came up where we're most focused on is our prevention, education, and training. Education plays a key role, and I don't need to probably emphasize that to anybody in this room, about how that helps our culture and influences culture and passes information on in terms of that piece. One of the things that I said we're very lucky to have is a partnership with our training centers where, Quinn, how many folks are you guys looking to put through training centers this year? I'm very interactive, by the way.
This year, between 3 sites, approximately 1,500 students.
1,500 students, right? So coming through our academy. And really what that presents us is an opportunity to plant a seed for 1,500 future company officers, the future leaders of our department, really, in a variety of different ways. And so it was crucial for us to partner not only with the training centers in terms of what we do in research and development, but also partner with safety, because a lot of what we do, we have a bit of a symbiotic relationship there, right, in terms of both of those pieces. And so it was crucial for us to foster those partnerships, but also see how we can help each other out in that way. Media obviously plays a huge role in how people consume information, and we are lucky enough to have a media communications person back there, Maddie, that helps us out with getting our information and message out to our folks through our media outlets. The screenings, as I mentioned before, there's the Be Well stuff, but there's some areas that we could probably work on enhancing that experience for our employees. There's the outreach, which is a huge, huge part of what we do in a variety of different ways. And that is everything from having casual interactions through station visits to coming to present in venues like this, right? So it has a whole gamut of what we do in terms of understanding what our program is. Data analysis, though, is one big piece that I've always looked at data as a decision assist and not a decision make tool, and mainly for that reason is that because ultimately at the end of the day I want to be able to blend that information with what we're actually seeing. I was talking to Kat about this, and she's like, "Oh, what?" At the end of the day, what I try to really keep in mind with all the legislative aspects, all the considerations that go into this, it doesn't really make a hill of beans unless the end user
can actually utilize what it is that we're producing as a product, right? So I try to really keep that in mind in terms of what we're doing. And data analysis is one of those pieces that we look at from the field in order to help us keep that car on the road, if you will. The instruction, the reporting is a vital piece for us, though. And what that does, though, is it allows us to share information in two different ways. Is that there's the information that gets shared not only from the field up to leadership level and you know, up to through my boss, Rob Wheatley back there, who's probably going to fire me now because I pointed him out. You know, and in that way, we're pretty lucky to have supportive leadership, not only from people like Rob who are in our program, but also department leadership as well too. And what the key aspect to that though is to have reporting mechanisms put in place for us to be able to share that. And so some of that has to do with just simple reporting of a variety of different ways, but also leveraging partnerships through our research, development, innovation, and technology program to help find ways that we can utilize and analyze that information and being able to share through dashboards, being able to share that information in a variety of different ways. Collaboration, I probably don't need to explain that in terms of how important that is from each of the aspects that we have to touch on. Collaboration is hugely important, and mainly from the perspective of myself, right? Because when there was first a recognition of research and development needed in our program, I'll admit I felt completely overwhelmed by the idea. And the main reason was because how do we become SMEs of all these different aspects, right? I mean, it's almost impossible, quite honestly. And that was the main reason for developing these partnerships with folks like Dr. Ron, with the different academic institutions, in order to reach out to these SMEs that are in the field to help us to make decisions, to create that reporting mechanism so that our leadership levels in the department can make decisions on these kinds of things. And the curriculum development, as I said, in terms of the education aspect, as you guys can do, I'm kind of fighting a little like end of my voice. Hopefully doesn't go before the end of this presentation here. So the curriculum development is vital though, and that is one of the key mitigation measures that we are talking about that's going to be as a result of the wildland firefighter cancer study that's going to come out of this. Because it'll be great, obviously, if we have aspects that help us to breathe better, right? Whatever those pieces are, but we have to understand and educate our employees to be able to implement those items, right? And that's a key piece to all of this. And one of the things though, right, is that because we are the behavioral health and wellness program, we have to think about what are some of the behavioral and cultural barriers to this acceptance of this. And so, and it's a tough one, right? I'm gonna guess, and maybe I'm wrong here, right? But I'm gonna guess that a lot of these same discussions were likely had when the idea of utilizing SCBAs came up. And all the reasons why we can't utilize them. And ultimately though, what I think we're going to end up finding is that how do we adapt to some of these things? And it may be in the way that we do business as an agency. It may be the education of which we inform our personnel. And it might be through physical mitigation measures such as the devices, right, that are coming down the pipe. And that we're working with Jeremy's program and Dr. Ron to try and see what will work best. And then overall, like internally for us, just program development, right? What are we going to do? And that is one of the things that, you know, is big on Rob's list back there, is what are the things that we do to continually improve our program? And having that external evaluation mechanism is important for us. Because as you guys are well aware, right, like sometimes like when you can get hyper-focused on doing the one thing, right, sometimes you don't see the external items that need to be addressed, right? So that's the external part for us that we try to really utilize to improve our program. And then there's everything related to response. There's the wellness programming that our folks back there utilize, our peer support, our critical illness stress management, employee assistance program, our addiction. But one of the bigger things out of that, though, right, is the need because a lot of what we were looking at through our data analysis, right, and this is where the data part comes into play, is we were having a lot of contacts related to peer support and supporting our employees from that behavioral health aspect. So what that brought to the idea of is that, are we effectively helping the employees, right? Are we adequately trained internally to be able to address those issues? And so we reached out to some partners that are external to CAL FIRE to be able to look and examine that and really look to see if we can up the training for our personnel to be able to meet those needs, right? Because I know Dr. Ron mentioned that we were going to the largest fire department in the United States, but one of our boss of our chief of HR mentioned that we're going to be adding 2,500 employees to the department, potentially, which is a huge, huge number. That's like bigger than a lot of other departments by itself, right? But that's just what we're adding to it. So as that aspect increases, as a person in our program, I think about how that's going to impact us in what we do, right? Because it just goes to show, right, as you add more people, there's more likely to be a variety of issues, whether they're physical or behavioral health related, right? So how do we get ahead of those in terms of being able to respond to that and being able to leverage the relationships that we build? This brings me to the last part, though, right? And that's the healthcare referral aspect of what we do. You saw the word comp up there, huh, Randy? And so, those are all the things that sort of fall outside of our program, though. And those are the pieces that where we get to that stage of the process, we partner with our SME folks and our occupational health or risk management would be in some departments to find out paths on how to help our employees in that part of the assistance process and utilize and leverage their benefits. The other parts that we work on, and this is something I was talking to Kat about too as well, right, is the retreats, but really we need to find out, are they truly effective, right? And that's the measurement part of the process that we need to have a better idea of in terms of when we send our employees away to these PTS retreats, is it truly beneficial for them? How long does that last, right? Is there some places that are more effective than others, right? Is there certain treatments that are more effective than others for our firefighters and first responders? Quite honestly, these are all things that we really don't know, right? I understand there's some variables in there in terms of behavioral health has a lot of variables to it in that piece, but I feel like there's some unanswered questions that we could probably have some little bit better answers for in terms of that part of it. Our recovery aspects, and then also working on inpatient and outpatient care. And those are some of the key pieces that we really want to focus in terms of that part of it. And so these are the things that keep us in the direction that we need to go in terms of our program, why it's highly important that we reach out to our partners and develop those relationships, because I don't know about you guys, but there's a lot of things on there. And to be able to try and do that in one program, to me, says that we need to probably leverage some of our relationships that are out there and reach out to our partners so that we can bring this information in and allow leadership to make decisions that are ultimately going to affect the health and wellness and safety of our department. So which brings me to the next part of this. In that, we had to consider, I mentioned earlier, the legs, right, that got us to where we are right now. And that's partly back to the 2019 strategic plan of CAL FIRE. But because we're switching over this year to our 2024 and doing the adoption plan, we also have to do a little bit of anticipation and what that might look like in order to get ahead of what those mission, vision, values, and goals of the department will be moving into the future. And that's a key element. And so some of the things that we came up with internally for our program is to utilize and define innovative solutions to better serve our employees, which ultimately is the end goal, right? Is the end user I mentioned earlier. We need to make sure that we're still meeting the needs of that, and that's not getting lost in the discussions or conversations ultimately. Identify research and development issues that meet strategic goals, which I think that's where our research and development program, I think, really comes into play with a lot of those pieces in meeting those goals. And then to analyze our program development through internal and external partnerships. And I harped on it quite a few times, so it's a very key element for us to be successful in what we do. And then finally, empower employees and families with the mitigation measures, information, tools, and resources to live healthier lives. Because that's ultimately the end goal of all this, right? And I think our director said it best, and I heard him say it quite a few times, is that our employees are our department's most valuable asset. And so it really is, all the great minds that are in this room today, all the ideas that are going to be shared in the information. At the end of the day, though, right, that's the piece that we're heading towards, and building relationships for us with labor, so that we're ultimately really meeting the same goals at the end of the day. And so that's a little bit about our program, what we do in CAL FIRE, and how we function. And I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy now, because I can get long-winded and stuff and keep going, so I don't want to eat up all the time. So Jeremy.
Thank you, Warren. Well, I'll start with the safety program, and I guess I'll say, first of all, that a lot of what Warren talked about, we've got several programs from CAL FIRE represented in the room today, but our department has really expanded over the last 3.5 years or so in this area, whether it was the research and development stuff was something that was under my position's responsibility just 3.5 years ago. It's now a separate function. Our occupational health program is represented up here in the front. That used to be something that was under the safety program. The wellness component that Warren talked about just a few years ago was still under occupational health, and is now it's standalone with our employee support services. So we put a tremendous amount of work and effort in building out some of those things to meet the needs of not only our employees, but the California Fire Service and the fire service in general. And that's one thing that I kind of take to heart. I may be a CAL FIRE employee. We may have 12,000 people that I'm up here representing in the role that I'm responsible for. And through our cooperative agreements, we have about 950 volunteer firefighters across the state that are under cooperative agreements that we have with local jurisdictions. And so when I'm talking, I'm representing not only all of those people, but I'm also representing the California Fire Service and firefighters in general, depending on the aspect or the place that I may be speaking or coming from. Our safety program contains all and is responsible for all of the traditional things that a fire department safety program might be responsible for. Oftentimes when you don't know where to send it to, it's a safety program problem, and then you send it to us. Yeah, and it might be sent to one of our other sister programs that have an expertise, or maybe there's somebody else, or it's maybe it doesn't really have a home and it's something that stays within the safety program. And so learning how to, as these programs have expanded out, who has the responsibility, who has the subject matter expertise. We've got some great intellectuals and with master's degrees, things that Warren and I don't have, and just like nutrition. So we've been able to step into that area with true subject matter expertise and background and experience, where it's just not a firefighter like Warren or I trying to make the best ideas about what we've learned about anatomy, physiology, and nutrition over the course of our career. And so the safety program, we do all of those typical, IIPP programs and CalOSHA regulation oversight and training and education to make sure tracking trends and how are people getting hurt, how are we mitigating those things. But kind of specific to what we're talking about here today and tomorrow, a lot of our time is dealt with now new regulations through CalOSHA and recent laws that have been passed and now starting to be enacted through CalOSHA, and regulations specific to firefighting here in California, which is a new thing for us. That's taken a tremendous amount of work, obviously with CalOSHA and Dr. Mike Wilson, but also for us internally as we try and understand what those impacts are to us. We work with them to develop those regulations and be a part of that process, and then once those regulations are developed, what the implementation looks like. So right now, we're working on putting extractors and dryers at fire stations for PPE, looking at the number of PPE garments that we have and making sure that our employees have enough to maintain the cleanliness that we want to see and are required to have now in CalOSHA regulation. And there's obviously processes and procedures that we have to go to identify where we have funding shortages and then attempt to find the money or go after the money to implement those things that we need to do. And so that's one big thing that we're working on right now. The other one is our PPE just in general. So we have a PPE working group, and kind of to echo what Warren was saying, we can't do anything, whether you think CAL FIRE is the largest fire department or one of, it really doesn't matter at the end of the day, because even as large as we are, we cannot find all the answers, nor do we have all the answers within our organization. So to be able to reach out and create those partnerships with the researchers and Dr. Burgess, Dr. Ron, our regulators like CalOSHA and Dr. Mike Wilson, or our manufacturers like Kelly, and we've got Lucas here as well from Mystery Ranch, and all those are the relationships that we need, so that way as questions come up about our PPE or how we do things or how we might need to do things in the future, that we have those subject matter experts that can help us guide us, and that we need to understand and be available to those folks to be the assistance to them in fulfilling what their needs are. If you have a desire to do research, but you have no fire department that wants to participate, then what value is your research going to have versus what it could have? If you have a manufacturer who wants to come up with a development in their PPE, but no willing participant to try something new or to make a tweak to their process or change to see how it might work, where do you really get, or how quickly can you get there? And so if you have a regulator that you're not participating in their process of development, are you going to be dealing with something on the back end that is just something that can't work or doesn't work perhaps as best as it could because you didn't take the time to invest in their process? And so that's probably one of the biggest things that we do in our safety program, is understanding and trying to make those relationships. Does it take time? Absolutely it takes time. But if you don't put the investment in, then you can't get it out either. And so whether it's just the people that I represent in CAL FIRE or those beyond in California or beyond in the nation, I don't feel like me as an individual, or much less our organization, is doing what we can do to help push the ball forward, right, Rick? And I would say another thing is that, you know, we have been involved in the NFPA in the past, perhaps not as big, whether it be California and the fire service did what it did and was able to do the things that it did in California, perhaps sometimes without the input or the need of input from the East Coast or a different way of doing things, or maybe even our organization saying, well, we're large enough and we can do things in a way that we need to do them, and what we do doesn't impact others, and what others do doesn't have to necessarily impact us. I don't think that's where we are anymore, and I think that pendulum has swung for us as an organization. And certainly the regulations that now are pushing NFPA requirements in time to regulations here in California has certainly, at least for my position, increased my interactions with NFPA, and I sit on a committee that essentially deals with all the wildlife stuff, along with Joe Tenike and Rick Swan formerly. But our interaction at that level is important too. And one of the things that we talked about at one of our last meetings in February was, we as the fire service, when you look at that committee, we as the fire service need to stand up and step up a little bit more and help the manufacturers, help the researchers, because if the researchers want to do a project and we aren't telling them what to work on, then it's what they're developing and working on really what we need in the fire service. And if the manufacturers are working on something where they're looking for upgrades and impacts, and it's not really what we're looking for as an end user. Are they spinning their wheels? And so it's important for us to stand up and assist and give back or be a part of those processes, so that way these things move forward. Are there any questions about what we do or about either of our programs?
One of the things that I just like to tag on to what Jeremy said there is that for us, you know, vetting whether it's a vendor, whether it's somebody from internal that's proposing an idea, that proposal process is very key for us to help us understand whether it's meeting our mission, vision, values, and goals of that. And that's something that Dr. Ron has filled out, right, in terms of, and that's really what got a lot of buy-in from all levels in the department to really supporting the study and moving forward and getting the support not only from program, from region, and also unit level to bring it to fruition, because it was a heavy lift, I'm not going to lie, because to get multiple units involved, to get our academies involved, to track those folks, to come up with a tracking mechanism, to put out an information campaign. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but sometimes firefighters aren't the most trusting people with medical information, right? So getting that information out really required a total approach from our whole entire program in that way. But also, you know, at the end of the day, though, we needed to figure out whether it met our intention and ask the questions that we needed to ask from a programmatic level from us. So, Chief Wheatley, do you have anything you wanted to speak on in terms of anything? Good? All right. Any questions, though, guys? Come on, somebody's got to have a question.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm curious, Mike Wilson, CalOSHA, what over the course of time that you've been building these programs and so forth, what your sense is of the sort of the safety culture within the workforce, and have these ideas become more embedded and more accepted, both around sort of, as we've been hearing about personal protective equipment, but also just the sort of where safety and health lies in the firefighters' priorities over time.
Safety aspect of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's increased. I mean, whether you want to look at it from an educational side or just more information coming out in the development. I mean, I think about, just as one example, I live in Sonoma County, and the fires that we had in 2017, nobody at that time, it wasn't a big thing for firefighters. It certainly was not a big topic of discussion for the general public about air quality and what actually air quality meant and those values, or your access to what values were. It's smoky today, okay, because the fire's going. Fast forward to now, that is a totally different scenario. I mean, you can take the average Joe citizen, and they're going to know more about what that is now than we did then. So I think that kind of stuff is out there. I think you have, outside of generational changes in the workforce, but I think of some of the things that we put in place with the nutrition, whether it's from nutrition from an eating perspective, the physical fitness, and some of the ways that we're testing and training our folks at the academies and how we're rolling that out. I think that stuff is totally different than what it was just a few years ago.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'd follow up real quick and say, one of the things that I've noted with CAL FIRE, and actually you guys were the reason why we've changed the way we do research entirely, and Dr. Wilson, we talked about this with the respirator project, is we integrate now a behavioral portion to every project, right? Because a lot of the research that gets done, oftentimes you just see sitting on a shelf and collecting dust, and there's this barrier to implementation. And so Dr. Stricker, actually, she's been, the sort of cornerstone on actually, right back there. She's also responsible for this whole symposium, so I can't take any credit.
No big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. But honestly, asking the question of the firefighters, so, looking at decontamination of PPE as an example, we find out through her work that 70% or more of the firefighters don't regularly decontaminate their wildland gear. But the number one reason why they would is leadership, right? Looking toward those captains and other folks that say, hey, this is part of the responsibility. And I think, you know, George Broyles on our team also had brought up a very good point, which is it's not just training, it's education. You know, letting folks know not just to do it, but why they need to do it, right? And that you know, bridging those gaps, that has been fundamentally one of, I think, the most important changes I've seen within CAL FIRE is bridging those gaps and recognizing that there are cultural and behavioral barriers to implementation, and let's work on overcoming those. So, you know, just my perspective.
No, and just to tag on to that too, is that, Joe's been waiting patiently.
No worries.
Is, you know, from our perspective in terms of communication and partnerships, that has been essentially key because Jeremy's program has the same message as ours is, and the importance of what we do and what we do. We have classes on it that Chief Wheatley helped to develop. We have messaging from labor that has helped to reinforce that. So it's coming from multiple different areas. Yes, maybe the language is a little bit different, but at the heart of it, the message is the same, right? And that's been a really key piece, I think, to improving the overall health and safety and communication of a department as a whole. I'm going to go to Joe, just because he waited patiently.
No, it's okay. You know, when you say training and education, there's one more step that, and it's investment. And what's happened within the department, and I look at the in-state user, the boot on the ground people at the fire stations or the crew camps or different programs. And what I'm experiencing is we've got the training and the education, and then you invest in the infrastructure. And so what you're seeing now out of the personnel that are the responders out there is that they are changing practices, and because it's coming from leadership down. See, whether it's a field battalion chief to a station captain to firefighters at the facility, and they are changing the practices on how they're applying this. And we couldn't do this separately by ourselves. If we weren't united, both labor and as well as the department doing this, we wouldn't be able to be successful in this endeavor right here, because we'd have, if somebody's going to be a dead fish, they're always going to go with the flow downstream. But because we're all swimming upstream on this, recognizing the importance of it and investing in stuff, and then everybody being here, I'm actually seeing practices that I didn't used to see when people will come back. It's a muscle memory now to want to clean your gear, to want to take care of yourself when you have the opportunity to do it. And now you're working on investing in other products that will lessen the risk. Go from 0 to 60, celebrate that 60 if you got something in respiratory protection while you work on the other 40%. And so that's one of the things that it's because of how you're doing the strategic plan. This stuff used to be omitted, years ago in our careers, that it's a priority. And that's why we're starting to put a dent in on things like that and doing things different than were done earlier in my career. So that's a credit to, and a compliment to each of all of you, and to Matt and to Kelsey too, as facilitators, that you're all here like this, and I think we're heading in the right direction.
And I also want to be clear to you, right, just so I don't get in trouble here, okay, is the language that's up there are internal to us as a program, right,
Sure.
and how we head to, right?
Sure.
But that leadership aspect, though, comes from a department level, right? We take those ideas and we define those in a way that helps to support our program so that ultimately we can meet the mission, vision, values of the department. And George, before Kelsey cuts me off, or she's like, George had a question.
So, yeah, your last bullet there, you mentioned you empower your employees and families. You help your lives. Do you have a direct outreach to families or the employees?
So yes, we are very lucky in our program. As I said early on, there was an investment in both the uniform staff, our support staff, but also that family component. And we do have personnel that specialize in that support staff and family component aspect. We're all trained on that aspect of it, but we have some specific personnel that work to bolster that side of the program.
And then a lot of our educational materials are shared publicly on our social media. And then like our app that has really a database for a lot of our information that's available to our families also. So we always educate when we present that your family members be able to download this also and access all those resources that are for them. And then I was just going to share another example of culture change is we often get called, or fairly frequently get calls from new captains when they go to take over a new station. It's their first time getting to be the station captain, who will call us and have recognized the goals of the strategic plan for CAL FIRE and say, hey, how am I supposed to do this at my, they're a new captain, they're finally going to be able to like run their house. And they'll call us and ask us about things like extractors, about warm zones, cold zones. Maybe they're at a station that was built in the 1970s or earlier. And so that culture is absolutely there now, especially somewhat with the new generation, but just as people promote and they feel that new responsibility, I think that people have new questions and that it's obvious because we're getting those calls on how we can help and empower those people at those stations.
So the culture change as well, to piggyback on what Katie is saying, just like what Warren was saying and what Mr. Tanak was saying, was the investment and the legs behind it. The legs behind it and the investment didn't really start until 2019, 2020. So we're now in year 4, and for any statistically significant data, you have to do 5 years of research, right? So now, if we look further into it also, like the new captains that she's talking about, having been engineers, having gone through the 8 to 10 hour program plus of our behavioral health and wellness at the training centers, that have gone through whatever PT program and wellness program we've had for them from 11 to 14 weeks, having gone through their apprenticeship program as engineers and tried to implement, but not only been responsible for things, not in charge of things, are now the captains, having gone through their 3-year apprenticeship program to change the culture. In the last 4 years or more, we've done approximately 5,000 students. 5,000 students, which we have a population in our department of 10,000, 12. Okay, so that is obviously growing. Our program is working, but like we've also said before, it's a huge ship to try and turn. So the things are getting out there, the program is working, the culture is changing. It's just a matter of reinforcement.
And just final thought I guess I'd like to leave folks with, and I'll turn it back over, is that really these efforts, whether they're health and safety, require all of us in this room, right? And that's why we're all here. And so that impact that we have, though, through these variety of partnerships, I will say that as a person who started in our department in 1994, I've seen a lot of changes happen, and I've seen a lot of changes happen for the better. And I'm actually really excited to see like where the next generation of our employees end up taking this, because I tell Chief Wheatley this, right? When I'm said and done and I sign on the dotted line at some point, right, is that my hope is that I provided a good enough platform for whoever takes that over to move the needle even more, right? That's my goal. So thank you.
Thank you all so much. All right, next up we have Dr. Burgess. I got to know him a few years ago as he reached out to us to work with CAL FIRE on a cancer cohort study. And one of the interesting things about the work that we're doing, and these just remarkable partners that have agreed to come down and speak today, is that they represent on a national level some of the best research that's going on in firefighting today. And so to be able to bring that to CAL FIRE, to bring that to the state of California, and to sort of bridge those gaps between a lot of what we've talked about and we've known for many years. I'll talk a little bit about the 2014 Symposium 10 years ago when we sat in a room very similar to this. One of the things we recognized was that wildland and urban interface firefighting was easily a generation behind that of structure and high-rise. I don't think we can say that today. I think we've come a remarkable distance in only 10 years.
And it's because of folks like Dr. Burgess and his team that we've been able to do that. So with that, I'd love to have you talk a little bit about the cancer cohort study and the work you're doing in California.
Great, thanks, Matt. So, we do collaborative research. And so the academics learn to speak firefighter, and it's music to our ears when we hear statistically significant coming out of the firefighter. So just, we're making progress both directions. So. All right, how do I get this up to oh, there we go. Okay, thanks. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the firefighter cancer cohort study, the information that we have here, and some affiliated studies too. And so I think, this is just a summary of kind of things that we know. So Dr. Kat Navarro, I just want to point out this is kind of her work right here, really looking at that there's information out there from a kind of exposure side, looking at estimated risk, that there is a risk of lung cancer mortality and cardiovascular disease. But we also know some other things. There's been great work done over the years on lung function, for example. And so those things are inflammatory changes in general, both for lung function, for inflammation, oxidative stress, which I'll point out are two mechanisms by which you also can get an increased risk of cancer. I'll cover that in a moment. And also cardiovascular disease, which we shouldn't forget about because it's a leading killer of firefighters as well. But I'm going to be really talking about the cancer. Another thing I think to keep on your radar screen as you move forward is reproductive outcomes. Unfortunately, that's a problem for the fire service. In the structural world, we know less about it for wildland, but I think probably you would expect that that would be an issue too. But probably that's for a future talk. So what do we know about firefighting in general? Well, IARC met in June of 2022, and they determined that firefighting is a group 1 carcinogen. In other words, occupational exposure as a firefighter causes cancer. So specifically, they looked at the information, the epidemiologic studies looking at cancer rates across countries, and they did these meta-analyses, and they found that 7 cancers had increased rates compared to the general population. So mesothelioma, which is from asbestos exposure, bladder cancer, which is from PAHs and other things, so polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. These two, they felt that they had what they called sufficient. They couldn't find any other potential explanations. But all of these are elevated. So colon cancer, prostate, testicular melanoma of the skin, and non-Hodgkin lymphoma are all elevated. They just felt like there could be some other potential explanation, which is why they put them in limited. So furthermore, and I think this is really important, because our work is to prevent cancer, not just to measure its outcome. So you want to look at the ways in which exposure can cause cancer. These are called key characteristics of carcinogens. There's 10 of them. There's actually 5 that are operational in firefighters. In other words, they have strong evidence, which is the highest level. Direct damage to DNA, changes in gene expression that can cause cancer without underlying damage to DNA, oxidative stress, chronic inflammation, and then direct activation of receptors that lead to cancer. So according to the guy that ran this particular group, because I was thankfully one of the folks that was able to be there, when they did this, and actually about 15 years ago when they did it before and didn't have the information that we do now. And apparently this was, I think, the greatest number of mechanisms of any of the groups that this guy had run before. So there's a lot of things that we need to block to help prevent cancer in firefighters. So if we think about the differences now, so they applied that to all firefighters, but the information came for structural firefighters by and large, and overwhelmingly from male structural firefighters. So we know less about the effects on women firefighters. But we do know that firefighters are exposed to multiple hazards. And among those are a number of group 1 human carcinogens. And we know that wildland firefighters, while the exposures aren't exactly the same, have many of these similar carcinogens, including benzene, formaldehyde, pH exposures, which include both known and suspect human carcinogens. We know that the pHs go up after the urinary PAHs, the measure of exposure, go up in wildland firefighters. So this is at prescribed fire, and there was recently a project that study that just came out in Portugal that clearly showed an increase in pHs as well. I don't want to forget about this, carbon monoxide exposure, because we haven't talked about it as much, but the problem with all the respiratory protection that we're looking at now is not protecting you against that. Only SCBAs do. So just keep that in the back of your mind as we move forward. So, the mission of the Firefighter Cancer Cohort study, so kind of shifting over, is to do community engage. In other words, we're working collaboratively with firefighters to help prevent cancer and also other priority health conditions like reproductive health, which we, again, don't have time to talk about today. Our goal is to enroll 10,000 firefighters and follow them over 30 years. Why? Because there's a long period of time called the latency period between exposure and onset of cancer. It can be actually over 30 years for some form of lung cancer. And critically, we do this as compared to the National Firefighter Registry, which NIOSH does, which is fantastic. I really recommend that all firefighters sign up for that because it'll provide huge information. They're going to get to hopefully 200,000 or more firefighters. Really powerful. We'll get to that statistical significance that was mentioned before. But what we do, which is a little bit different, and we are working collaboratively with them, is we collect biological samples. And we can say a lot and do a lot with those. So blood and urine, when firefighters enroll, every 2 years, and after specified exposures to answer questions that the firefighters have. So where are we? We're about halfway there. We just passed over 5,000 last month. About 140 departments, 29 states will be adding 2 more, Idaho and Utah pretty soon. Some critical things here, we have a substantial number of women firefighters, and we can answer a lot of questions there. Again, won't be able to cover that as much today. Separate studies on volunteer firefighters. We have about over 500 in our current collaboration here of Wildland, including CAL FIRE. Also separate work with other groups as well. And really think about this as an umbrella for doing research. So we have 12 research centers we're working with right now, including the Wildfire Conservancy. And so anybody who wants to study firefighters, we can use the same type of mechanisms to collect data. And when we do that, we can answer bigger questions by bringing everyone together. So it is a collaboration not just from the fire service and academics, but across multiple institutions. So I wish that we could say that we had government funding to do 10,000 firefighters for 30 years. It doesn't work that way. So we have to kind of like piece it together a little bit so you can see the different funding, the different individual projects that we do under the umbrella of the FFCCS. A lot of FEMA funding, but also funding from NIH, from NIOSH, from IAFF, from fire departments, the Arizona Board of Regents, state of North Carolina. And actually, what we don't have actually here, and that's my bad, particularly for this meeting, is CAL FIRE and the Wildfire Conservancy. So I missed that one when I was putting this stuff together. I'm going to add it on there because I think that's critical as well. So I'm going to talk a little bit about a previous WUI study funded by NIOSH, our kind of 2 wildland studies that we have so far, and a brand new one that's looking at WUI that's coming on board. So how do we do these studies? We use biomarkers. A biomarker is just something that you can look at either the exposure, the effect of the exposures. Generally, we use urine for a lot of the shorter-term exposures. We can look at PFAS in blood, too, as kind of an exposure measure. And then generally, we're looking at the effects of exposure in blood. We can also look at it in urine as well. So you heard me talking before about kind of this latency period. It can be as short as 3 years for some forms of leukemia, more than 30 plus years for some form of asbestos-related lung cancer. And so you get this period of time between the exposure and onset of cancer. And the reason why it's really important to look at these biomarkers is you can answer questions now and not just have to wait 10 or plus years to see whether your intervention prevented cancer. I mean, that's not the way to go. We want to stop it earlier. And so you can use the biomarkers to really see what. We look at biomarkers of effect and see are there ways that we can treat or reverse those. And then eventually we want to get to this early detection of cancer and other outcomes too. We're kind of working on that, but everything in blue here we haven't gotten to yet, but it's something that we want to work on. So today I'm just going to hit a little bit about looking at smoke exposure, pH specifically, hit just a little bit about kind of some work that we did in the structural world that we want to apply to wildland too, looking at ways of preventing exposure, some biomarkers of effect here, and then again, really focused on wildland and woolly here. So how do we measure kind of exposure? Our kind of go-to so far has been looking at urine. So we specifically look at these PAHs, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. And why do we do it? Because everyone always has, and because they're always present in a fire. I don't care if it's a structural fire or wildland fire, you're going to find them. They do contain, some known, and as I said, suspect human carcinogens. And the beauty of this is it looks at both inhalation and diurnal exposures. So both are important, and this kind of sums it up, if you will. But it's not just PAHs. You're exposed to a ton of things, and this is just a proxy for all those other things. And I just have, I was proud of myself for figuring that I could put the chemical inside of the urine in the cup there. So, and that's one naphthol. You heard about naphthalene previously. It probably has the highest concentration of pHs that firefighters are exposed to. And interestingly enough, some work that was done by some my colleagues at the University of Arizona shows that you actually get these metabolites of naphthol binding to DNA, and you can measure that in the blood and in the urine of structural firefighters. So it's something that we can look at kind of moving forward. So this is just, I wanted to give you some ideas about the way that some of these tools have been applied in the structural fire service, but think about how that we can do them in the wildland service as well. So Brian had mentioned before this idea that anyone at the fire scene, so not just the kind of the firefighters that go into the fires and the captains, but also the engineers as well have exposure. So the blue is the baseline, so this is before any fire. The red is after the fire, but before we put interventions in place. And you can see here that all of these groups had increases in their urinary PAHs with a fire. This is just going out to any routine residential fire in the city of Tucson in this particular case. And when they put interventions in place chosen by the fire department, so they put their engineers on air. Hardly any department does that, I get it, but that's what Tucson Fire chose to do. They reduced their exposures by 40% by doing that. So, and then they did kind of a wash down, clean cab, shower as soon as you can when you return to the station, had about a 33% reduction in the exposure to their firefighters. The captains actually didn't have a reduction there, if you noticed, and it turned out that they were having communications problems. As soon as they were coming out of a fire, they were removing the regulators so they could communicate on the radio. So they saw this, they looked to see the source of the problem, they identified it, and they got better equipment, so now they've reduced that route of exposure too. So sometimes even when you don't see what you want, you find information that you can use to improve the situation. And the other thing, and we learned a lot from working with firefighters. As you can see, I don't take every lesson well because I gave you that one chart that was too complex, but the firefighters, when my colleague Captain John Gallardo, when he did this, and he was trying to convince the Tucson firefighters to try these different interventions, he pointed out to them that each of them is a dot here. So it personalized the data. I thought that was brilliant. And so now we're actually returning data, and I'll show you that in a moment. But this idea that this work involved the individual firefighters, that they can personalize and understand it came from them, was really powerful. So we're talking about biomarkers of exposure. I want to talk about biomarkers of effect for a moment. One of the ones that we really focused on a lot are these epigenetic changes. Again, these are things that change gene expression, but don't change the underlying DNA structure. There's two kinds we're looking at, DNA methylation and microRNA. And the way to think about these things are light switches that under normal conditions keep your cells doing the right thing. But when you have exposures, like exposures to fire, could be other things too. Shift work is a probable human carcinogen, for example. If they get dysregulated, then you end up with abnormal cell growth. So these things are known to be on the pathway between normal cells and cancer. So if you get these changes, you're going to have an increased risk of cancer in the future. Although we can't tell you exactly your individual risk. These are kind of general tools so far. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this except to say that for microRNA, they regulate about 1/3 of all known genes. So we have these panels that we can look at, about 800 microRNAs that are known to have functions in humans. And we can, and we have ways of doing QC for all of these so we can look at multiple ones. And when we do that, what we find, and another thing too that I want to make sure I don't go too fast on this. One of the things that we've done, and we're also doing with CAL FIRE, is this idea of comparing incumbents and recruits. Because you always need a comparison group. So if you do that, obviously they're different in age, but we can adjust for that. Then you can get a lot of information almost immediately when you enroll them, comparing the incumbents and the recruits and adjusting for things like age, et cetera. And when we did that in Tucson Fire Department, this is what we're doing right now with some of the CAL FIRE data, and we'll hopefully have in the not too far distant future results that we can look at to see how similar they are. We find the microRNAs that are statistically different between the incumbents and recruits. Anything above this line went down, so FC is fold change, incumbents as compared to new recruits, but anything here that's below 1 went down in incumbents. Anything that's above 1 went up in incumbents. And what we're finding, unfortunately, in the structural firefighters is that essentially everything from a microRNA that's going down is a tumor suppressor. So that's not a good thing. That increases your risk of cancer. And here's the different type of cancers that these microRNAs are known to be associated with. So it provides a link between exposure and increases in certain types of cancer. 2 out of the 3 things went up were oncogenes, again, which will increase your risk. And if you look at the new recruits over time, which we're also doing with CAL FIRE, so over a 2 to 3 year period, you actually see many of these same things are changing even within 2 to 3 years. So it happens relatively quickly, at least measured by the microRNAs. All right, so DNA methylation is even more complex. You look at almost 1 million different sites. And I can't even look at this information directly. I need to work with biostatisticians. We all work with huge teams. But, I mean, they're the ones who know how to look at these really big data sets. And the way that these are CPG sites, which are sites where methylation occurs. And when you methylate at these sites, you generally decrease the amount of the expression of that gene. But some exposures increase the methylation, some decrease it. And so when we did this in structural firefighters, we found we found that there were 680 sites that were significantly different over time, and many of these genes were linked to cancer, but also other conditions. So this doesn't give you information just about cancer risk, but about other things as well. And then really importantly here too, of these 680 sites, 140 were associated with cumulative fire hours or cumulative fire runs, which is why we're collecting that information on our study participants from CAL FIRE, or we will be, to be able to figure out the extent to which these changes are due to fire exposure as compared to something else, like shift work or even stress. The other thing that we found, and this is not in wildland firefighters specifically, is that you can look at DNA methylation patterns and tell your age, your biological age or epigenetic age. And if that's higher than your chronological age, you're at risk for a lot of different disease conditions. You may have heard of this. It's kind of fashionable for people to be measuring this, including some of the billionaires that are out there. They're kind of trying to reduce this. It's actually, you get this epigenetic age acceleration, this unfortunate, older biological and chronological age in incumbents as compared to new recruits. So, and again, adjusting for age. All right, so I'm going to give you some results that are specific to either WUI or wildland. This is work that we hope to submit pretty soon. We took, in this case, LA County and Orange County WUI firefighters, or they were type 3 units that went out to a campaign fire. We had about 100 firefighters. About 80 of them ended up going to a WUI fire, 20 did not, and we looked at DNA and microRNA analysis. And what we found were that we saw differences over time in these firefighters that were due to both structural and WUI fires together. And we can find differences in these microRNAs that are associated with, for example, colon cancer. So the group as a whole, they had decrease in tumor suppressors in colon cancer, which would increase their risk of colon cancer. And then if we looked at pathways that changed in the whole group, we're seeing, again, a number of things that are associated with cancer. So thyroid, carcinoma in general, hepatocellular carcinoma, and also some other pre-cancer conditions like myelofibrosis, et cetera. Doesn't mean the firefighters had all these things, but the pathways would put them at increased risk for these over time. Now, the thing that we did also, and this is what I think is particularly interesting to this group, because that could have been structural fires as well. We compared the 80 firefighters that went to a WUI fire during this 10-month period and the 20 that did not, and we found differences, including differences in microRNAs associated with prostate cancer tumor suppression. So if you went to a WUI fire, you had a decrease in this tumor suppressor microRNA. Doesn't mean you're going to get prostate cancer, but increases your risk. So just giving you an application of some of the tools that come out, and eventually we want to get to the point where we can give a score to a firefighter and say, you know, you're at higher risk, maybe you should go for increased screening earlier, things like that. That's where we're trying to get. But it's a bit of a pathway. So again, and here's some of the other things that were different between those that went to a WUI fire and those that did not. And these were big campaign fires. So interestingly enough, however, over the same time period, we weren't seeing much in the way of changes in DNA methylation, suggesting that you need more than 10 months to see these changes. All right, so in summary, we are seeing in structural firefighters, microRNA and DNA methylation changes over about a 2-year time period. That's what we looked at there. And in these WUI firefighters, over a 10-month period of time, we saw microRNA, but very little in the way of DNA methylation, just suggesting that the markers are useful in different cumulative exposure settings. All right, so that's where we've been. Where are we now? Working with CAL FIRE and with other fire departments. We're looking at exposure to carcinogens across both wildland and WUI fires. We're in the process of measuring these biomarkers of chronic epigenetic effect. Those are the DNA methylation microRNA. We're adding wristband monitoring because that can tell us about chemicals that we can't find in urine. This is with Dr. Heather Stapleton at Duke. And we're set up now to look at the effectiveness of interventions chosen by the fire service. So it could be the work that Dr. Wilson and Dr. Derek Irwin have been doing for the PAPRs. It's up to the fire department and also our partners, Dr. Ron and the Wildfire Conservancy, again, to choose what we want to measure. So we also are in the process, and we learned, again, a lot, as I said, from the Tucson Fire Department previously, of reporting information back as rapidly as possible to the participants. So we give them their urinary pH metabolites, where they were at baseline, where they were after exposure, and kind of like a general population average through the CDC and Haynes measurements. So we do this for each of the 8 pH metabolites. So they can kind of see where they are and that they went up after the fire. And sometimes they're surprised. I mean, they know they're being exposed, but to actually see it in their own urine gives them some concern, right? And so it's also important for us not to just raise their concern, but give them information about what they can do about it. All right. So where are we? I'm going to give you some initial data on the approximately 100 samples we have across California, Colorado, and Wyoming that are our current partners. So of these 100 samples, we've analyzed the same pH as we talked about. And the idea, again, is to understand are there particular exposures that give you higher, exposure settings that give you higher pHs in the urine. This is the thing that we've had on, that they had to check off that was on the urine bags. We also have a survey that we're going to be doing this. You can do it by cell phone if you want as well, too. These were 83 individuals. Some gave more than one urine. And again, almost everyone was non-smoking. These are generally full-time employees. At least half of them were incumbents as compared to the recruits that we were enrolling. And this is, again, hasn't been published yet. We're still working with the Wildfire Conservancy to kind of figure out how to present this and submit it for publication. But what we're seeing is increases in 7 out of the 8 pH metabolites, looking at baseline and after a fire. The only thing that was different was this 2-naphthalene. That did not go up. Interestingly, I don't know why. We certainly saw that go up in the structural world as well. And so if we looked in general at, if we excluded the naphthalenes and looked at all the others, we're seeing probably about a doubling of the pH exposures between baseline and post-exposure. And then if we look at the post-exposure samples and look at particular settings where we're seeing higher levels, it really is both the direct and indirect suppression. And honestly, I need to learn more about what this means. I know what mop-up is, but I'm learning more about some of these other things as well. And so, the Sawyer Swamper was up, firing operation. Mop-up actually was a little bit lower than we thought, but again, this is just the first 100. We'll be collecting more as we move forward. But this is some of the initial results we have. If we look in the big settings of WUI as compared to prescribed fire, I actually thought, I've heard different things about this, but I was a bit surprised. WUI was the highest. That wasn't a surprise. But the prescribed fire was actually a little bit higher on average than the wildland fires. So, and a number of these prescribed fire also were pile burns that in previous work that we'd done with White Mine and Apache hot shots, we really didn't get much exposure there. But one pile burn may not be the same as the next, right? So, but this is just our initial findings so far. We also were looking at the amount of time it took between when you collected the sample and afterwards. And I heard that Kelsey got these these ones right at the beginning, or right when they came off. Yeah. So that's why you have so many people had 0. So good work, Kelsey, at getting that. But we surprisingly, I expected to see more of a decline here. So this is something that we're looking at. I don't have a good explanation for why it wouldn't be lower with more time. But some of this could be the fact that it's still inside of the skin, as Dr. Orman was talking about before too. So quick summary here. Urinary pHs increased in this CAL FIRE plus population with wildland firefighting compared to baseline. There were certain job tasks that appeared to have higher exposures. Again, these aren't things that were necessarily statistically significant because we have relatively small numbers, but something that we hope to have more information with on time. Also, we did appear to see some differences with higher exposures under WUI fires and that we shouldn't just figure that prescribed burns are low exposures because they might not be. And then here's some of the interventions that we could be doing to test. I'm not going to go over these individually, it would take too long, but these are things that previous fire departments that we've worked with had suggested that could be done. From things from dermal, exposure reduction, inhalation, kind of mixed or administrative like job rotations. Again, it worked for some fire departments, not for others. All right, so I know I went really quickly, but I want to end up with just some experience that we can get from outside of the country. So we have a quarterly international call. So Dr. Wilson had presented in the last meeting with Dr. Irwin about the PAPR use. We've had the Australians in the state of Victoria present on their PAPR use, that they're kind of independently, kind of convergent evolution, I guess, that are coming in using the same type of approaches. But when I looked at what the Australian bush firefighters were doing, they've been using disposable respirators for ages, just your regular N95s. They actually, almost all of them have either a half face or a full face silicone respirator. They don't use them all the time, but they have them and they like them, and they don't want people to take them away from them because they can use it if they want, if they feel like they're getting too much exposure. The problem is, we had a similar thing when we were using air purifying respirators during overhaul. We did a study in Phoenix and Tucson, getting to structural firefighters for a moment. They didn't want to wear their SCBA during overhaul because they were tired. They wanted to see if something else was effective. It turned out, and in Phoenix, where they were using air purifying respirators, that they actually had higher exposures than the guys in Tucson that weren't wearing anything at all. So I just point that out as a kind of a cautionary tale that if you give a firefighter a respirator, they may go into settings with increased exposures thinking that they're protected. And it won't protect them against CO. So you just have to think about that as you're moving forward, which is why I think it's really important to do the research to make sure you're helping the firefighters and not hurting them. But they have a lot of experience there, and I point out that the firefighters do like this. They like to have the protection. They're worried about the CO. The temperature conditions, Australia is a hot country, many parts of it. This is something that is a huge problem for them. We need to continue to focus on. And I think really they haven't started as much looking at reduction in dermal exposure. So I think we're moving there.
In relation to the decontamination procedures with the full or half piece, so are there mitigation measures in place with that part of it? And are they utilizing it? Do they see that people who don't utilize those mitigation measures, they have higher levels of exposure, that kind of stuff?
So they haven't done the type of studies looking at the effectiveness in the field. They had some initial work kind of done in controlled settings, looking at the the effectiveness of the filters, but they really haven't had as much work to see whether they've reduced the exposure, let's say by using urinary pHs and stuff like that. So, not that I found anyhow. All right, I saw Matt looking at his wrist, so I better finish up here quickly. I just will say that the new study that we just got funded by NIH is going to be doing similar work that we've been doing with our wildland firefighter partners, but in this case with LA County Fire Department, Orange County Fire Authority, on WUI firefighters. It's similar, but really focused on WUI, where we're going to use the same idea of urine and wristbands, also doing some additional work looking at urine metabolomics, which I don't have too much time to talk about today, and to see whether we're seeing these same changes and whether we can prevent them by using exposure reduction interventions. So the two sets of studies will talk with each other. Again, one more being the WUI as compared to the wildland that we have in our current projects. And the other thing that we want to do too is make sure that we're reporting back really quickly. Really quickly for us is within 2 months. I wish we could do it faster than that. It has taken us longer in the wildland world so far. And all right, I'll just finish up by saying that these are some of the next steps that we have. Expanding the number of wildland urine collections because we have more power to answer questions that way. We'll have epigenetic changes here shortly that we can share with people. We'll be enrolling some other states. We're doing the exposure interventions, the WUI study. This is one thing I wanted to point out here too. We have a big women firefighter study. We're seeing reductions in reproductive reserve in the structural women firefighters, and we have started to enroll some women within the wildland world too. We report this information back to them. They found it very useful. And we're there to answer questions by the fire service. And we have a lot of people. This is a big group, a lot of people to thank for all this stuff. And then this is a picture from Northern Territory looking at some of the prescribed burns that they're doing. I love the picture, so I'm sharing it with you. All right.
Any questions?
I had one real quick. I
Sure.
saw a bunch of the extreme outliers that were getting like 4 or 5 times the amount of PAH content per year. Did you guys look into those individual cases at all, or are you just looking at the conglomeration of the data for the trend?
So this is like, I don't know if you call it hot off the presses, but close to it. So these are the things we want to do. Why did some people have really high levels? That's really important. So we want to understand why, you know, we do call them outliers that you know, certain criteria. But to understand why those high levels are the way they are, I think is really an important part of our research. And we haven't got there yet, but it's something we want to do. Yes?
Yeah, I think this is kind of, that's interesting work. It looks like there's a lot of scatter in it, so if you're going to want a lot larger populations. So it's good that this is going. One of the things that was raised there, one of the things I've seen with PAH is the lifestyle issues, right? That we know so much more now, and I worry that we're not educating our staff around if you're overweight, if you're diabetic, if you smoke, and fortunately right now, at least the self-reported smoking is fairly low, and that's great. And you've seen that evolve over time. But what you eat can very much affect the pH.
And I think, you know, the pH is particularly like you grilled meat.
Right.
That's something we ask about beforehand because that can certainly give you higher levels. Yeah. But I think even more broadly, your diet, the amount of exercise you get will affect these same epigenetic markers. If you exercise more, if you eat a Mediterranean diet, you can actually get some improvements. Yeah. And those are some of the things, you know, in other projects where we're seeing increased markers of inflammation like CRP, C-reactive protein, which a lot of you probably have heard of before. So, you know, those, again, we know very clearly that some lifestyle interventions could help. But we're focusing, you know, on the things that the Forest Service had asked us to do so far. Sure. But in the future, I think that's, you know, this whole wellness idea is huge. Yeah. Because you can counteract some of these effects, I think, by having a, you know, a good lifestyle.
Yeah, I think I would strongly encourage that we help to do that education step while this is getting started.
No, I agree.
So I think, go ahead.
I just had a quick question about the miRNA changes that you saw in the new recruits. Did you end up going back and looking at sort of the exposure profile of those new folks and kind of what was the origin of those?
Yeah, so yes, we found that you could relate a number of them to the most recent fire, so that there were changes acutely. Even though there wasn't a cumulative fire effect, we looked for that, but we saw that they were related to the most recent fire. And microRNAs could be really quick, and they can also be more persistent. So I think you have to look at them. Each one may have kind of different characteristics. But yeah, there is some relation to, obviously, the exposures that they have. But there's also, as pointed out, there's diet, there's other things that can affect these as well. Shift work, as I mentioned before, is a probable human carcinogen. It's going to have an effect. Likely stress is having a role here too. And so certainly firefighting can be stressful, right? So those are all things that we don't really understand well enough yet.
All right. Well, we are ready for lunch. It's just outside. But I want to encourage everybody to be back here by about 12:30, 12:35, because we have a cohort of our students from Cal Poly, and I don't want to steal their thunder, but they are working on a project related to respiratory protection for firefighters using what I think has the potential to be a very exciting new technology and opportunity to protect respiratory issues for firefighters. So they're going to give our presentation during lunch, no pressure, but you got to knock it out of the park for these guys. You got one shot! Yeah, but go out there, enjoy lunch, and let's make sure everybody's back here about 12:30 or so. And we'll continue eating things here and all that while the presentation's going on. things that folks at CAL FIRE, as they've advanced their research and development programs across wellness and safety and other divisions, it's interesting to see that the tail is no longer wagging the dog, right? The department is establishing its own priorities and identifying work for manufacturers and others in the industry to help respond to. The group of students with us here today, I'll let them introduce themselves. It was part of the funding received from CAL FIRE to talk about innovative projects. And so one of those projects has to do with hose clamps and trying to identify a better hose clamp, because this, as it turns out, for extended attack, tends to be about 65% of the errors that occur during a fire incident. Just the simple use of the hose clamp. So let's see if we can develop a better hose clamp. The other project was maybe let's look at respiratory protection from a very different perspective. And so there are some really interesting research projects out there, totally unrelated to firefighter health and safety, but looking at basically an air curtain of breathable, clean air in front of the breathing space for firefighters. It's intriguing enough to say, it's worth exploring. And so we have this very bright and engaging group of folks who know more about physics than I certainly do. Here to talk to you a little bit about their project and share some of what they've learned here. And I thought it'd just be a fun opportunity for us to, help highlight some of the work that's being done in collaboration with the Conservancy and CAL FIRE. So with that, I'll have you all introduce yourself and talk about your project. Thank you so much for being here.
How's it going? Thank you, Matt and Kelsey, obviously. And we are First Respire, and we are a Cal Poly senior project team. We're all from different engineering disciplines. I'm Jack, I'm manufacturing, Tommy's general, Oliver is biomedical, Xavier is electrical, and Calder is mechanical.
And Peyton couldn't be here.
Peyton can't be here, he's a new father. And we actually started this off as combining two existing projects, and we aim to provide a strong basis for next year's project to figure out any issues that we have with our current design, and this is going to be our PAPR-inspired system for WUI applications.
Yeah, so really our goal is to develop and design something that provides cool and clean air to the firefighters without inhibiting any of the vital aspects of their role, like communication or respiration or anything like that. We're also, one of our main goals is to make the device very easy to be adopted and kind of use that as a design focus rather than hitting a bunch of really high engineering standards and specific industry standards. We're trying to just make a device that's better than nothing and will be adopted by the firefighters so that people will wear it, because right now there's not much to it.
Yeah, so I'm going to walk you through, this is just a sketch of our whole assembly right now. We've been prototyping aspects of it separately, and now we're going to be working on testing those subcomponents and integration of the entire system. And it starts with the inlet here, and we're going to filter the air as it comes in. We're looking to take out particulates, ash, soot, VOCs, and we want to do that in a compact, light manner. And after the filter, we have a blower, which is going to power the whole system. That filter and blower are going to be on the hip, hopefully out of the way of all other gear and all the ergonomic movements that operators might experience. And also, along with the filter, we've got a couple fans that fit the bill already, but they need to be compact, they need to really move a lot of air, have a good flow rate. And our electrical engineers, Xavier and Peyton, are making sure it works with AA batteries as well, which are already being carried. And then, of course, heat-resistant tubing to make the air get to the main assembly, which is the air curtain.
Okay, yeah, this is basically the most important part of our design that's different from some of the other stuff is the air curtain assembly. right here, it's made up of just going to be a single 3D printed air curtain piece that attaches to a polycarbonate heat shield, and then that whole assembly attaches to the helmet using magnetic clasps. And so the air splits into two at the inlet of the air curtain, and the air going to the upper section is being used to increase evaporative cooling on the face of the user by blowing air down across their face, and then the idea is it will also flush out any smoke or particulate matter that might work its way behind the heat shield while they're on the job. And then the lower section, that's being used to create like a high-speed protective wall of air that comes down from here and like meets their chest and keeps the ambient air out and also maintains the quality of the air they're breathing. Basically, for Oliver mentioned that it needs to be better than nothing. Our driving thing is it just needs to be better than a bandana, so it's obviously not a perfect system. It's hard to get a very good seal with an air curtain like that, but we're hoping that it will improve the air quality in a measurable, significant way.
Yeah, so we chose this design because as we received feedback from our sponsors and other firefighters, a few important factors kept recurring throughout that we believe we needed to address. One, as mentioned earlier, is the environmental debris needs to be kept out through the filtered air. And through this process, as mentioned earlier too, our goal is to get a cooling effect through the filtered air because of evaporated cooling. And then secondly, we wanted a system of clear and visible communication, because a typical mask design, it obscures the mouth. But with our air curtain design, because as we see there's a face shield that we are providing, that's going to be clear, and that way the mouth is not obscured. And then lastly, the whole air curtain is going to be easy to take on and off. As you can see, there's many components to this. So through a system of magnets and quick releases, the firefighters can put it on and off when they need it.
I don't know. Just the next slide. Yeah. Thank you.
Maybe. I was asking for a software update, sorry.
Okay, there we go. All right, we're currently in the prototyping phase. Basically, we spent the first quarter coming up with our design. The second quarter, we spent trying to figure out exactly what all the components are and start printing and prototyping stuff. So right now, we've just printed our first iteration of the air curtain, and we printed a first iteration of the filter and fan housing. And the idea with the air curtain is to do some very rough initial testing. We're just going to drill holes along the bottom edge and upper edge, and then blow air through it using a fog machine, so we can get a visual of like what the shape of the air curtain looks like, and then we can also measure the speed and flow rate and see how that changes as we move along as we move farther away from the inlet. And then we're using that in conjunction with just some flow simulation software to try and optimize the shape and number of outlets on the top and bottom, so that we can make sure that we have the right shape of the air curtain and right strength of the air curtain, and then we have the right relative sizes of the tubing between the upper and lower section, because we need most of the air to be going to the bottom to create that protective wall and not so much to the upper section. So the idea is to use the initial prototype to do some real world testing and then also simulate that to try and figure out how we need to arrange the outlets and size the tubing to get everything to work properly.
Yeah, and we're also, as Calder mentioned, we have the first assembly for the filter and fan housings. That's allowing us to begin testing and just test filter quality in real world scenarios, as well as in like lab scenarios. It also allows us to take it out to firefighters and ask people who would use it, if it's the right size, weight, stuff like that, so we can get feedback before we get too much farther along in the design process. If something's like not going to work at all, better to know now.
And then, like Jack mentioned, our device is going to be powered by specifically 8 AA batteries. So it would look something like this, and we want the firefighters to attach it easily to their hip. So it's really important for us to make sure that the power source was not only something that firefighters already know how to use, but also something that they already carry on them. So that way, when the device ends up dying, then they could easily just replace the batteries and keep going. We're also designing the device to last about 2 to 3 hours so that it can withstand the life of the filter. And so that way they can just both easily be swappable out in the field. And then I think the last thing was that considering all 3 things with the filter and the power supply and the air delivery, we're just really making sure that all of those things integrate smoothly and to make sure that this device is ultimately just improving the work life of a firefighter. And then I think at the end, we're just really looking forward to questions and overall feedback so that we can improve our device. We're really hoping to have a wearable prototype by the end of May so that we can go to our local firefighters and have them try it on and give us more feedback. And we would love to get feedback from all of y'all. But yeah, thank you so much.
Any questions? Yes.
Yep. Have you guys addressed the potential issue of the outer visor being secured with dirt, smoke, moisture?
Is Frank here? He had this exact same question when we talked to him, and right now we're not focusing on that. We were thinking of creating like a wiper or something like that, but because just the task of getting the actual air curtain to work really well, we're focusing on that, and the idea is that issues like that, which we're worried about, if we don't have time to address them, then the next group who's going to take on this project next year would look into stuff like that. But that, yeah, other people have mentioned that, so we're aware of that, and we're thinking about it, but right now we don't have a solution for it.
I was just going to ask if you guys have CAL FIRE contacts down there in the local unit, and if you don't, there's any number of us who can provide you with some contacts down there.
Yeah, we have a couple contacts at this point, as well as with just some of the local municipal firefighters. Yeah.
One of the things I thought about too, right, is that in terms of being usable with goggles on, if a person needed to wear goggles for one reason under like high wind conditions, embers blowing through the air, that kind of stuff, would it still be compatible with that or no?
We were hoping it would replace goggles, but because it's not directly on the face, it's far enough out that they wouldn't be able to put goggles on underneath. It's just like, it would be kind of a pain.
One of the things I thought about too was that, have you guys maybe thought about, and obviously it sounds like it's working in phases, right, in terms of development aspect of it, but have you guys thought about approaching helmet manufacturers about what that might look like in terms of integration within a helmet, and putting everything, if you could somehow lessen the energy use, right, put the fan on top or in the back, and then make the integrated air system on the top of the helmet inside shoot down so that they're not wearing anything on the front anymore. And it actually might act as a twofold mechanism in cooling their heads at the same time and helping to reduce temperature. So,
yeah, we did have that thought early on about trying to feed the air through the helmet, especially from like a cooling standpoint. But that's another thing. It's just like, well, it's beyond the scope of what we could achieve in a year. So right now we're just trying to make it work. We have a helmet that firefighters are currently using. We're trying to make it work with that. But obviously in the future, for this to actually be really optimized, you'd probably have to ideally make a new helmet.
Another thing is, when we got feedback from the local firefighters, they said that they're okay with weight below the shoulders. They don't want anything on the helmet, so putting the fan on the helmet, not really ideal, but if we can run tubing from the hip all the way up to the system, which is what we took and what we're trying to incorporate, that was the idea we were going for.
Are you in the phase where you guys have looked at or addressed the durability of the fan, the battery pack, and any and all the hoses, and what have you found as far as durability?
So for like the fan and that whole section, the fan itself, we're using a system developed for like NASCAR and rally racing. So it's designed to be pretty durable and get banged around quite a bit. Right now it's all 3D printed with relatively cheap plastic, but that's just for the prototyping phase. Once we get more into it, we'll start using like high thermal resistant plastics and stuff like that. I can't speak much for the face shield and stuff like that. I haven't worked that much on that part.
Ideally, once we have like something you can attach to the helmet, we're just gonna try and break it and see how easy it is to break. Yeah.
Yeah, these next couple of weeks is gonna be a lot of testing.
Yeah, I think the value here is, and one of the things that we realized early on is what we talked about with Rick and I, the research for research's sake, right? Like there's a lot of things that we end up doing in our own silo where we think these are the only solutions, and we keep trying to square peg, round hole, the answer. And so one of the things is like, let's just have new minds look at these issues, come up with new technologies and things, and they're going to have their hurdles, there's no doubt. But as, if this shows value, if an air curtain actually shows value in creating a clean, breathable space, and at the same time, like Warren, what you said, helping to cool the firefighters at the same time, helping to, deal with some of the heat stress out there, and you get this sort of 2-for-1 value on it, is it worth exploring? And, is this worth, an investment in understanding new opportunities, taking us in a different direction that we've never really thought of before? And it's, from my perspective, we often get stagnant and kind of entrenched in our own ways, right? And so letting outsiders take a look at our problems and try and come up with solutions, I think, gives us a tremendous amount of value. So I'm, hopefully, as you guys, this is the second semester or second year that's been dealing with this issue. Hopefully, as new iterations and things, come across, we start to see that there's, potential here. And so far, it's looking really good. Yeah.
I just want to add one follow-up question, because yes, I understand wanting to integrate the system in the helmet. Part of the appeal of having magnetic connectors on the helmet is, one, it's a good way to retrofit existing equipment, right? It is so much harder to bring in new health and safety equipment if it's something brand new that the manufacturer has to make, and you have to buy one for everybody. If you can easily retrofit an existing piece of PPE, much easier to implement. The other thing too is a lot of people have an emotional connection to their helmet, and so telling them that they need to get rid of it and wear this new thing with a fan attached to it, again, from an implementation perspective, when we met with them in person, whatever, or maybe it was Zoom the last time a couple months ago, we talked about the magnetic connectors and that kind of thing. And it was like, oh, that is not something that I would have thought of, but what a great idea to be able to take this thing on and off. The other thing that makes it beneficial is then it's situational, right? If you are in a situation where you need the air curtain, you can just attach it easily. If you are moving into, IC, or you're going somewhere else you don't need anymore, it just comes right off, right? There's nothing complicated. It's not an integrated piece of equipment that you have to have on you. So I really liked that idea for that reason, but I just wanted to throw that out there, that from an implementation point of view, it is so much easier to retrofit an existing piece of equipment, because it's that you're already comfortable with the helmet you're wearing, nothing's changing, the fit's not changing, you're just attaching something to the outside. So that was it.
Yeah. With that in mind, talking about the magnetic connections, would the positive pressure from the fan keep any metal away from skin contact?
There shouldn't be any metal between, because the magnet. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking metal in terms of magnetic attachment. Is it not metal, or?
It is metal, but it's all basically it's encased in plastic completely. There wouldn't be any exposed metal that could come in contact with the firefighter's skin, because the magnets are strong enough that through like a 1 millimeter, 1.5 millimeter 3D print, it's like it would still be able to attach to the helmet. So we don't have to have especially because the temperatures are so hot, just don't really want anything that conducts heat that well that could touch someone.
And Calder was doing the math to see the perfect strength of magnets where they're not going to come off as fast as you
that's
swing
the
your
other
head.
thing, yeah.
Yeah,
Like if you like,
but that you could still pull it off quite easily, and it's a good shape to stow. There's a lot
yeah,
of
if you physically whip
yeah.
your head as fast. These magnets have like between 3 of them, it's like 25 pounds of pulling force. So like you can't whip your head fast enough.
But with intention, there should be no problem.
You can, but you're not going to be okay afterwards.
Some firefighters are going to try it. They weren't okay to begin with, though.
It's the first day of spring term. Why aren't you guys in class?
This was more important.
I agree.
Yes.
I just wanted to say thank you for taking this project on. I know it's a prototype, and there's a lot to still figure out, but as we're hearing, this is clearly an issue that a lot of us have faced with nothing for a long time, so I just wanted to say thanks. Very appreciative in looking at new ideas.
Thank you.
I wish you luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, well, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for giving us some time to present.
This is exciting stuff. I think, part of what you'll see too is our next speaker, Dr. Dykes from Cal Poly, is here to update us on the Wildfire Institute that's there, talk a little bit about the research and the projects that they're working on. And like I said earlier, one of the nice things that we're seeing today, and Rick and I, and maybe Joe remembers this, I don't know if he was in the room, but many years ago, and I'm not going to say which university it was, but there were a bunch of firefighters in Washington, D.C., sitting around the room, watching research presentations, and one of these very prestigious universities had spent $1 million in funding from FEMA to study ice cream consumption in the fire service. And remarkably, the results were that ice cream isn't great for firefighters and health, right? Did we need $1 million from Harvard University? Oh, sorry. Well, from Harvard University to study ice cream to tell us that it's not great for us? No, we know this already. There's a lot of intuition that goes into this. And so the nice thing is Cal Poly is very much, as a Polytechnic Institute, very much in the applied research side of things and being able to answer real-world questions. Been a great partner of the Conservancy, and obviously have a lot of talented faculty and students working with them. So with that, I'd like to introduce Dr. Dykes to talk to us more about what's going on at Cal Poly.
Thank you. All right, so I tell my students to read the instructions, right? And yet I did not read the thing to see you guys are even here today. So this is very, very exciting, especially because as I was coming up and looking at what I was going to be talking about today, it's like, oh man, I hope they don't ask me any questions about the respirator, because I didn't quite know. All right, so I'm going to give you sort of a talk about the history of how we ended up having this institute, the process by which we got there, and kind of tell you about some specific projects that we've got in mind that we're presently doing, and we've got more stuff along the way. And so I'm representing both the WUI Fire Institute at Cal Poly, but also the California Fire Science Consortium, which I'll be talking just a little bit here. And just know for both hats that I'm wearing, I'm with the government and I'm here to help, sort of thing. So the whole idea of the Institute was kind of formed out. We're trying to avoid scenes like this. And this is not a setup shot. I've had, unfortunately, too many of these things where we see this sort of cycle repetitive loss. I have been at ground zero at the largest fires, California, Canada, Australia, I've been to some major ones in Europe, and there's these same overriding factors that we see over and over and over again. And so our goal is to try to alleviate, this, I think in the 90s and in the early 2000s, we always heard about how can we reduce that cycle of repetitive loss? And that is sort of my goal that's been there. So this started off You know, it's two primary characters. Some of you know Chief Dan Turner, which is a unit chief with CAL FIRE, and then myself. And he's been a wonderful mentor for me since arriving at Cal Poly in 2001. I was very happy to go study fire ecology at Yosemite at 10,000 feet, you know, sort of thing. And he kind of directed me to a more perhaps pressing path. So, which is of course the WUI. So where are we at, you know? And I don't think we're doing so great, right? So we've all seen that, you know, that we've had some of the most destructive wildfires in California history, which is, you know, our landscapes are designed to burn. But we've had the most horrific fires possible just within the last 10 years. And then, you know, was the statistics, 30% of our top 20 fires all occurred in 2020. And so we're recognizing this is part of drought. You know, we also recognize there's a whole suite of different things that are kind of causing these issues that we're seeing, this repetitive thing. And it's not just one thing. And so like when 2020 broke out, you know, the reporters coming up, you know, who's right? You know, was it President Trump that was forced management, or is it President Biden about climate change? And I'm like, yes, they're right for part of the story. And it's much, much more complex, and it varies by place. It varies by, you know, time as well as we come through. So we continue to spend mucho dineros on suppression costs, and I'm not discounting that. I think that we need more firefighters, more equipment, and everything that we're going on. But in my opinion, sort of like, you know, I've had these talks. Kate Dargan, Tanya Hoover, previous fire marshals for the state. We want to shape the battlefield so that these firefighters, these soldiers, if you will, would be more effective that's going on. And so not only the wildfires, we see the fires that are happening all around. You know, I've been to fires in Canada that were literally 1 million acres, and in Australia it's 1 million acres, and it's like, well, so what? You know, it burned up, and that's just what happens. But it didn't really impact people other than the smoke maybe 500 miles away coming through. So these consequences, however, are much more than just economic tolls. It's disrupting communities, it's disrupting health, as we've been saying, it's impacting us as who we are. It's like California for the last 5 years, and we got a reprieve with the massive flooding we had last year. But most of us in the room, we have experienced some sort of trauma based upon these fires. And this has been kind of the early stages of this has been kind of trauma driven, as an impetus behind getting this institute. So I mentioned Chief Dan Turner, and I first met him in 2001. He was unit chief at the San Luis unit, and he was kind of telling me about his experiences and kind of rethinking things. And he was deputy IC on the Oakland Hills fire, and he watched in an afternoon. 25 people died, nearly 4,000 buildings burned down, and that had a significant impact to him that kind of changed his trajectory. It made it more important. It became personal. And I listened to Dan through times, okay, that's great. And then 2003 fire siege happened in Southern California, followed by the 2007 fire siege on almost the exact same areas we said never happened. But sort of my quintessential moment of aha is that I was working in Australia, and I was at ground zero at the Black Saturday fires. And you're digging through the rubble sites, whole families died, frankly, needlessly. Through their entire towns that were completely burned to the ground, and it was traumatic. And I remember even like sitting there pulling out of the rubble this statuette of this pregnant woman that was praying, and I was just sitting there staring and thinking about my own family. And I literally looked up and looked at my watch, and it was about 3 hours later. So a lot of us, our careers have been shaped by trauma, and this is kind of the impetus behind how this institute got started. So you know, we look at the approaches that we use, and Dan and I talked a lot about this, and we kind of kid, you know, it's our approach historically in the U.S., we wait for the fire, where's the smoke? We're going to try to bury it with money, and then, God, please let the wind change, you know, sort of thing. And that's not going to work. And some of the things like, you know, Matt, you were mentioning about seeing new ideas. We've got to explore these new ideas, and we can't keep doing the same thing over and over and over. It's like, I recently spent time with a friend that we went to middle school together, and we were bullied mercilessly. And we're like, man, I wish I would have just done this to stop the bullies. And we're starting to learn that fire, as ecologists, this is terrible for me to say, is like a bully. How are we going to defend ourselves against the bully? I will say, and this is going to rub some of you raw, and Dan has kind of brought this too, we will never, ever, never, ever, ever, never, ever solve our WUI problem with just more firefighters, more helicopters, more engines, etc. And do I want more helicopters, more personnel, more engines? Absolutely. But if that's the only focus we're going to have, that we're doomed to fail. Now, I will tell my people, the ecologists, the ologists that are out there, that you know, all these prescribed burns and fuel treatments that are on there, if that's all you're relying on, you will never, ever, never, ever, never, ever, ever solve this problem. It's too big. There's too many disciplines that need to be involved. In this example, like I constantly show my people that working in Tasmania, that the Tasmanian Park Service every single year did a prescribed burn right next to this little community. They put in a 100-yard fuel break between the town, but if you notice the town, they've done nothing. And all it would take was one ember to get in there, and all the work, the good work that the agencies were doing, that would be completely not. So we have to have these partnerships between the private and the public. We've got to look at this from different scales, from the houses to the landscaping to the landscape that's out there. That's going to help the first responders get in there and do the very best job they can. So we don't have to have the secondary sort of disasters, whether that be mudslides or water contamination or all these other things that we see. All right, so one of the things I keep telling, you know, again, my people is like, this is really our experience in the last, especially 15 years, 20 years. This is not a wildfire problem. This is a building and infrastructure burning down and people getting killed problem. And so we've all seen sort of these photos, and I've noticed this everywhere I go. I see it constantly, that you've got building after building after building completely destroyed. And if you look around at it, it's like the vegetation is still there. So it's like, what's going on? You know, so we've got to protect the houses versus embers, which is the primary cause of that. So Dan and I were asking, what are things that we can do? And we started getting involved in some sort of multidisciplinary research at Cal Poly together. Him having an operational mindset, but broader thinking, me more of a fire behavior and fuels, vegetative fuels sort of a look at thing. And we started partnering with different groups on the Cal Poly campus. So we worked with NIST, looking at compressed air foam. You know, how is this more effective, you know, or less effective than, what are the safety issues compared to water? We wrote this, a lot of you probably don't know this, is that Cal Poly wrote the very first state hazard mitigation plan, which FEMA is like, holy moly, big giant thumbs up. You know, and that was Cal Poly faculty that wrote that. You know, we're part of the climate adaptation plan that the state came through. We had a project where the Department of Forestry and Fire Protection asked us to evaluate the effectiveness of access into single access subdivisions. You know, what does that look like? And so we're partnering with evacuation modelers, we're partnering with fire protection engineers, we're partnering with city and regional planners. And we started thinking, you know, we're doing all this stuff and we're purposely engaging ourselves in interdisciplinary research. But we started saying, man, there's a lot of things that are going on campus. And can we actually formalize this interdisciplinary research that we already see? And so Dan and I, in about 2015, we went up to then CAL FIRE Director Ken Pimlott and said, hey, we get an idea we want to pitch you, and kind of tell them about the idea of this interdisciplinary research institute that studied wildland-urban interface. And we knew that when he didn't laugh at us or throw us out of the room, we might be onto something. And so we started kind of aggressively at that point, kind of looking at different potential partners, whether they be state or federal or local agencies, along with sort of the private sectors, including the California utilities and other groups like the Wildfire Conservancy. All right, so Cal Poly is really, really cool in that it's got a unique set of these disciplines that all fit within the WUI world. So I come from the fire behavior fuels management sort of world, but we have a fire protection engineering program, at Cal Poly. We have city and regional planning. We have landscape architecture. We have architecture. We have all these things, all these disciplines that we found that they're already doing work in the WUI world. And, come to find out, it's like, I didn't know you were doing that. And so now we're kind of come up like, all right, let's formalize this into an actual institute that we call, I love this, the Fire Institute, right? So, you got fire science and engineering, but we wanted, how can we get out the information to people, research, which is a big focus that we have right now, and then education and experience. Not only to people in the field that are out there now, somebody like you people you're working with in the agencies, but also how can we get our students to get that experience so they're hitting the ground running and kind of hopefully making a difference from day one. All right, and we did it. Yay! We finally got organized, got formally recognition from the university just within the last year and a half. For you guys that are in state or federal government and you think that the wheels of bureaucracy are slow there, come to a university. It's awful. And in fact, Dan Turner, he started, after he retired as unit chief, he started coming to our faculty meetings. So I'm like, dude, what are you doing? You don't want to do this. And after 3 meetings, he finally said, no, I'm not going to do this because all you people do is talk for literally an hour, and the only decision, the only outcome you guys get is when to have a meeting to discuss the same issue down the road. So whatever agency you're at, just know that universities are worse. So we were able to hire in the last year, last fall, you've got Frank Freevault, which is, he will be here tomorrow. He is a previous chief of the Mammoth Lakes Fire District, heavily involved with the International Fire Chiefs. He worked with the Moore Foundation and everything. So he comes in with a different perspective because like we academics, don't tell anybody this, but we don't know everything, sort of deal. And so he comes in with this fresh perspective. And so we're currently in the learning stage from each other because he's learning about us goofball, pointy-headed scientist types and working through that, coming from more of an operational side, but very, very, very thoughtful in his approach to things, kind of big pictures, a lot like Dan Turner was. And so I think we're in very good hands. And I think you'll see that tomorrow when he's talking about the insurance crisis that we have. So be sure to meet with him. This is actually Dan Turner over there. I have never seen him smile larger than that when he finally gave over the reins of interim director over to Frank as the director. He was very, very excited. So go team. All right, so what are we up to now? What are we doing? We have got a whole lot of different projects that we're working with right now. We'll just kind of blow through some of these. Like we've got this, we're looking at this kind of retardant, kind of a new bioretardant that's come through. It was actually developed by a Cal Poly alum. Some of you probably know this guy. I love this guy, but he's kind of like a puppy with ADHD, but he worked with his brother-in-law up at Stanford, created this thing, and now this guy, which I love, he's now a multimillionaire, and I keep telling him I'm up for adoption if he wants to get me out there, because he sold the company. So out of this thing, we see the efficacy is really, really works by pre-applying this to areas, to vegetation that you can get up to like 2 inches of rain. But now we're looking at, okay, well, great. Well, it works with fire, but what does it do to water quality? What does it do to soils? What does it do to vegetation? All these things through time. So we developed an amazing product, and now we're coming in with interdisciplinary team with, you know, soils, plant pathologists, all these sort of things to kind of look at this. Got another thing. This is kind of a head by city and regional planning folks and geography, and I'm a part of this along with Dan, actually, is this Plan Integration Resilience Scorecard. I was like, what the heck is that? Well, this is a formalized methodology that's been used for like floods and you know, heat in other parts of the world. It is developed at Texas A&M. And we're looking at sort of a spatial approach, looking using GIS data to kind of come through, assess what might be potentially at issue in a given community, and then a systematic way of going through all the different plans and policies, whether it be the hazard mitigation plan, would be a general plan, what would it be, you know, all these things are out there, and seeing where the shortcomings might be, and then actually kind of coming up and giving potential language to strengthen that. And so working with a whole suite of partners across California, small municipalities up to larger cities, and trying to you know, get this done. And I think, Warren, your group talked about sometimes it's hard to have the agencies actually get on board. That's one of the issues we got. It's like, man, it's like, we're here to help you. And it's like, oh, it's just another thing to do. But after we go through the process, we found it's been really, really effective. It's like, wow, man, I'm glad we did this. It was kind of painful at first, but we really can affect change the policies that we have for whatever community we're looking at. Other things, you know, PPE. Man, I think they're working with you on this sort of thing, and so you would certainly provide the details. But, you know, we've already mentioned this. It's like these contaminants get onto your clothing. What are some ways that we can potentially avoid this contaminants, just like the on the PPE that's going on? And so we're looking at particulate barriers versus just normal things. And so we've kind of discussed that a little bit earlier with different talks, and we're happily part of this. A friend of mine, Matt Zorb, he's the chemist, and we're working with other folks, you know, in the room on this particular thing. Respirator, I didn't know what you Cal Poly students were up to, and I'm so happy you gave the talk. I just put a thing up there. So you saw that already. It was amazing. You know, we saw the talk earlier about the different types of respirators and whatnot, and this is a this is a fire. I've actually got my COVID hair. I think this is 2021. I was on a prescribed burn, and it was interesting that I put on just my valved N95 mask, and all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, I can actually breathe. And I just bring that out for like the culture. We've kind of talked about that already, thinking about is like we can have all these designs, but will the culture of the people that are supposed to use it actually will? Because I got harassed mercilessly. It's like, what are you trying to do? Social distance from the fire? It's like, no, dude, I'm trying to breathe. And I even remember when I was running, I was on a hot shot crew, and I would put on goggles. Like, oh, what are you putting goggles on, you sissy? It's like, because I can see, you know, it's amazing how these things they actually work. And so hopefully these things that the different designs will actually get through the culture, and the people will use the things that's going to help them, you know, live long and productive lives. All right, another thing we've got, this is an escape plan. This is from the fire protection engineers, and also looking at a lot of different organizations. We're looking at, you can see the escape, you know, that's looking at the environment, the suppression capabilities, the construction of the buildings, access, what are preventative measures, what's your exposure to fire, trying to use sort of this data. Uh-oh, I got 5 minutes. Getting, you know, what is this data saying, you know, from geospatial data, looking at risk in an individual town. And I know we've got fire hazard severity zones, but fire hazard severity zones do not talk about what the actual risk is of loss in an area. It just shows what the hazard is if you did nothing. All right, we've got a cancer cohort. I am not familiar with, I know that there are people who have been working on this, but it's looking at, you know, what if you do this, this, and this. And again, I know we got some medical doctors in here. Don't ask me about this because I'm not completely sure. Just know that we do have people that are working within this field. Like, what are some things, some lifestyle things and things we can do on the fire line to be able to bring down sort of those markers that would, you know, contribute to some of those epigenetic markers, you know, that we might see. Other things, we got a hose clamp that I heard some people mentioning this. I'm not a part of this, but fire protection engineering's been working on this, looking at how can they look at the, help with progressive hose lays, something that's going to be effective, it's going to be safe, and it's kind of like building a better mousetrap, so to speak. And so, also how can we build one that's going to be reliable and it's not going to fail when you most need it. There's a sleep study that's going on. I remember the first fire I was on, I didn't sleep for 48 hours, and I literally started hallucinating. And so that has an impact on people. So we're actually kind of studying this. There's professors at Cal Poly partnering with others looking at, sleep and these sorts of things. So yay. We're also partnering up with the University of Montana, and just let you know, we are not doing this alone, and we recognize that we've got gaps, so we certainly, as much as we like to say, yay us, we want to work with people. We don't want to be in the vacuum. We need to work with you in the agencies. We need to work with some of the private industries, different universities, different groups. We totally recognize that. And so we partnered up with the University of Montana, and so we've got funding to look at like workforce development. And so that enabled me to go out and create this fire minor at Cal Poly it's bringing in students, not just like the typical fire students, but now in my classes I've got political science students, I've got city and regional planners, I've got engineers. I hope to see you in my WUI class, by the way, guys, next winter. It just brings this whole nother perspective to it, and it's just really great for me as a professor and for the other students that they get kind of tunnel vision into the thing, but they're hearing this problem from a different lens. It's been really effective. I designed it so that if you were more into the ecological role, there's one track. If you're into public safety, there's another track that you could kind of come down through. And so that's been really effective, bringing in a lot of students. In one of my classes I saw yesterday, I have a 32-person wait list, and and a lot of these are students outside of the traditional forest and fire sciences majors trying to get in. So it's kind of a cool problem. We're creating living labs where we're doing fuel treatments, looking at the efficacy and what's happening through time. We're using UAVs to use LiDAR to look at fuel profiles and better being able to categorize these different types of fuel types. So lots of stuff happening. Got a big project partnering with CAL FIRE, looking at, cool, we do these awesome, fuel treatments across the state. Well, what's the impact on greenhouse gases along with that? And so we got some really, really bright students. This is one going through some of the algorithms to try to figure all this out. It's not been an easy step, and thank God I've got computer savvy kids that are kids. 20-year-olds that, from the day they were born, they had an iPad in their hand, figuring things out that there's no way that I could have, so good on them. Finally, I'll kind of, the last thing is, kind of mentioned this already, is that I'm the coordinator for the WUI module of the California Fire Science Consortium. You're like, what the heck is the Fire Science Consortium? Well, if you don't know, hopefully you will know, this is a great place that we have really good people from across the state. They're trying to take really, really good science and disseminate it out into a way that is going to be productive. It's going to affect change. And so it's traditionally, looking at, more ecology things, fuel treatments across the area. But when this was first pitched, I brought up, well, we got a kind of a WUI problem here in California. And so ended up, this is a nationwide program, and we have the only wildland-urban interface module in the entire country that specifically does this on science dissemination. So I will pitch this to you. If you have something like a training, or you want to get your good workout, whether it be a webinar, a tour, or whatever, you want to partner to have a meeting, let me know, because that's what we do, and we want to be able to kind of facilitate these things to get the information that my guess is most people at the local station, they're not going to read a 30-page manuscript about nonlinear statistics, but they will listen, for a field tour talking about this is what happened. So this is what we're looking at. So finally, last thing is that our motto is that Cal Poly is learn by doing. I'm changing it to burn by doing, because we're really taking off in a lot of ways, and the university is really invested. I have been sort of the sole wildland guy at Cal Poly since 2001, and the university, we had one new tenure track professor come in last year to Cal Poly, and that person is is another wildland fire person, and she is awesome. She actually Ashley Grupenoff, if anyone knows her, she actually delayed her PhD because she was trying to get her burn boss certification. So it's learn by doing. Applied things is what we're really at, and that is what we're trying to do across the university, whether it be engineering, city and regional planning, architecture, wildland, these things. And so with that, just say that if you have an idea, it's like, hey, this has been running through my head. Is this something we might be able to explore? Frank Freevolt, the director, will be here tomorrow. Amazing, awesome guy. Catch his ear, talk to him. And at the same time, if you have something, it's like, we got this great thing I'd really like to promote to the world. Talk to me, for that California Fire Science Consortium. We want to get that stuff out. So that's where we're at. Lots and lots of things happening, and we want more.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Do you have any questions?
Such an amazing instructor. It's just like no questions. It's
answered everything.
Yeah.
Anything?
No worries.
I would say, so for the community resilience piece, and we chatted about it, and I went to Cal Poly. She's in city and regional planning, but the resilience tool, where can she find that? And she's more on the long range planning side in housing now, but are there places she can find that? Reach out to you, or is it being spread across?
It's something that was originally funded by FEMA that Texas A&M developed, and we partnered with them on the wildfire side. So they're like, "Ooh, this is a new toy we get to play with." But Dutch, I'll give you my business card, and yeah, feel free to call me up, and I'll direct her to the right people, because we're right in the middle of it now, funded by the Moore Foundation through the Institute. So we don't have results, but we have been working with 4 or 5 actual localities in the state. And again, it's kind of painful at first, but it's like, oh, why are we doing this? And then afterwards, it's like, oh, wow, we can make change, real change. So,
cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Are you still producing research briefs?
Oh, to my shame. We're supposed to. I'm supposed to. One of the things, if you have science that you want to make a 2-page brief, if you've got something, I will more than happily, let's work together. I want to get the information out.
I asked because I worked previously with the consortium to turn my papers into briefs, but I was lucky that they did the work of turning my papers into briefs. I also don't have the time to write briefs, so I was wondering if that's something that you have students or any partners to help work on.
I've got a slew of them that actually part of it, I'm trying to make the system work for me. So I had a graduate level class. Hey, part of a thing is science dissemination. Write a brief, pick one of these. And they didn't meet my standards, sort of thing. So,
I like the idea though.
Yeah, make the system work for you. It amazes me too with the briefs is that some of these scientists, they'll spend a year working on a manuscript. It's like, hey, spend 2 hours and it's another little ducat you can put on your grant saying like a deliverable that you did. And like, I don't want to do that. It's like, oh man, get your work out, dude.
We'll have another answer for you here in a second too.
Oh.
I ask hard questions.
You do.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're making me feel bad because I said in the grant I said I would, so guess I need to do that.
Any others? All right. Well, thank you, Chris, so much for your presentation. All right. Next up is my favorite new best friend. We've had an opportunity to work together on a couple different projects, and I think the work that CalOSHA does is foundational for the state because we're running into a lot of occupational exposure issues and health and safety. And so it's nice to be able to break down a lot of communication barriers and be able to collaborate effectively on some of the most important issues facing our firefighters today.
So as part of that, I asked Dr. Wilson to come out and chat with our group and tell us a little bit about the projects they're working on and have a great conversation with us. Appreciate you coming out today.
Great, great. Thanks very much, Dr. Ron, and I really appreciate the opportunity to join the panel today and sort of following up on this theme of innovation that the students sort of kicked off during lunch. I'm going to be talking about innovations in CalOSHA rulemaking, protecting firefighters during wildland and WUI operations, and a couple of just context here. Rulemaking is where is sort of the nexus where the science of hazard and risk and exposure come together with respiratory protection technology, with the realities of the work environment that firefighters operate in and the behavior and experience of firefighters, crunched down into the nexus of the Administrative Procedures Act. So we have to take all of that material and put it through a funnel and demonstrate to the California Office of Administrative Law that there's justification for a new regulation in California, that there's good science, that the technology is feasible, that the application in the field will produce protection that is practical, that will be used, that is actually meaningful and will protect people meaningfully, and in the end is enforceable. That the CalOSHA enforcement operation can enforce it statewide. And so that's the challenge that we're up against, and that's what we'll be talking today. On the innovation side, we've grounded that entire process in essentially a community-based rulemaking process, where we are going directly to the fire service and to understand the lived experience of firefighters so that the rulemaking process is grounded in that reality. And so in the end, we come up with something that's not going to sit on the engine when it needs to be used, but will actually be used and protect people in a meaningful way. So trying to break some ice in multiple areas here. So, okay. So CalOSHA is formally called the Division of Occupational Safety and Health, and we're part of the state's Department of Industrial Relations. That's under the labor agency. And many of you are familiar with CalOSHA's enforcement operations. We enforce general industry and construction safety orders, issue citations, mandate abatements. We give headaches to Chief Lawson and others on our enforcement side. CalOSHA has a Bureau of Investigations for when there are willful violations that result in fatalities. CalOSHA also does outreach, consultation, and education for employers and unions. And then I'm in the Research and Standards Unit, and we develop new standards, we revise standards, and so forth. And those standards then have to be approved by the CalOSHA, or the California Occupational Safety and Health Standards Board, that's approved by the governor. And they vote yay or nay on what we believe is a new standard. So back in 2014, then Assembly Member Nancy Skinner wrote and Governor Brown signed AB 2146, which mandated the Department of Industrial Relations to assess whether CalOSHA's firefighter safety regulations reflect current NFPA standards. And NFPA 1984, of course, pertains to wildland WUI operations. So I'm going to sort of run through 4 points here, sort of from the perspective of CalOSHA, what this sort of environment looks like to us. Looking at firefighters and the wildland WUI sort of work environment. What are the inhalation hazards? Our rulemaking process, and then the collaboration that we've developed with LA County Fire, with CAL FIRE, and the U.S. Forest Service, and now a number of other large departments in the state. So this is just, very familiar territory, but sort of impressionistically, these aren't obviously exposure data, but this is looking at smoke, wildland smoke exposure. These are average days per year of sort of smoke days in California from 2009 to 2013. And then when you look at it from 2016 to 2020, we're seeing, what we're all familiar with, average days from 20 to 60, the purple being 60 and the yellow being 20. So, and firefighters, of course, are at, essentially the epicenter of every one of these events. Another way of looking at this is just, again, very familiar territory. These are smoke days from 2016 to 2020, looking at 2009 to 2013, looking at the yellow band from 0 to 20 days per year. And then the red band is 2016 to 2020. And so, this is the trend, right? We're seeing smoke days, multiple smoke days every year now across the country, but California is lining up the top 5 cities: Sacramento, Fresno, Oakland, San Jose, San Francisco. And then we hit Colorado, Oregon, California, New Mexico, and so forth. Each year, thousands of municipal firefighters deployed in strike teams to fight large wildland and WUI fires. This is the 2020 sort of landscape, firefighters being deployed both from CAL FIRE and from municipal departments to respond to these incidents. Lots of exposure happening here, obviously. The problem here, of course, as we see it, is that during interface operations, they result in exposures to structure fire smoke without the protection of an SCBA. And this is where you have flames from a vegetation fire impinging on a structure and a firefighter, attempting to deal with that wearing traditional wildland gear. And obviously, exposed to the products of combustion as that structure starts to become engaged. This was just from the National Academy of Sciences report from 2022 that we found really interesting, the chemistry of fires at the wildland-urban interface. And again, sort of no surprise here, they laid out all of the materials that are in structures and what are the products of combustion that come off of those. This was just an example from furniture, looking at residential furniture and acrylic clothing, and all of the products of combustion, many of which, as Dr. Burgess pointed out, carcinogenic and produce other health effects as well. Oriented strand board in all of our buildings these days, same thing, lots of toxic air contaminants coming off. As Dr. Burgess also noted, we have the finding from 2022, which was a pretty astounding actual determination by IARC that the occupation of firefighting is carcinogenic to humans, sort of right alongside benzene and asbestos and others, that based on sufficient evidence for cancer in humans for mesothelioma and bladder cancer, and then limited evidence in these other areas. IARC doesn't do this lightly, obviously. So this is we found this to be a pretty astounding determination. So, sort of moving into sort of the rulemaking area, and sort of how does a state agency like CalOSHA sort of try to get its arms around this and determine how to sort of drive this through the Administrative Procedures Act. One of the fundamental problems that we heard earlier was that there's a problem with the lack of a suitable respiratory protection technology. And we can't develop rules and expect them to be passed if there's no feasible technology that an employer can use to comply with the rule. And this was referenced earlier, this 2014 analysis that NIOSH conducted around the lack of why is that? I tried to address the question, why is there nothing out there? Because the hazard is there. We know the problems. The combustion products are toxic. We know the exposures are occurring. But this was just 2 paragraphs from their 2014 report that, based on information provided by manufacturers, the primary reason for not developing an NFPA 1984 standard compliant respirator is the lack of demand or negligible purchasing commitment from the federal wildland purchasing or firefighting community. To move forward in developing a compliant prototype respirator, manufacturers would need sufficient demand or a commitment from federal, state, and local wildland fire management agencies to purchase respirators. So we're in a little bit of a conundrum here. We've sort of approached this sort of rather than sort of tossing our hands up in the air, through the lens of technology forcing regulation, essentially, being that we're in California and one of the world's largest economies, that when we sort of take steps to do things through regulation, it can affect entire markets. And this is just an illustration of technology forcing regulation having to do with sulfur dioxide control technologies related to the Clean Air Act of 1970. And what this is showing is patents that were filed for sulfur dioxide controls from 0 to 120, different patent numbers, from 1887 to 1995. And basically you see very little or no activity right up until about 1970, and that was, of course, when the Clean Air Act was passed. There was a little bit of pre-regulatory effect here as companies were starting to anticipate that that act would pass. It required very stringent sulfur dioxide controls on stationary sources, and so it engendered a very vigorous research and development process, resulting in patents, multiple patents being filed every year, up in between 80 and 100 patents every year for many years. And one of the conclusions from this paper by Taylor was that a relatively high degree of regulatory stringency appears to be a necessary condition for inducing higher degrees of innovative activities. And that just makes sense. The manufacturer needs to know that there's some predictability, there's some certainty that a big state like California is actually moving forward in a meaningful way, and is moving forward with regulations that will be enforceable, and that the state intends to enforce them, and that they're sort of the more stringent those are and the more enforceable they are, the more predictability it gives to the industry, that they can put money into that area and there's going to be a market ultimately. We took this approach previously in our bloodborne pathogen standard, which at the time, this was when the AIDS epidemic was actually really taking off, and what we were seeing were a lot of healthcare workers, EMS folks, paramedics, paramedics primarily, being infected and having accidental needle sticks. And so California was the first state to implement a bloodborne pathogen standard, and but what we really wanted was needleless systems or engineered needles so that you didn't have to recap your needle. If you ever tried to recap a needle, it's really easy to stick yourself, especially in the back of a moving vehicle. I've done it myself. And so, but at the time, there were no devices on the market that were engineered systems, essentially. So what we wrote into the rule was the engineering control is not required if it is not available in the market, which meant that if it is available in the market, it will now be required. And so within 6 months of passing this rule, there were 3 devices on the market that manufacturers had stepped forward with IV systems, injectables, and so forth. And that, of course, now has become the standard in the industry. So just there's another example of sort of technology forcing regulation. Let's see here. So So in looking at the work environment of the fire service and operating in these interface and wildland settings, it's pretty clear that that structure protection, where municipal departments, where firefighters are deployed to protect a structure that's in the line of a wildland fire, is a pretty good application for a PAPR. Very likely with a CBRN type filtration system. On the other hand, when you have line crews who are cutting line, they may be a long ways from an engine, that they need something lighter, and most likely they're going to be needing protection from particulate matter only, practically speaking, in terms of like trying to mount the sort of logistical requirements for outfitting firefighters with PAPRs out in a wildland setting where they're cutting line and so forth. So in 2022, we sort of just looking at the body of evidence and what was out there, both in terms of the science and what was available in terms of respiratory technology, we posted a draft discussion rule that essentially said within 2 years of the effective date of this section, or within 2 years after they are made available on the market, the employer shall ensure that each employee deployed to incidents that may involve wildland firefighting or WUI operations is provided with a fully functional, full-face, NIOSH certified Class 3 powered air purifying respirator that meets the requirements of NFPA 1984. And that sort of launched an advisory process we sort of held an initial all-day sort of technical advisory committee, bringing together an initial group of fire service leaders from both from California but also nationally. Really sort of to say to CalOSHA, okay, let's take this a step at a time and understand the constraints that we're under, and that it was very clear that to move this forward as rapidly as we want it to move forward, given the conditions that our firefighters are experiencing, we really literally did not want firefighters to be facing another fire season without respiratory protection. We also could see that to get this right, we had to take it step by step. The advisory committee made that really clear to us, and we also didn't want to have a false start. We know that there are other jurisdictions in the Western U.S., but also our Canadian friends, folks in the European Union, Australia, and so forth, are looking at what California is doing here. We really don't want to come out of the box or out of the gate with something that's not quite right. We really appreciated and dug in deeply with CAL FIRE, with LA County Fire, and the U.S. Forest Service to set up operational field assessments, looking at some prototype devices that are out in the field, and sort of start to get a sense of what happens when you have a firefighter wear this device and run through some tasks that would normally be done during a wildland incident. What happens without getting too wrapped around the axle? Let's just sort of take a look and see, are we even in the ballpark? Is this even really practical? And so we ran a field assessment first in Castaic, California, which is one of the training centers for LA County Fire. And this was with LA County, with CAL FIRE, U.S. Forest Service. And we looked at a 3M PAPR, an MSA PAPR, a Sunstrom PAPR, and also a Sunstrom non-powered air purifying respirator, and a device developed by TDA Designs that was funded by Homeland Security, also a powered device, and then a device developed by Ventus that's a small quarter mask APR. And essentially, had firefighters put the devices on and ran through a series of exercises. This was the TDA device, and this particular PAPR responds to increases in tidal volume or respiratory demand by increasing the speed of the pump, which helps with this sort of fundamental problem of the work of breathing. So the minute you put a respiratory protection device on someone who's working really hard, the work of breathing becomes really important. What LA County basically had this set up so that we could evaluate these devices while firefighters were cutting line, and pretty hot conditions. It was about 100 degrees, and we could get survey results that they then, after each evolution, firefighters would sort of go through a series of questions and sort of rate their experience. CAL FIRE then hosted a similar operation up in Reading, and we evaluated basically all the same devices with the exception of the Ventus device. And CAL FIRE, sort of ran wildland type exercises as well as a WUI exercise where the engine sort of approaches a building, hoses are deployed, flow water, the hoses are then brought back to the engine, and you move on to the next structure. And we just learned so much from this process, just about the practicalities of respiratory protection where it's never been used before. This is the TDA Draeger device. This is a PAPR with the U.S. Forest Service web gear. You kind of get a sense of how it's you have a half mask respirator that comes through this tube that goes, actually it's coming around through the front into a space in his web gear here, and provides positive pressure essentially to that face piece. Here they are. This was doing an extended hose lay, while wearing these various devices. This was in the Reading device. So CAL FIRE did a great job of taking the input from the firefighters who participated in these exercises, putting them into a visual format. And I just want to run through some of these because we were surprised. I think we were expecting that this was, the firefighters were wearing these devices. It's very hot, and they're doing the work that they normally do, but there was no smoke. They weren't really protecting themselves from smoke. It was just really, what it did was it worsened the job, essentially. And there was nothing that they were protecting themselves against. So there was a bias in the process. But as it turned out, this first question was, to what extent did the respirator interfere with your web gear? Basic question. And this was, the red one was an MSA PAPR. This was the Sunstrom with just a chlorine, particulate and chlorine filter. And this is a PAPR from Sunstrom. This is a Sunstrom particulate respirator, and this was the TDA Draeger device. And so what you see is it's pretty skewed over here to no interference to very little interference with the web gear. This question asks, to what extent did the respirator interfere with your ability to pull and extend hose? And again, 4 to 6 of these respondents said no interference, then very little, some, substantial, complete interference. A couple of others here. To what extent did the respirator interfere with your ability to operate a nozzle while flowing water? And again, sort of no interference. This was encouraging. I felt this was pretty encouraging. Very little interference, some interference. To what extent did the respirator interfere with your ability to hike uphill while carrying tools? Again, no interference, very little, some, substantial. And again, we didn't run these evolutions over several hours, so they weren't conducting these tasks, cutting hundreds of yards of line, for example. They were pretty short exercises. So that's kind of another side of this. We might see this shift down here the longer you wear these devices. Two more. To what extent did the respirator interfere with your ability to breathe while walking quickly uphill? And now you see it's a little bit more. The data are a little bit more spread out here. Some interference, but manageable, substantial interference. But also a few people said no interference. To what extent did the respirator interfere with your ability to breathe while working strenuously? Just a very broad question. No interference, very little, some, substantial, complete. So again, you're sort of looking at this just impressionistically. It's sort of, they're sort of in the middle here. Maybe skewed a little bit to the left. I think the bottom line here, and this was sort of the final question, to what extent did the respirator interfere with your ability to perform your job assignments during the evolution? Kind of an overarching question. And sort of not surprisingly, it sort of ends up in the middle. Very little interference to some interference, but manageable. Some people said none, and some people said substantial. But this sort of said to us that at brief first cut here, that this is actually feasible. It is possible for firefighters to wear these devices, doing these simulated tasks for a limited amount of time. We sort of passed a first test, if you will. And now we need to really understand it in more depth. And so I think, as I was saying earlier, where we're sort of heading here is that, just based on what we learned from those exercises, and sort of even a first cut, that firefighters who are operating off of a Type 1 engine, doing structure protection, that a powered air purifying respirator is actually pretty, practical, is pretty useful. With a CBRN type cartridge or similar cartridge that provides protection against particulates, acid gases, organic vapors. Where you have a Type 3 engine where firefighters are engaged in progressive hose lays, doing perimeter control, this may be a place where a PAPR is fine. It may also be a place where it's too heavy, it's too difficult to manage a PAPR. And so we may need to go in the direction of an air purifying respirator that doesn't have the sort of logistical needs that a PAPR would. And then finally, you have hand crews working from buggies, doing handline work. They might be a ways away from their equipment. This is where a PAPR is probably impractical, and an air purifying respirator that provides protection against particulates only is probably the most practical solution for those crews. So I want to just lay out a couple of problems that we're running up against. This is an industrial hygiene problem, number one, and this is kind of where this is where we really run into the machinations of rulemaking. So our respiratory protection standard says that where the employer cannot identify or reasonably estimate the employee exposure, the employer shall consider the atmosphere to be IDLH, immediately dangerous to life and health. So Respirators for IDLH atmospheres, you have to provide an SCBA or a full face pressure demand supplied air respirator, period. IDLH atmosphere, that's what you're supposed to provide. Technically then, firefighters must wear SCBAs during wildland WUI operations. That's what, that's what it comes down to. We can't reasonably, we haven't yet reasonably identified the employee exposure. It's really difficult to do at a wildland urban interface operation. So we're sort of up against that challenge. The second challenge is, this is also under the respiratory protection standard. There's something called the maximum use concentration, which is the applied protection factor for a respirator multiplied by the permissible exposure limit. So that's the maximum atmospheric concentration of a hazardous substance from which an employee can be exposed to be protected when wearing a respirator. There is no PEL for smoke, particularly WUI smoke. And so you have the assigned protection factor for half mask PAPR is 50, gives you 50 times protection essentially. The PEL for acrolein, which you often find in these fires, is 0.1. So the maximum use concentration would be 5 parts per million. Okay, so that's the maximum that a firefighter is supposed to be exposed to or can be exposed to while wearing a PAPR, a half-mask PAPR. Can we really say that that's what the exposure level is? Probably not. So then the standard says when no OSHA exposure limit is available for a hazardous substance, which is what our experience is with smoke, an employer must determine a maximum use concentration on the basis of relevant available information and informed professional judgment. Okay, so this question then is, should we use a permissible exposure limit for an indicator species that is common in smoke? And then that leads us to this problem. The permissible exposure limit for carbon monoxide is 25 parts per million. For formaldehyde, it's 0.75. For acrolein, it's 0.1. So if we're going to use an indicator, which one do we use? One other sort of industrial hygiene challenge. Number 3, filter the cartridges that are used in these, like a PAPR or an air purifying respirator. They're tested against individual chemicals. They're not tested against the chemical soup of smoke, right? So you can know with a lot of specificity the degree to which a particular respirator cartridge protects you from organic vapors, which is great if you're a painter, or you're stripping floors. You can know with a lot of specificity how well it performs when exposed to sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, formaldehyde, acrolein, hydrogen fluoride, hydrogen cyanide. These cartridges are tested against individual chemicals. The problem is there is no test required to assess the ability of the cartridge to filter smoke. Combustion products are highly variable depending on conditions. How does smoke affect breakthrough and the life of the cartridge? Kind of a fundamental technology problem. If you expose the cartridge to smoke, do you start seeing acrolein and formaldehyde blowing through in 5 minutes? I don't think we know the answer to that question, and we can't really sort of proceed with rulemaking without really understanding that the technology genuinely protects people. So in addition to PAHs, what other products of combustion should be tested? Obviously, there's a multiple that could be tested. We must understand, it says, how cartridges perform under actual smoke conditions. And then this is the last slide, which is sort of a final challenge. Does wearing a PAPR or APR increase cardiovascular stress while performing typical tasks at an interface or wildland incident? Do these devices worsen heat stress? Do they change or affect situational awareness on the firefighter? Again, really important questions that we're sort of up against. And we have, with our fire service partners launched and sort of have supported research work that's now sort of getting launched at UCLA, at UC San Francisco, San Jose State, and UC Davis to start to really focus in on these very sort of fundamental technical problems that we need to break through to be able to take a rule forward past the rigors of the Administrative Procedures Act and the questions that will come to us from the Standards Board as to our confidence in the practicality of these devices, how well they perform under actual conditions, and will they meaningfully protect firefighters in a way that then CalOSHA can substantively and meaningfully enforce. So that's sort of where we are. And again, thank you, Dr. Ron. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today, and really appreciate the opportunity. Thanks, everyone. Yeah.
All right, do we have any questions? George.
Thank you very much. My name is misunderstood. 45 seconds ago.
Yeah.
You said you were looking at PM but not CO. Can you explain what that decision was based on?
Let's see. What was it? What was the? It was
earlier on.
Yeah.
When you were looking at what you're going to filter out, basically, I think you decided you're going to focus on particular.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think this is sort of the question, because so your question is there something within? Is there an indicator that we could use for assessing smoke concentration, essentially? So we can then establish a maximum use concentration, we could, the permissible, you need a permissible exposure limit, and you need a assigned protection factor to come up with that maximum use concentration. And so it really depends what PEL you pick. CO has a PEL of 25 ppm, acrolein is 0.1. These devices, of course, as Dr. Burgess said, they're not going to filter out CO, and so we have to, and sort of a piece of this is that we have to figure out how to deal with that problem, most likely through continuous monitoring of firefighters when they're wearing a PAPR, continuous monitoring for CO. But this is sort of asking the question, the fact that we don't have a PEL for smoke, is there something else we can use that is always present in smoke? We always know it's going to be there, and could be essentially an indicator species, if you will, of the presence of smoke. But I don't know, George, what your question was then.
Not precisely, but we can talk about it later. Are you aware NWCG put out a recommended PEL for wildland firefighters back in 2012? Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I am, and I think we're like, very likely going to be pointing to that, and so we should talk more about that. Yeah, it'd be great. Thanks, George. Yeah, yeah.
But isn't that kind of the history of how the RPP evolved? Was it, as I understood the history, was firefighters were, in order to fight the fires, they were putting on filters. They would stay longer than they should, and it hasn't, because smoke has good warning properties, so you leave. And the potential for heart attacks from CO exposures, that's sort of how RPP evolved, I think, was, hey, they need to have exams. If you're going to wear a respirator, it takes into account their risk. And that's always been a concern. I understood it, that when you remove warning properties, are we going to overstay? I would think it'd be something that could be studied. I think there's been some studies in Australia in wildland, typical exposures to CO, and it was primarily concerns when they got into swales. I think they got low spots in that, but
Could people hear the point? I mean, it's a fundamental point that we're sort of up against. And that is that, you know, you have firefighters who up to this point have not been wearing any respiratory protection at all. They then put something on and it feels more protective than it really is. And so you get further into something that you might have backed out of earlier. And I think, yeah, Dr. Bruce, I think this may have been something that came out of your overhaul studies. I'm not sure.
No,
Go
I
ahead.
mentioned that previously, but I just wanted to say that I can't overemphasize how important the work you're doing is. It's giving firefighters an additional tool that they didn't have before. And you're doing it in a way that, you know, leverages CalOSHA, the work in the fire service, so it's fantastic. There's always going to be some issue you're going to have to deal with, right? And CO is, I think, an important one. The Australians monitor CO. So you mentioned they actually had a fire at like some coal mine. And that was the problem, that had really high CO levels. And so they had a whole monitoring system they put in. In Queensland, they're using personal exposure monitors, et cetera. It's kind of because they realized this. So, but I just wanted, you know, that this wasn't PAPRs necessarily, but it would apply to that. When you talk with the individual firefighters out there, they so appreciated having something like when they're having to hold the fire line, and they can't see because the stuff is burning the crap out of their eyes, and they have a horrible headache that lasts, you know, through the next day, and they put these things on, and all of a sudden they can see, they can pay attention, they don't have that horrible headache overnight. I mean, it's they are afraid that someone's going to take away this stuff from them. So there are uses for these things. Of course, there's going to be issues, but I had no idea going into it that I'd have a wildland firefighter who wanted respiratory protection so badly until I saw what they were doing. And these are just standard APRs. They're going to have increased, you know, burden of breathing, whereas the PAPRs really don't have that as much.
Yeah, I so appreciate your comment, and I think it just speaks to a harm reduction model, that we're not going to get to perfection, but firefighters are experts at using their tools. They understand the limitations of their tools, and this will fall into that same category. They'll understand the limitations of the respirator, and they'll use it appropriately. The challenge for us is we have to be able to argue that our understanding of the degree that we are reducing harm is sufficient, and is just and that a statewide regulation, we can justify a statewide regulation on the basis of that argument, recognizing we're not going to have perfect protection, and we're going to have to put in other kinds of controls. You know, we did sort of informally, one of the TDA device, the TDA engineer brought one to an LA County fire station out in the wildland, essentially, and out in Lancaster. And he brought the respirator. I showed up, and we were going to sit around the kitchen table and look at it and try it out and so forth. And they got a fire, a little brush fire. And they went out and they put the fire out, and firefighters said, hey, can we try out these respirators while we're doing the mop up? It's like, sure, let's try them out. And it was exactly the way you described it. The first comment was, I felt like I'm not gonna be hung over for the next 2 days. And I didn't feel like, you know, he asked, how do I take it off to throw up? Because I'm so, you know, when I get so inundated with smoke, particularly during mop up, I get so nauseated, I throw up. It's like, well, the idea is that you have clean air. And so it was the same thing when they were, you know, it was just 6 devices, 6 firefighters trying this out. They didn't want to let them go. They wanted to hang on to them. These were prototypes. But to be able to do that work where it was very smoky and very dusty and very windy, and be able to actually have clean filtered air blowing into your face was a, you know, just kind of a revolutionary step forward. I think one other thing I wanted to point out to this that we've heard a lot from our partners has been that this is a really good, durable, compact, functional PAPR is a really excellent tool, not only for interface operations, but also for other kinds of applications. The urban search and rescue setting, where you're in an extended rescue operation in a collapse, for a building collapse, for example. Our teams use them now. For fire investigation, even potentially for some overhaul settings, if we can understand the exposure conditions. For even some EMS type settings where you have a very virulent pulmonary respiratory pathogen and you're in the back of an ambulance, you want really clear protection. We can use a PAPR for that, and so we're kind of building in into the original rule that that to the extent that the department is able to deploy these in other ways, that would be permissible, and would give, I think, again, sort of harm reduction, a piece of technology that's between wearing nothing and wearing an SCBA, but with a lot of potential practical applications. Yeah. And yeah, Joe, and then we'll start here, and then we'll, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Joe.
So I kind of, the discussion about the smoke being an indicator for CO, I feel it's kind of harkening back to the thing of, oh, we don't wear hoods on fires because I need to feel the heat on my ears to tell me if I'm going to get a flashover. And the reality is you shouldn't be in a situation like it's firefighters know when they're in a situation that's bad. You know when you're getting CO because you're starting to feel the effects of it. It makes sense to monitor and everything else, and I think that's probably maybe a part of the component. But a lot of it is like, don't deny us the tool to protect ourselves just to try to save us from some supposed CO exposure. Being in Santa Rosa in 2017 and breathing that stuff in, I'm telling you right now, I put all these different PAPRs on and all these APRs on with full PPE, ran out in 100-degree heat in Los Angeles, and I would have taken any one of those pieces of equipment to protect myself from the fact that I got exposed in 2017, 2019, 2020, 2021, every single year breathing in structure fire smoke and increasing my risk for carcinogenic exposure. That's going to reduce my life and it's going to reduce my ability to see my kids when I'm in retirement age.
Yeah, great point.
Real quick on the CO, we did a study several years ago looking at smoke exposure and all the different constituents involved. And one of the limitations is just the technology we use to monitor these constituents. So carbon monoxide is an example. What we realized was we were seeing high levels of carbon monoxide on a lot of wildland fires, but we would also see those sensors wiped to zero consistently. And it's because there's a lot of turbulent air and a lot of things going on. Most of these sensors are made for indoor air quality, not outdoor environments, and especially not on a wildland fire. So we worked with NIST to sort of encapsulate these sensors inside of this column that would stabilize the ambient air. And what we found was, 25 parts per million, we would have liked to seen that more often, right? Because we were being exposed to most likely, or more often than not, over 50 parts per million. And we even saw spikes, believe it or not, that exceeded the sensors themselves, that maxed out at 2,500 parts per million. And so it was a couple of years ago at a conference where we were talking about carbon monoxide, and I asked some of the national experts on carbon monoxide who were in the room, right? And I asked a very simple question. I said, which is worse, short-term, high-level exposures or long-term, low-level exposures? And these folks looked at each other and said, I don't know. And I was like, you're the experts. I was really hoping you'd have an answer for me. But this is the challenge: is the technology we use, we don't understand it. I know that's been one of the hurdles with NIOSH and others, is they want to be able to properly characterize smoke. But I'll tell you that formaldehyde and cyanide, massive amounts of these products are coming off in combustion in chaparral-based fuels. Why? I don't know. But we're seeing it there more than any other fuel type that we had tested over at NIST. And so for us to say, or for anybody to say, oh, we're going to just characterize wildland fuels, let alone urban interface with everything else mixed in there, that's an impossibility. Every fire has its own unique characteristics. Yeah. And so trying to come up with standards, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, because it's incredibly difficult to pick and choose what is the standard and what is the indicator.
Right. That is the challenge. That's the heart of it. And that's where we'll be asked. I'm going to go to the back and then up here. Yeah, did you?
Yeah, go back to the front.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so on standards, going to that, as I understand it, and thank you for all the information. It's a lot.
Yeah.
I'm not a science or medical person per se, so.
Nice and loud for the back.
So do you envision in the future that there's gonna, when they go to start formalizing some of the stuff that for the hand crews and things like that out in the field away from an engine, not necessarily doing structure protection, that's gonna be a different set of rules necessarily? Like how do you envision that, or is it just too early right now?
Yeah, so to keep clear in the back in the question, it was sort of as this sort of rulemaking process goes forward, will the requirements for hand crews be a separate rulemaking, or will it sort of all be part of a single rulemaking package? My expectation is it will be a single package, and that rulemaking is a huge lift in California, so we want to always get as much as we can out of the process, and so I think we've done this in multiple safety orders. There's various tiers, various approaches, and so there's an interface requirement, there's a type 3 requirement, and there's a hand crew requirement. And then multiple requirements that apply to all three. But we would, I think, I could say pretty definitively, we're gonna wrap them all into one rule. Yeah, yeah. So Kat Navarro.
How does the move to NFPA 1985 affect the draft that you currently have?
Yeah. So the question is like, how does 1985 apply? And it's creating some complications. My understanding is NFPA 1985 is going to require a drinking tube in the face piece. That's like a big surprise to manufacturers who are working on prototypes. We would really like to embed our rule in an NFPA compliant device that's NIOSH certified. And so I guess it's a moving target right now. So the more changes, the problem is, the more changes that come into effect, the manufacturers are having to, pivot and sort of rejigger their design, and it's money and time. So I don't know, actually, Kat. That's the problem. Was there any other last? Yeah, of course. I know we're a little over time, so. Yeah, I'll just last comment. I think from CalOSHA's point of view, I think we really want to throw out to Chief Lawson, our partners at Cal Fire, and Chief Yanagisawa down at LA County, and those folks, the leadership team down there, and Chief Updike at U.S. Forest Service. They have all stepped forward as early adopters, recognizing that the time has really come for this to happen. And CalOSHA is really committed to moving it forward and doing it with our partners. So we really appreciate the partnerships. Yeah. So, okay. Thanks, everyone. Thanks again.
All right. So in the interest of everybody's time and patience, and I know it's a little warm in here. I was trying to fiddle with that, but there's a screaming kid outside. They told the kid they're going to have to sit through this. But in the interest of all that, we're going to take a quick break. But please stick around, because this afternoon, what we're really trying to accomplish, and it's all up to you, is what are the gaps and what are the priorities moving forward? Because we don't want this to become stagnant. We want this to be a learning opportunity and an opportunity for growth and partnership and collaboration moving forward. So we'll come back here in about 5 minutes and grab 10 minutes. All right, I'll be generous in 10 minutes. Coffee, soda, bathrooms, whatever. We'll be back to it. Thank you.
Do you want to dance? Do you want to dance?
Okay, let's try and bring this crew back together for a little bit longer. I'm looking at you, Rick Swan.
Hello.
Do we have other microphones?
We're ready to go.
All right. All right. Okay, so this afternoon, I had mentioned earlier that 10 years ago, just down the road, we did a symposium not unlike this one. It was focused on much more sort of rudimentary issues. In the room, I know Rick Swan was there. I know George Broyles was there. I don't know if anybody else. Kelsey was there. But the goal and the interesting outcome of that was a published report. It's going to be the same outcome for this symposium as well, as we want to publish a report. We want you all to participate in it. We want you all to have input and some direction. I'll tell you the outcomes of that original report were pretty positive. One was the California State University system agreed to launch the program for wildland urban interface that's now at Cal State San Marcos. So that was a huge step forward from the education side, because our group of panelists and members said we need to improve education, specifically not just wildland, but wildland urban interface. So that degree program exists today. The other were a number of legislative items that were priorities both at the federal and state level, and several bills got passed as a result of that, helping to make improvements, especially to firefighter health and safety. And then one of the other ones was the establishment of the Wildfire Conservancy. That was also a recommendation as well. So I wanted to first start by, and we've got some great note takers here to keep up with you all, I hope. But the goal here is to have a conversation about what are the major gaps in information that we see from our conversation here, focused on, again, the health and safety, the wellness of wildland and urban interface firefighters. So I'll start there and open it up, and I expect everybody to start raising their hands. There's also extra microphones being passed around. Morgan has that, and so everybody can hear, so I don't have to keep repeating everybody's questions. So anybody want to volunteer first to kick this off? Gaps in information. What are we missing? Start right over here.
What's the average age of a firefighter's onset of cancer versus the average population?
All right, you got to wait for the microphone.
Oh,
Say
sorry.
that again.
Hello. There you go. Yeah, I'm curious about the age of onset for firefighter cancer versus like the average population.
That's an excellent question, Dr. Burgess.
So I don't know that the answer to that is known. I mean, there's this research gap. That's a particularly good one for the National Firefighter Registry, because they'll be able to look at that compared to the general population as well too. But it's a great question.
All right, and Joe's here as well. Joe's going to help facilitate some of this, so keep the conversation going. Excellent question, and I think it's one of those research gaps that we haven't been able to identify yet. So thank you for that. Anybody else? On the back there.
I think everything that's been being done as far as like keeping the exposure to a minimum is outstanding and great, and give us more tools like we've said. How far can we go into, the exposure is going to happen. That's just, I hate to be a fatalist, but the exposure is going to happen. What are we doing after the exposure? What are we researching? What modalities are we researching? Other than the hot button topics, sauna, right? Other than that, what else is there on the table to research to find out, we got blasted with whatever bad juju, I'm just going to use the term. How do we get it back out of us? Other than, okay, my partner here, great nutrition, but for instance, we talked about it a little bit, lymphatic massage, fascia release. What other modalities can we research to figure out how to get it out of us?
Excellent question. I know, you bring up, because it's going to come up no matter what, the sauna issue is a great example, right? You saw Dr. Orman talking earlier today, and I know, Dr. Burgess, I know you've done some research, or at least looking into the sauna issue. You think the answer is really just sweat out, a lot of the contaminants and constituents. And in some cases, I think there's some potential value there. We need to understand other impacts to physiology and health and safety for the firefighters, especially coming off an incident, and hydration status, core temperature, cardiac, all of that. Not to mention, one of the things that I frustrated Warren with the other day was the idea that if you're actually putting somebody in an enclosed space and intentionally trying to get their skin to off-gas, or release a hazardous compound, then all you're really doing is transitioning that to a respiratory exposure at that point, potentially, right? So we got to get in front of this stuff and figure it out. Everything comes with a cost and benefit, but you're absolutely right. Nutrition is a great example. I know maybe it's changed, but in medical school, I think they only take like one course in nutrition as a doctor, right? And somehow or other, that doesn't really penetrate into the long-term conversation about health for folks. So I think you're absolutely right. These are priorities that need to be addressed. Other mechanisms for improving post-exposure. And I think, Dr. Wilson, I think, you would agree, we're never going to get to zero on the exposures, right? So absent that, we still have a lot of work to do to help firefighters. Any other thoughts on that?
I'll just throw, with the saunas, there is only one study. The one that, at least that I'm aware of, was using infrared saunas, and we made sure not to elevate the firefighter's core temperature. So I think that's one thing too, that if you repeatedly elevate your core temperature, that's going to affect your executive decision functions, et cetera. I think it's something to consider. But I will throw out that San Francisco, this is not wildland, but San Francisco, their union has a cancer support group, and they're looking at sulforaphane, which is broccoli seed extract. So it's something that they want to do. We're going to do it within the FFCCS with them. But I'm not selling it. I have no commercial interest or anything like that. But there's if you're interested in something, then studying something, and you've got some information behind it, and there is good information on sulforaphane. With, like, for example, cigarette smokers, it's reasonable to try it. But in the end, what's going to be the most important is not just diet, but exercise. I think reduction of exposures, healthy lifestyle, diet and exercise will take you a long, long way.
Thank you. Joe.
One of the things that I found with this, because you're right that we're never going to get to zero on this. Where do I go? Is that me or?
No, it's the corded.
I can always trade mics. I'm safe.
Okay,
I'm not
you're good.
contaminated.
No, you're good.
Yeah. And a lot of times I don't in an audience like this, for good or worse, depending on who you're talking to, I don't have trouble making myself heard anyway. It's the Marine non-commissioned officer, 14-year fire captain in me. But one of my duties was I was not only on, but I ran and typed out a hazmat team. And one of the things that stood out that I think affects what we can do, knowing we aren't going to get the number to zero, to post in addition to the pre, is the medical monitoring side of all this. So what we would always do before and after we were on an incident was we had pre and then post medical monitoring. But the other part about it is that decontamination, because it goes against everything in the fire service you're trained to do, because we're always trained that we want to do everything fast. It's all timelines. Fastest inside the building, hose lays, ladder to roof, do the pullback ventilation, whatever it is, hose lay in the canyon, mobile attack. But it goes the opposite way, because you want to get 100% score, because like the desert, it's a school where final examinations are given every day, where failure can mean death and the buzzards land to correct the papers, to quote Louis L'Amour. But I like the idea of the hazmat physicals they require on us, because it's more detailed than the one we currently have offered by the department, the respiratory, the RPP one. It's comprehensive in that sense. And so that type of offering right there can be more in a preventive measure so that we can catch things in an incipient phase. And there are some departments within the international that in the United States and Canada that are starting to adopt that type of investment into personnel to where they're going to do it. And then they have body scans that are catching things that other types of scans can't capture. And I give, for an example, they found nodules in my lungs that going through a regular MRI wouldn't have found. They're too small actually to biopsy. They think they're not cancerous though. But the fact is that they can see them. And so we do that, and then if we get into the habit, and it's a logistical hurdle, of how you were pre-incident, and then when you go, after you go into your running 48-hour firefight, like say on the camp incident up at Paradise, and then when you come off, you get a baseline established, and then after your 14, 21-day assignment, you get released, then you get another one, and then afterwards, a period of time, then you get another one to see where your levels are at. That'll give everybody a baseline onto your health. So that's something in addition to the decontamination. I don't know enough about the saunas. The first part about it is opening up the pores can work both ways for anybody who's been around poison oak. Okay, you want to take cold showers. Okay, you don't want to take hot showers. You want to clip your fingernails, right? But so I don't know enough about that. I don't know if that's played out enough. Just like, they talk about long COVID, there's going to be years of studies before they can have something that's quantifiable and verifiable on something like that. But what I do know, if you take what happens on a smaller scale that we do with the hazardous material teams, and if we could invest in that kind of medical monitoring and annual physicals also, that would serve us in addition to good, getting cleaned up afterwards, making sure your PPE's clean, all that stuff. So I'll leave that there.
It brings up an interesting point, which is, and I think we'd all agree on this, is our response post-incident is actually pretty poor, right? I mean, as researchers, as scientists, and you saw, some of the stuff Dr. Orman presented earlier said, he was really proud of Kelsey, which we all are, of course, but that she was able to, you're able to hit the zeros on, post-exposure, right? That's the ideal scenario, is trying to get that data as soon as possible. But like the campfire, I remember everybody scrambling, and especially with San Francisco and some of their collaborators, to try and get data. And by the time they were able to collect data from the firefighters, it was far too late to come up with something that was truly meaningful post-exposure. Right? There are a lot of hurdles there, and so one of the infrastructure needs that if we're going to take these exposures seriously, one of the gaps is just being able to have the ability to mobilize, to collect data, and and just get the data to and the samples to a lab within a reasonable amount of time and not lose that information.
Right. We already have huge incident bases that have all kinds of offerings to provide to the employees. And your first instinct when you get released is you want to get out and you want to go home and you kind of want to reset your life, right? Reset your schedule. But we need to invest in as part of the, when you're getting released and you have to go through and get things signed off, that this is something that you can invest in and include it. And if you feel like it's too much, then beta test it with 10% of the 3,300 that were there. So then you're still capturing a population. Then you have real quantifiable statistical data that the gentleman and the lady with PhDs right here can use to be able to build something.
All right. Other gaps? George?
Well, first of all, this for you, Pete. There's a fresh pot of coffee back here. There ain't anybody else that's interested. And now the easy one. So Mike, you mentioned it's come up in a couple of other conversations. NIOSH won't do X because they don't know what the environment is, right? And we know what the environment is. I mean, just the work that I'd have, 7,500 hours of exposure across the country. So I think we need to work with NIOSH or whoever to say, we know what at least the parameters are, because there are a lot of people that aren't going to get into the respiratory protection unless it's got that NIOSH stamp of approval. So I think somehow we need to find a way to find some middle ground, so NIOSH says, okay, maybe there's a range or something like that, but I think that could be a real stumbling block for some agencies, federal particularly, to say, well, NIOSH has to say yes. All right, so I think if we can look at that somehow to get them moving forward would be helpful.
It's a good point, because I don't think anybody here, and you know, George was the one that kept hammering this in a number of meetings several years ago. You know, when folks would refer to, you know, smoke from the wildland fire as well, it's just like a campfire smoke. There's no version of smoke that's good for you, right? And you know, and characterizing smoke, I think, is important, so we know what kind of filtration and decontamination provide. Don't get me wrong. But we're never going to get to, you know, a perfect answer of, you know, how bad is bad. It's all bad. You know, it's just a different layer. Good point. What else? What else we got out there? Gaps in information that we think we need to help improve.
I think on the lines of evaluation, post-incident evaluation, it's a good opportunity if you're evaluating them on, you know, cancer markers, to look at behavioral health type of issues as well, just going forward, because like when people leave the campfire, leave the car fire, fill in the blank on your catastrophic fire, it's once they let down operationally and get back into their comfort zones where issues start to pop up days and weeks going forward. So just a thought. I know that's a little tangent for the discussion today, but it's still relevant.
No, not at all. Not at all. It's very relevant. Behavioral health, yeah, 100%. I think, you know, one of the things that kind of surprised me, I mean, it's not new research necessarily, I mean, it's been around a bit, but, you know, we're seeing a lot more papers on sleep being related to cancer, and sleep deprivation, and all the, you know, your cortisol levels. All of those things are related to the degradation of your DNA and you know, inability for your body to properly recover. And you know, the more stress hormones, the more all of that you pile on top of it. I mean, we're asking firefighters to work in some of the most inhospitable environments imaginable, under some of the most, you know, hostile conditions and deprivation that, you know, we consider torture in other countries, right? So, you know, and yet we're asking them to do this on a regular basis for weeks or months at a time now in California. So, you know, understanding the behavioral health aspect is an incredibly important piece, yeah.
Yep. And behavioral health issues such as anxiety are often correlated with sleep issues, which is a known carcinogen too, right? So those things could be directly related, like poor behavioral health to cancer. And I don't know if that's been studied at all. So.
Yeah, and I guess the theme here too is holistic studies, right? A lot of times we end up in our silos where we're just looking at carbon monoxide or whatever, and there's value in that, don't get me wrong, but we get stuck in our silo and then we don't think about all the other components that are leading to those different factors, right? And so these large-scale analyses that kind of try and cobble together all these different, you know, bits of information to really understand the firefighter's condition, it's important. Yeah.
Let's go back into the side. Let's talk about carbon monoxide, for instance. Like, it's supposed to be X amount of time. I'm good. Trust me. I'm not a Marine, sir, but I can aggressively enunciate as well. Go back into the side and talk about carbon monoxide. Now, once carbon monoxide binds, and it's more apt to bind, and that's what makes it so dangerous. Once it binds to red blood cells, et cetera, and so forth, it takes X amount of time and potential therapy to get it to unbind, to bring somebody back to regular baseline, correct? So, what are we doing, or what could we do as far as set up, like say for instance, we have OSHA protocols stating that we have to have shaded rest areas, X amount of time working in X, whatever X environment. Okay, well, we're in an ideal age, whether we're outdoors or indoors. We've already established that. What are we doing, or could we possibly study, say for instance, a filtered air area, whether it be in a vehicle or otherwise, on the line, to see if there's an unbinding before resuming operations?
So, interesting point. So, Captain Hayes, who just recently retired from CAL FIRE, is in Temecula. And several years ago, he heard me giving a talk on carbon monoxide, and part of the issue at the time was You know, and I mentioned that, you know, we don't understand carbon monoxide very well, but we know it's bad, right? And at the time, we were trying to monitor firefighters for levels of carbon monoxide while on duty. And it turns out that technology is pretty challenging, and then you've probably seen Massimo suing Apple over the, you know, so there's a lot of, you know, sort of competitive issues going on with that technology as well. Bottom line is, we do have the ability to monitor folks and their levels of carbon monoxide, but when you look at the, you know, the markers of CO exposure, it's not unlike, you know, dehydration and heat stress and some of the early, you know, indicators for that. And so what he was worried about and other folks were worried about was the fact that maybe we're misdiagnosing something. Maybe we're saying, oh, you just need some water, or you need to take a rest, when in fact you have high CO levels. So he put it upon himself to put a carbon monoxide detector with the Massimo technology on every engine in town. And I was like, this is great. And he was like, yeah, it actually works. So, I mean, we stick the sensor on, you know, yeah, you can use it on medical aids too, but, you know, but for the firefighters themselves, they were able to determine whether or not they had high levels of CO after a structure fire or an exposure. That should be a universal sort of thing that we work on with the fire departments to understand that. But getting back, now Jeff will give you 1 second, is we don't, one of the things I love about your studies with the FFCCS is the fact that you report back to the people involved with the study their actual data. And they can see where they are in comparison to everybody else in that study. You know, that is incredibly valuable information. We have been talking about monitoring biometrics for firefighters for years, being able to have we have all of these devices, and I know we have folks in the room that, you know, specifically work on that technology to outfit firefighters with all the information that we can possibly give them to make decisions of saying, look at my heart rate, you know, look at my hydration level, look at my carbon monoxide exposure, look at that information so that an individual, or even relay that data back to the IC, is able to make decisions saying, hey, the exposures are too high, we need to pull you off the line, or we need to provide some type of rehab. That technology exists. Why aren't we using it? I mean, there's a gap right there. Dr. Burgess, sorry.
So no,
off my soapbox.
No, thank you. A couple things on CO. So Fire Rescue Victoria has got standards for people going, like I mentioned, they have these underground coal mine fires and huge CO exposures. So they actually weren't letting guys go to the fire line before without testing them for CO. And apparently the smokers couldn't pass, so they weren't allowed to go work. So I mean, I just mentioned that. So they do have a policy, you know, where they use CO monitoring. It might be useful to look at, and I'm happy to put you in contact with them. The other thing is, you know, one of my past jobs was as a medical toxicologist, so we dealt with CO poisoning all the time. And the thing that can reduce your CO concentration the most rapidly is oxygen. So that's why, as you guys know this already, right, the guys who are paramedics particularly, and everybody else who does EMS. So, you know, if someone has CO poisoning, you can just put them on as high oxygen as you can do, and that decreases the elimination half-life, so it goes faster. Now, I don't know if there'd be any adverse effects of, you know, kind of giving it to folks, but from the CO, you know, from other things, but from a CO perspective, that's something you could do, and you could be thinking about, and it would drop the level more rapidly.
Sure.
Go ahead, you're probably going to ask the same
So
thing.
I was using CO, absolutely, we need to combat CO poisoning. I was using that kind of as an example. Another example I'm thinking about was with your talking about the RNA that was responsible for tumor suppression, and that some, you know, they get lower, or there's less efficacy because of exposure, but then it's reversible, that you can get it back, per se. What modalities or what practices can we research to find out how we get it back?
And I think, again, as Katie had mentioned, you know, I think it would be really reasonable to look at nutrition and exercise, because we know that those have incredible beneficial effects. So, you know, already we know that, but you could also see whether it could reverse some of these changes that we're seeing.
There's one thing that, to segue on this, that I don't think can be overstated. the less that can help less stress our body, because everybody knows, when you're exhausted, you're more vulnerable to a lot of things, physically and mentally. But some years ago, I was in a gathering similar to this, and we had the director of Harvard Medicine and the director of medicine for New York City Fire Department, and they both stated that, for example, heat illness, a lack of nutrition contributes equally to heat illness as does a lack of hydration, right? So, the phrase tank up before and during, while you're working the incident. When I would get done going down range on a hazmat incident to come back, and they did the post-monitoring stuff, it was not just blood pressure and everything else, it was taking my weight, because sometimes, you'll sweat several pounds of body weight out. And I had to be at a certain level before I could go back in again. I think that if it's too big for them to be able to capture everybody immediately when you start a program, it would be worth investing in incident bases from where we're set up on things to where we start doing this kind of, once we grab them, after they come into that 24, 48-hour firefight and establish a baseline, but we also, through our annual physicals, have one for them already. And then during the course of it, 7 days, and then when they get out, as part of their checkout process, that they have to have that we could have some real statistical data that everybody who's doing research in here to try to find answers on. And at the very least, triggers and things to help a prevention further, because like what you said, you're not going to ever get completely out of it. I mean, trigger points don't always work on a WUI incident, because we can't disengage, we're going to be in it. There's a place for them, and it's good to know a trigger point to put something on and take something off. But you're going to, our life is going to be in that sustained environment for 24, 48, once in a while, 72 hours. So those are good questions.
Yeah.
Sounds like we could have a mobile wellness and rehab unit on fires. And that would be a great idea, where we could monitor body weight and other things. Order those on an IMT.
It would have sow a thought, reap an action, right? Reap an action, reap a habit. Reap a habit, reap a lifestyle, reap a destiny, the proverb, right? So you just started something, and you're sitting next to someone who looks really good in a suit over there who can carry that.
One of the interesting gaps, I think, that often gets ignored are the retired firefighters. Right? And it's not just because there's a couple of you in the room that I know, but honestly, I feel like, a lot of this, when we talk about this, and Dr. Burgess, you talk about the RNA and DNA methylation issues and the cell aging, and you got to wonder, post-retirement, is there a way to, help the retirees live longer, healthier lives after all of those occupational exposures have occurred? But we often don't spend a lot of time talking about retirees or how to help in that next phase of life, given all the exposures that they have had during their career. And I've been a big proponent, and I'm hoping we can get this kickstarted at some point, but looking at the retirees and doing those baseline blood draws and other things to help put them into the database, because there's 20, 30 years of career that we have to look at when somebody finally steps off the line. And we only have one opportunity to collect that data, and then it's gone, and you've lost 30 years of information. Anybody else have any thoughts on retirees? Because I feel like that's something that we just don't spend enough time talking about.
I know San Francisco, their cancer prevention group ended up offering, they ended up doing some sort of a blood draw kind of a deal where they had all the retirees go through it as well. And Santa Rosa, we're trying to do something similar with our group, basically going through a comprehensive physical, just to basically it's a full hazmat physical, and then we're doing ultrasound as well. And was thrown out, like, why don't we give it to our past members as well? Give it to our retirees, just to give them that peace of mind, like, hey, look, you did service for us. This is something that we're doing now for our generation of firefighters. But their generation, they're all the leather lungs that didn't do all this, didn't do the PPE, that didn't do any of this stuff. It's almost as a way for the union to like step up and take care of their members that paid their dues for 30 years, like it's almost like a union kind of a thing maybe.
This is an outstanding segue that you brought up and that you answered. One of the things that it's easy to forget about is there's a lot of fire agencies that don't have health care after they retire. It ends. It's on them. And so you retire and you lose your lifeline in a few things. You lose it in the sense of your annual physicals. So baseline traveling, and people go off on their own and they don't say anything. And you also lose it on the behavioral wellness side as well too. So inadvertently we leave our wounded on the battlefield because a lot of health insurance doesn't cover certain things. And so when it's not provided, say for example, it's a behavioral wellness, they lose that clinician. We're taking steps in addressing the need for the number of EAP visits to be determined by the treating clinician, not just a number of 5, because it takes more than 5, and then you're forcing people to have to get creative, which is lying, to be able to get the number. But then when they retire, they lose that because their health insurance won't cover it. And it's the same thing with physicals. Your standard doctors and physical, where I go in there and cough, is not the same thing as what I was getting while I was working or while I was on the hazmat team. And so you make a really good point there. And actually, it needs to be a joint labor agency effort to be able to make that happen. But because you go to in the international progressive departments like Colorado Springs, no health care when they retire. So it all comes to an end, and then you have stuff happen. I had atrial fib come into my life after I retired. And I'm hiking, and I'd hiked when I had it 12 miles that day before. I was outside building fence the next day, and I was tired, and I'm like, what is this? I'm diaphoretic and all this stuff. Sat down for a while, and it did come back. I was wiped out. I'm in the gym. I can bench press 350 pounds, and I'm doing all this stuff, and all of a sudden I had that, ended up having to have an ablation. Those are trackers for people in this room that are doing research that a lot of folks don't realize. Where you're catching a guy that's trying to jump off the Forest Hill Bridge up the road, who you thought was one of the most together employees that you ever met, right? Because they get lost in the weeds and stuff. So that's a good point, and Dr. Ron, that's a good segue into that.
All right. George.
Yeah, I think that retirement thing is critical. Since I retired, I started measuring my genetic life in dog years and stuff. But I think I know there's a real gap. I think that needs to be addressed is the ototoxicity of smoke. We know there's effect on hearing loss with that smoke exposure, but I don't think it's been quantified. And hearing loss is, take it from somebody who's got severe, profound hearing loss, it's a dramatic issue for you and everybody in your lives. So I think that's a really good place to look at.
Yeah. Oh, excellent point. Thank you. Other gaps anybody think about? Yeah.
Let's switch off medical, and as we, in California at least, are working into all the PPE cleaning and that kind of stuff, kind of one of the things that keeps me up at night, maybe literally and figuratively, is you can put all the regulation and all the standard in practice and in place, and people, assuming that your employees are trained and they are following that to the letter of the law, there may be things that we don't understand or haven't done the research on that we may believe are knowns, and maybe they aren't known. So just cleaning products, and then also one of the other ones is all the personal wipes. So fire wipes, hero wipes, first responder wipes. Are they just a glorified, baby wipe, or and they just make your skin feel smooth? Are they removing the things that we think they're removing? Some of it may be some of the same sauna type issues and parameters. Are those products or some of the ingredients of those opening up the pores of your skin and actually allowing more skin absorption than not using them. So it's something in that area to kind of really look at what's on the market and or what something needs to be designed or behind.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on for the wipes piece. I would also be very interested in testing the effectiveness of various wipes, because one of the functional problems we're trying to solve is for the wildland firefighters, for the hotshots, for all those folks. You don't have access to soap and water usually at all times, but we're really trying to encourage people to just really basic, wash your hands before a meal break, wipe off your neck, clean the exposed areas as a very basic, easy kind of first line of decontamination defense from exposure. The easiest way to do that in the field would be with a wipe, but it's important to understand, does the wipe work? And then does it, do something to make things worse? So,
part of the question too goes to, I've seen these wipes that have aloe and chamomile and other things in it, and I'm thinking, this is nice, but here we are, in the studies we've done, and I know a lot of folks have seen this too. We actually did a very wide spectrum analysis with Dr. Orman and a few other labs, including NIST, and we were seeing hundreds of compounds on the skin. A lot of those semi-volatile or volatile organics, right? And when you go to the NIH database and you look this stuff up, it says, toxicity unknown, hazard unknown, carcinogen unknown. We know the compound exists, but there's not enough data or studies to look at, effects on laboratory mice, let alone humans, right? And my concern is, knowing all of that stuff's on your skin, now we're going to introduce some other stuff, some chamomile and aloe and other things. What are we doing? I hate to go back to the 1989 Batman with Michael Keaton, but, the combination of all those different compounds, right? Like, what are we doing to ourselves? I just dated myself, I'm sorry. Morgan has no idea what I'm talking about. But all the Cal Poly students are like, Batman, was it 1989? Anyway, but really, we have no idea what we're doing. Now, what we do know is on the detergents, so we worked with NC State and others to look at the detergent types for decontaminating the wildland PPE. And we do know that Kirkland's, Citrus Squeeze, and Dawn were the top performers. The carbon-activated soaps that everybody talks about, they were garbage. Decon 7 that was created by the military, millions of dollars spent in developing this compound, was second to the worst. Right? So, we know that some of these products are working. So now that we know that, and we're only talking about removing carcinogens. We're not talking about all the other stuff, the metals and everything else that's out there. I've seen some studies looking at liquid CO2 as a mechanism for decontaminating and removing lithium and lead and, all these other things. There's a lot we really need to work on, and we need to have those things done. But in the interim, gaps in knowledge, if we don't know the answer to that question, at least tell your firefighters, throw some water on it, right? Go wash your hands, do something. Something is better than nothing, right? We at least know that. But yeah, there's some caution in this, and we always, scientists, it's really bad. I hate scientists sometimes because we always operate under the precautionary principle. And you hear this thrown out there a lot, especially with the PFAS stuff going on today. And we hide behind that saying, well, we can't tell you what to do because we don't understand it well enough, but we don't want to do any harm. Well, in the meantime, we're in decision paralysis, right? And that's why we're here today, to try and get past that and say, at a minimum, what can we do right now to help firefighters? Because nothing should not be an option. Off that soapbox. Rick.
So I'll jump on that with the piece, is because a lot of the stuff all circles around training and not just, and training firefighters. So we're take the contamination stuff that you're talking about with the dermal wipes. Everyone's screaming and yelling, what do we do, what do we do? Okay, we can find the best thing out there, but if we're not teaching them how to do this, not teaching women to do it, and not having leadership, thank you for showing up, by the way, putting this information out and directing them how to do these things. We go back to the information that Mike was talking about earlier, is that you can't have a product, a respirator out in the field because we don't know what we're testing from, except a competent professional. I think the term was, using professional judgment. I am, as an engine captain, am I a competent professional to determine what I could be using or what my employees could be using? In other words, as you said particularly, we are standing in the way of something for perfection, and we're not going to get it. And so if we can bridge that gap of perfection and something, and still meeting a requirement with a competent person, training, again, goes back to making these people competent if that's what's necessary. Then you can have these folks out there, competent people, they can make those determinations of what to use and what not to use. And so I'm just saying is that there's the underlying piece of this whole thing, to me, seems like training, and training the folks that are out there on all of these pieces. We're talking about contamination and how to do it. Now, all those things. As you are walking through all of these subject matters, there's got to be a subtext of training and how this information gets to the field, not only gets to the field, but then is implemented in the field. So.
Well, and it's a good point because everybody feels like they're an expert, right? I mean, you work at a job long enough, you feel like you're an expert and you know stuff. In the survey that Kelsey did with the wildland firefighters, first question that was asked was, are you familiar with decontamination protocols for your PPE? And 70% of the firefighters said very familiar or familiar, right? And then the next question was, how did you get that information? Formal training, blah, 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 blah. And only 30% said, oh, I actually took a class or was provided training on this. And so for everybody else, you're like, okay, so how do you claim to be an expert on decontaminating your PPE if you've never been provided the training? And then that last question was, how often do you decontaminate your wildland gear? And the answer was, very, very, very infrequently, right? And it's like, okay, so you think you know everything. You think some of you have had training, but none of you are actually doing anything. And leadership becomes the core, that training and leadership becomes the core to getting anything done. Yeah.
You need to reverse the order of the questions because firefighters think they're experts at everything.
Yeah. It's all about telling the story there, Joe.
That's very true. And I would say that the reason why they would say they're very familiar is because they probably just followed the guy in front of them.
Yes.
Right, the lead firefighter at the station. Now, whether it was documented on an IPv6 that this actually happened, probably not. On top of that, as far as your wildland gear, that's maybe something we need to push with a lot of alacrity, is that your exposure in the wildland, regardless if it's WUI or not, is just as hazardous as your structured exposure. Because that is still very much, right? I smoke brisket, whatever. Nobody wants to think about that.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to think about that because, quite honestly, a lot of people can't function potentially and do their job. Now, when I'm teaching cancer awareness at the academy, I tell them, it's like, look, in past generations, people said, I can't think about all this. I can't think about this to do my job. I'm just going to put that away. It's going to probably kill me later, but I'm doing my job, right? That the true bravery is accepting it, recognizing it, doing something about it, and still doing your job. To do the work. So there's still a lot of people out there just that think wildland smoke ain't bad, right? So we need to put that out there. We need to get that out there for sure.
Absolutely.
That comes down to the company officer. That drives the ship. That's the warrior chief of the station, tribe, or the crew camp tribe, wherever you're working, right there as well. That has been trained and buys into it and enforces it, that it's done. And it's been in the last 10 years that we've really gotten serious about extractors at fire stations.
Right.
And so I see that cultural shift going there. And when I hear the 30%, it catches me a little bit by surprise, because when I'm looking at, when I retired, the division that I worked in, it was a muscle memory for when people came back in to not only clean themselves with their PPE right off the bat. I think Rick's on to something when it comes to the training issue, because one of the best definition of learning I know is a change in behavior. You know, that's the definition of learning, because that's something that's out there. But that right there is something that through departments' annual continued professional training that can be mandated, and then they go out there and mandate it upon them. And then any leader, good chief officer, keeps their finger on the pulse to make sure all that stuff's happening right there. I think we're heading there. I would like to think that that number is actually higher than that from the sample size of where I work, but I'm going to accept it as a problem there, because you do feel like you're invincible when you're in your 20s. You feel more.
Yeah. My name's Dutch. I actually work with the federal government, with the Forest Service right now, and I will tell you this has been incredibly enlightening. I also work on the advocacy side of the house too, with a group called Grassroots Wildland Firefighters. And I would say, you know, I think one of the gaps for us, and talking with George over many years, is the information that makes its way down to the field. Up really until the last 3 or 4 years was pretty dismal. We're fortunate now to have folks like Kat that are representing at the top, but I would say one on the concept of perfection. Was hanging out with some special forces guys doing some leadership training last week, and they said no such thing as perfection, 7-0 and go. I took that as C's get degrees in a room full of scientists. Don't throw stones at me here, but I know we need something, and a large part of that is information. And the reality is there's a lot of policies in place that make it really hard for information to get down. So is there something to bridge that gap, you know, whether it's a platform, a website, to where everyone can get information? And yes, you're right, the chief officer or the, you know, even the captain, the superintendent, that's the point of ignition. That really, that's where the change starts and where it can get implemented directly. 100%. But it also comes from the ground up. So is there something out there that I haven't seen? I love your idea, by the way, of the
Thanks.
team. Let's
have to actually write the paper. I've been working on it for a couple of years. I got in trouble for it once. But doesn't Dr. Janke have something like that? It's called like
Science in the Station.
Science in the Station.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's what I was thinking
great.
about. This might be a resource.
And you know, it's part of the reason actually why we brought Morgan on board with the Conservancy is we recognize that a lot of the stuff we do will oftentimes just sit on a shelf and collect dust. And we need to be able to translate that to, you know, what, Instagram? I don't know what you're doing these days. But, you know, way beyond me, right? And she's figured out my weaknesses very early on, and that's one of them. But, you know, but we need that information to get out to different generations of firefighters and to be able to penetrate all of the different avenues where you get your information from. Because otherwise, 70% of our firefighters are going to say they're experts in cleaning their PPE when they clearly are not, right? And so I think every department needs to take that job very seriously in communicating this, not just from the top down, but the bottom up as well, 100%. And Science to the Station is a great example of that. You know, in the course I teach with the Wildland program, I have all of our students go through the, what is that, 6 minutes for safety? You know, you all know about this. Most of the students that go through our program, this is the first time they've ever seen this thing. And so I have them, you know, do a quick, you know, analysis, and that's one of their weekly assignments is 6 minutes for safety. And every one of them I've talked to after they find out about this, they're like, oh yeah, I told so-and-so about this. And they, you know, this information is out there. We just do a really bad job of letting people know where this information is and how to get at it. Yeah.
So kind of a comment on that. January we rolled out at our department a cancer awareness kind of situation where we did a major drill. So this is this was labor management joint partnership where our division chief was basically with us, with a union rep and myself and a UC Davis researcher. And the idea was informed cultural change. Giving individuals information so they can make the decision on the ground to do PPE or not do PPE. And have the caveat that it's going to be the company officer that's leading that effort. It's not the chief officer telling you on high what to do. It's not the young guy who's looking at everyone else, what are they doing? It's the company officer at that level. What are you going to do to protect your crew? What kind of leader are you going to be? And giving individuals from the lowest to the highest the same information, cancer risk factors. It was an hour-and-a-half presentation. We ran 130 people through it while also doing a live survey with a QR code. While we presented information, we asked their opinion. So they're engaged the entire time. Out of the 130 people that we ran through, we did this off of we based it off of a study that was done back east. What's your cancer awareness before the presentation? What's it afterwards? And so we mimicked that study and we added a bunch of extra questions in there and we had them participate. Oh, when you see this little yellow arrow, that means go on your phone and answer the next survey question. And we want your feedback, completely anonymized. So the lowest guy or the chief officer can have, it's a flattening of the structure, right? Because if you think about it, if you're going to say something in a room full of people, they're going to go, who the fuck is this guy? Right?
Yeah, who's this guy think he is?
Who's this guy think he is? You know what we got was some pretty amazing feedback. And you know what else we got? We got statistically relevant data. We had something like 90% participation, and I threw some stuff in there too. I'm like, hey, throw in stuff like, stop talking to me about friggin' cancer. You know, like firefighter stuff, like, I don't really care about this. Those were options in the study. And you know what we got? No one was saying that they didn't care about what the information that was presented. We got nice bell curves. We got nice data sets. And what we saw, the other portion that we had in there was a thing on cultural change. So it's an idea within any organizational principle that if you're trying to push something, a change within an organization, you're going to have a bell curve. People that are really into it, they're the people that are bringing the object to the table. You're going to have people that are like, this guy's an idiot, I don't care what you have to say. And those are outliers. Everyone else in the middle, people are, when you start giving them information, they're going to say, hey, this is interesting, I'm curious. Or they're going to be like, yeah, okay, I got other stuff that I'm really concerned about. But when you present that information, it starts to get that curve. And the idea is that if you get past that first segment, that first quartile, you'll start to get cultural change. So it's called the cultural adoption curve. And the idea is if you can get that information and get past that first quartile, you'll actually start seeing change within an organization. So what did we try to do? We wanted to do decon. We didn't do decon after fires. Taking a booster line, washing guys off. What else did we do? We didn't wear fucking masks doing overhaul. A known situation where you have stuff off-gassing that's going to cause carcinogen. So now what we have is, hey, here's what's coming off in overhaul. Here's the gases that are out there. Hey, here's a picture of what it looks like of, there's a study from the AHA. So the other thing we realized is that firefighters love glowing pictures. If you get a picture of like a glowing body part, like you see that PPE study where they had all the UV stuff on them, they love that. They love that picture. So we got a picture of it was a radiation exposure where they had radioactive dust in their body, and it showed it going into their body and everything else. And they're like, holy crap! I can see the radiation going into their lungs. It's also going in your kidneys, and so going in your bladder. And they can see how the smoke that they're breathing in is actually residing in the different parts of your body that is getting more cancer. So providing them the information like, look, this stuff's not cool to breathe in. You're not a cool guy not wearing your mask. You're actually an idiot because you're going to start like reducing your lifespan. And you have the union jumping on board saying, hey, look, we want to get more extractors. The department was, they got $70,000. The department put real money behind the effort as well to get extractors, to give us a PPE. We gave them a giveaway. Here's a new hood that has particulate protection. We also gave them a little card. Hey, how do you talk to your doctor about your increased cancer risk? With a QR code that went to all the studies about firefighter cancer. So we gave them take-home stuff. We had them involved in the training at everything, giving their opinion and taking their comments. And at the end of the day, we got a lot of really good data. We haven't presented the data yet, and this is kind of siloed right now because I'm working with a researcher that this is kind of like something that she's putting her effort into. But it was a really effective. The comments that we got at the end of that, because I thought it was going to fall flat. I'm like, this is going to, this is gonna go well or it's gonna fall flat. People were randomly coming up going, this is the best drill I've ever been to. Like, not only to the division chief of training, but to myself personally, and to their captains and everything else, it's all kind of filtered in. Like, and I started getting phone calls from different people from different departments. Hey, what are you guys doing over there? Like, what are you curious about it? But the idea of this really, not another target safety exercise that we all skip to the friggin' test on. Not some stupid video that we're gonna go like, oh my gosh, again, cancer, again, you know. Something where you're actually handing them something at the end of the day, something where you're involving them in the process and educating them so they can choose to make that decision on themselves. Anyways.
Excellent. No, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Very nice. I really like that. Let's pivot slightly and talk about priorities. So, you know, we talked about some of the gaps in information. What are the priorities moving forward that we should be addressing? We've got some brilliant minds in the room, and love to hear.
Mitigation is real world benefits for people working right now, as opposed to I recognize value collecting data and seeing the long term stuff, but the guys that are in it right now want ways to protect themselves.
Okay. Yeah. Right now, like low hanging fruit. You know, it's interesting because we were just talking to you know, the two chiefs back there earlier today, and I was saying, you know, we've done all this work on clean cab protocols, right? We've got the studies, we've got the research behind it, we've got some great recommendations that we know can help, you know, reduce that. But the challenge is, last time we were out on a fire incident, we were doing the cancer study, you know, collecting some follow-up urine, you know, great times. And we, you know, I'm just kind of walking through all the engines that are coming in and giving the guys a hard time because they're spending all this time washing the windows. You know, and I was like, hey, when are you going to get to decontaminating the inside of the apparatus, right? And of course, the captain comes up and he's like, oh yeah, we do that once every, you know, blah, blah. And then talk to him a little bit more, you know, he's like, yeah, we haven't cleaned that thing in like a week, right? I'm like, I know that, you know that, you know, let's be realistic. What's the hurdle? It's time, it's resources. It's, you know, you've worked 12 hours, 24 hours, you want to get sleep, you want to get food, you want to get hydrated. And the last thing you want to do is spend another hour decontaminating your apparatus. You know, so what do we need to put in place to actually make that an effective tool? Is it, you know, a different workforce that comes in and does the decontamination themselves? If so, we got to worry about their PPE and their health and safety as well. There's all these pieces, but if we don't start working on it, all this stuff just sits on a shelf and collects dust, right? And that's, you know, for me, it's one of the priorities I think that we need to sort of overcome, and that's why Science to the Station and all these, you know, things, the you know, 2-pagers that you're talking about. This is how we get the information out there to folks, because, you know, you guys got that 311-page report from me, and I know you didn't read it. You know, that's okay. No harm, no foul. That's why we try and summarize stuff into a much more discrete, you know, bit of information. And we got to do a better job on that. So, okay, great. Priorities. What else? Yes?
Similar, just along that vein, you know, we have got 114 gazillion physical science things. And just like you're saying, we are, in the fire service, we have a dearth of social science. How do we motivate action to get out there? And you know, whether it be incentives or disincentives, what can we do? And that's not for most of us in the room that are physical scientists. We need more social science into that.
Yeah, definitely. And the behavioral piece, you know, overcoming those cultural and behavioral components to implement the things we're talking about. You know, female firefighters, as an example, one of the things that Kelsey found out about is female firefighters, as an example, don't like decontaminating their wildland gear, especially not at base camp with the laundry service there, because they might not get that gear back. And they've spent oftentimes their own money modifying that gear to, you know, fit them better. So it's their own personal investment in that. And if they don't get that gear back, you know, they're out of luck, right? And so there's a hesitancy just on that end to say, you know, I don't want to. This is personalized to me. It fits me. It works for me. I don't want to lose that. You know, that's easy to overcome, right? We just need to give people the confidence that you're going to get that stuff done. It's going to have a 24-hour or less turnaround time, and it's going to be back in your locker or at your engine or wherever it needs to be in that that is a logistics problem that can be solved and give people the confidence to know that their gear is going to be there for them and cleaned. George.
And I'm a big proponent of education. I think people understand what the risk is for themselves and their shoes and when they make a change. Short of that training, I looked at all, and I don't know if CAL FIRE uses the same position task books and WCG. Do you guys use those? Yeah. I looked at all of them on the operations side, from firefighter 1 to ops 1, including safety. And I did a search for noise, cancer, respiratory, smoke. Nothing in any of those position task books mentioned smoke exposure, noise exposure, respiratory disease, or cancer. I mean, if a firefighter 1 comes in and he or she doesn't know about it, and the division suit doesn't talk about it, it's not in any of those tasks. I mean, that's a disservice to everybody in the service. So I think we really need to get at that level. So folks that start and as they're moving up, they hear it at a firefighter 1, a firefighter 2, a single resource, a division suit, an ops 1, an ICT 5, all those positions should be hearing that constantly, that there's some really serious health risks out there. Because they have to go through that in order to move up. Yeah. And a division soup has a tremendous amount of power and authority to make some change right there.
Reinforcing it, yeah.
I think it needs to start the onboarding process.
Day one.
Day one. I think we need to implement it and do a better job. We've done a great job now, at least CAL FIRE, speaking on CAL FIRE, we've changed our onboarding process. But I think we need to throw something like that in there. Another thing, and we have our target vector solutions or whatever, would be the, I mean, we thoroughly enforce the cybersecurity, annual cybersecurity. We bloodborne pathogens, things like that. I think we need to start making a priority for talking about like proper cleaning of PPEs, you know, important things like that. Good. I know we do a focus on safety, but I think it needs to be repetitive, muscle memory, and part of the onboarding process as well.
Excellent. Yeah.
I do.
I agree with both, and I really like your point, because over the past 8 years, and we've had a bit of a reprieve over the last few, but onboarding and running routine station and doing IA fires, et cetera, and so forth, kind of was compromised because we had so many campaign fires that people were coming on duty and staying on duty, never really going back to the station to do the regular day-to-day training. They're on campaign fires for months, right? And we've seen it at the training center where it's like there are people that are coming to the training center now that don't necessarily have the skills that we thought they were going to come with, and we have to retool ourselves as instructors to bring them back up to speed. So with that in mind, if we ever, God forbid, we ever have a run of years like we've had, at the late teens, where division group supervisors and whatnot really espousing all of that and enforcing that with strike teams becomes incredibly important. Hopefully we have a lot of reprieve so we can do exactly what you were talking about. But moreover, we, as far as academy or at the station, etc., maybe have some sort of cancer awareness class as part of JAC.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, keep that down. Dr. Burgess.
So, a new, I don't know if new is the right word, but a rising concern in the structural fire service is reproductive. So I'm going to just run down that really quickly. So for male firefighters, there's sperm abnormalities that have been measured in Australia. There's infertility that's been measured in Denmark, where they have really good systems, and they can measure and compare firefighters to the general population. Some fantastic work done out of NIOSH by Dr. Miriam Siegel. It showed an increase in birth defects in the children of male firefighters as compared to the children of other occupations. In women firefighters, increase in miscarriage compared to the general population. Preterm birth, reduction in ovarian reserve. So these are all things that we know of that are occurring. There's no reason to believe that it wouldn't also be happening in wildland world. So I say that, this is something that I believe it'll be important for the fire service to get out in front of, to figure out what they want, what questions they want to know, what they can do, what policies do they have. So my personal feeling is I think that's something that would be good to be proactive and thoughtful about.
Absolutely. Excellent point.
Matt, one thing that comes to mind, looking at this audience, is that you have a lot of researchers and subject matter experts in here, and that have been doing a lot of things individually or with a couple of others. So that collaborative approach of everybody working together, no individual silos on things, and then specify the things that your forces, whether it's cancer, respiratory protection, decontamination, and you've got folks here that can make up a committee of working groups out of that to be able to address that, and we've got facilitators to where we get good leaders' intent. We develop what our management, our objectives are out of that, and strategic applications to be able to make all that stuff happen. And so just to sow that thought with everybody about what a priority is, I'm seeing it right now with the people that are in this room. Yeah, great.
Yeah. You know, one of the things that we talked about, and I know CPF, we've talked a little bit with them as well, and a few others, is the long-term nature of the research that needs to be done. You know, if you go back to the Framingham studies on cardiac issues, it's phenomenal. I mean, that whole community bought into this idea of, you know, participating in a long-term longitudinal study over multiple generations, and people popping in and out of the community, and the changes that happen in a community over time. We have a really, and you know, your slide really struck me, Jeff, when you showed that, you know, the work you're doing is remarkable on a national scale, but you're hobbling together funding from a dozen different sources, trying to keep, you know, moving progress forward. And, you know, if cancer and health and safety for firefighters in California is such a priority, then why did the state only authorize $7 million for the UCs and several departments to, you know, do a bunch of pilot projects? You know, we don't need pilot projects. We need to continue the research that's going on, expand those studies, get those 10,000 firefighters involved in that research, and actually do, you know, and know we have the confidence that we've got, you know, 30 years of research ahead of us to finally start to answer these questions. Because otherwise, you know, blocks in funding, blocks in resources, blocks in all of that stuff, and your study just comes to a grinding halt, and you lose the institutional momentum, you lose the institutional memory on all of this, and there's no truly dedicated resource to, you know, kind of continuing this. I mean, you know, it's always been a frustration to me, and I'm sure some of you share the same thoughts.
Well, and I have some of the same issues, and I think the way that I'm trying to frame it from a federal program development standpoint too is there are things that we need to be doing that are workplace monitoring programs that are different and separate from research questions. Sure. And I think the research that we've done can help create recommendations and framework to make those recommendations to agencies and organizations of this is how you need to be tracking this data, this is what you need to be looking at, so that that can be done while we still tease out the true research questions from it too.
And like you say, sort of institutionalize it, right? Yes. I mean, could you imagine that, you know, every firefighter who goes through, you know, LA County or CAL FIRE or whatever, that's a new recruit, gets, you know, the option, you know, you can't force them to do it, but gets the option to enroll in a cancer cohort study. You know, and to know that once a year they're going to have a blood draw, and on incidents, you know, they can, you know, donate their urine, they're going to get some data back, and you can kind of track that. From an exposure standpoint, you know, what it means to the firefighter is it's going to be a lot easier for you with that amount of data collected on you to justify, if you do have cancer, to not have it kicked back for insurance or whatever, you know, rationale, because you have these exposure reports along an entire career, right? From a data perspective and a long-term research perspective, that's what it takes to understand that things like cholesterol, you know, affect your risk of a heart attack. It wasn't until those studies where we really started to pull those things together. You know, and so the frustration for me is, how do you get the federal government or state governments, you know, on board with the concept that they need to truly invest in this and not just do, and God love our legislators. I was in politics, myself. I get it. We only think in terms of budget cycles, right? And we're not planting that tree for shade for a future generation. That's not often how politics works, and it's unfortunate. How do we change that mentality? How do we create those opportunities? Yeah.
Something like a research gap is actually like having a research liaison, maybe tied to the safety, right? If you're looking at the incident management system, the safety logistics, having someone tied in with the safety officer that is almost like a scientific liaison. Hey, you need to get air samples for your WUI study, which is with Dr. Bean at UC Davis.
Mm-hmm.
He takes his little electric cars around with all his sampling equipment and just like ninjas into incidents and collects samples and ninjas his way back out. And he's like, yeah, sometimes the cops stop me. And it's like, hey, you should go try to partner with the fire organization and like try to sneak your way in. But it'd almost be like, hey, if Cal Fire had like a liaison. We have an incident management team. We have people that want to study blood samples for some sort of exposure. Well, these crews over here are coming off duty. They were in a hot area. They got hit hard last night. Have them come in. They're going to be doing their demobilization. Let's get blood samples on them. Or, hey, you just came off the incident and you need a Band-Aid from the medical access area, the little medical tent. Hey, here's your Band-Aids. Would you like to participate in a urinalysis study? Great. Just take your information, piss in a cup, get your information, and collect samples not necessarily in the incident, but once these people come out of the incident. Finding innovative ways to integrate scientific studies that are relevant to our industry within the incident in a organized and safe, logical manner. I think that is a very important.
Timely.
Timely.
Yeah, because that was we did that hydration study a couple of years ago, and core temperature, heart rate, and worst case scenario we saw, and these posters got distributed to all the CAL FIRE stations. I think it was a wonderful project. We saw firefighters 230 beat per minute sustained peak heart rates, pushing up against 104 core temperature. And you see, with excessive respiratory rates. I mean, anybody in that condition, you would think they're in, some sort of cardiac arrest, right? I mean, these are serious conditions. We never once got firefighters on initial attack at the head of the fire, working in the hottest, hardest conditions, because logistically, it's difficult to, we can't stop the firefighters and say, hang on, I know there's a fire, but I got to hook you up with all these sensors, and give me about an hour to get a urine sample for we're not going to take that liability, and you guys don't want us to. So so we don't get that kind of data, but we need to figure out a way to do that, because we have never been able to document worst case scenario on these exposures. If we did that, when I was working on this data, I'll tell you, we were using the same technology that the San Diego back when they were the San Diego Chargers. And the Naval Training Center with North Island with the Navy SEALs, right? And they were all using the same thing. And so the Chargers brought us out one afternoon, let us watch the game, which was cool. But we all had our laptops in the data. And it still to this day bothers me, because the medical director for the Navy SEALs came over and was looking at my laptop, and he said, Jesus, we would never let our guys get to that kind of extreme condition. And I was like, you're the Navy SEALs. Like, as far as I'm concerned, you're the hardest core people on the planet, right? And they're telling me they wouldn't let their folks do what our firefighters are normally doing, and we never saw those worst conditions, right? That's, I think, a gap and a priority is being able to measure that, because absent that, we're really, I think, underestimating, how difficult it is for firefighters to do their job.
Ask for people to volunteer the biometrics from the wearables, because I guarantee you, the guys that have them, or the people that have those wearables, are wearing them and tracking as soon as that bell goes off.
Yeah,
they're doing it, and so if you can get their data that they're already tracking for themselves and talking trash about after the fire, right?
Yeah, I've seen it. People are pulling out their Apple Watches and they're showing, oh, look at that heart rate and look at that. I've seen it, and yeah, you're 100%. Yes, we need to be able to do that.
Use that to establish timelines on accident review. When you listen to radio traffic, and then about what time did this burn over happen or whatever, and then you look at their Fitbit information, like right on the money right there.
Absolutely. Okay.
I'm actually going to disagree for part of that, and the question I have, or the knowledge gap that I'd like to fill in that is, can we come together as a scientific community and decide what's good enough? What is good? What is a good enough amount of data to make decisions? Because to George's point about the exposure and the environment, we're never going to have all the answers. So is there a way to bring together what we already know and truly decide what is a good enough level of data to make the decisions that we need to make?
Right. No, excellent point. Yeah, 100%. And as scientists, like, we always we talk about precautionary principle, uncertainty, and everybody kind of falls back into that a lot of times. And we have to stop doing that because it is a disservice to these organizations. Yeah, 100% agree. Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, well, I was just going to underscore that point, and it's kind of like what we're, up against in a very concrete way. And just, again, to George's point, in conversations with NIOSH, we have a lot of data around vegetation smoke, of course, firefighter exposure data and what have you. And so then the question is, okay, so what are the exposure numbers interface incidents? And we don't really know. We don't know what's coming off. We can take a pretty good guess. There's a lot of literature on products of combustion coming off of buildings and vehicles. But the question is, okay, so what are the exposure levels that firefighters are experiencing? And that could be a 10-year process. And we don't want to wait around for that. We want to move forward with rulemaking and actually implement protections. And so I guess it's, to Kat's point, do we have enough information to act? What's the standard of evidence that we need, that we are sort of satisfied with as a community to take the next step forward in actually putting forward concrete changes? Recognizing that we have enough information to act, we don't need to wait for another 5 to 10 years to gathering data. And that's where we draw that line, that's what we're up against.
100%.
I don't want to do another exposure project. Firefighter has told me, you should have been here yesterday.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. I mean, it would be great to get that data, but it's your point taken, right? I mean, we know it's bad. Why, absolutely. Yeah.
I think, Mike, to your point, is as best we can, as long as we're highly confident that we're not going to do any harm. Right? We have so much information, we have so much data, there's so much information we have. And we know, if we're not going to do any harm, let's do some protection. Right? That ought to be a baseline to move forward. And I really admire the work you guys are doing here, trying to get that down where you're pushing it right on.
I really like what Kat said about coming to a consensus on what is good enough. And then also, if that could be established, could that somehow help create or outline what would be awareness, operational, tech spec level of learning this stuff, right? Of learning how to protect your crew. Because I feel like we're really good at, creating task books from, the firefighter 1 level to the division group soup for things like this, but we don't necessarily have, we're working on it with BHCA, and there's a lot of great work being done with FireScope, but to really put it into firefighter terms, right, or operational terms of, if everybody was at the awareness level, what should they know? If everybody was at operational, and then how could that influence our leaders as they promote up the chain? Because we've, a couple weeks ago, somebody on the email chain for Dr. Burgess's group just wrote and was like, hey, we just went through a training and we want to get new seat covers for our trucks, for our utilities in Canada. No. What kind of material should we buy? Does anybody know?
None. Don't put seat covers on there.
We know the answer to that, right? Horrible. And so, but maybe in their mind, they think, well, can I take that off and clean it? And so firefighters are great at using their tools, and they will figure it out if we don't tell them what to do, right?
Yeah.
And so it's funny, but it's also not funny, because these people are primed and ready to do something.
Yeah.
And we just have to
and
bridge
absent
that
guidance,
education
they're
gap.
doing it anyway. right? We've got stations already in California that are sort of bypassing the department, working with counties and buying saunas. And hey, God love them for wanting to do something that's, proactive, but again, if we don't have enough data, I understand the department's resistance on putting together any policies or anything, because we simply don't know, Yeah.
That enough, how much is enough? How about where there's a potential hazard? Like, say for instance, the sauna phenomenon you're talking about. Sooner or later, somebody's going to put a bicycle in one of those saunas.
Oh, they already have.
Right? And pedal themselves silly, and then have heat illness, and/or when they get at scene of the next call, they're out of service.
One of the manufacturers actually has a picture of, what is it, LA County firefighter on a bicycle in the sauna and using that in their marketing materials.
Sure. Right. Yeah. Bro, I got this hot. I turned it up to this heat.
Yeah, Rick.
One of the issues that we have, and firefighters are MacGyvers, and if you say, well, this is not good, well, they're going to go through, they're going to find out for themselves, they're going to do whatever they can for themselves. So if you tell them something and you don't provide guidance with it, then they're going to find that guidance, they're going to find something by hook or by crook, right or wrong, and they're going to implement it themselves. So, like we know, a little bit of knowledge is good, but a little bit of knowledge to a firefighter, and now they're taking it exponentially. So while providing all this training, providing the insight is important, you better have steps to take for folks if you're going to tell them that this PPE is bad, or this car upholstery is, you should do something. You better provide them with clear guidance, or you're going to have people going to upholstery shops and putting in, stainless steel. Yeah. So I mean, unless you provide the guidance.
When Kathleen talks about what's good enough, I would add what's good enough for now, because you're always working to improve. One of the things Rick and I have talked about on more than one occasion is respiratory protection, and how it's the same as when we started our careers. The bandana, I think, was 11% or something like that effective. So if we develop something that has 35% or 40%, while we work towards getting towards 80%, why would we not want to use that? Because it's giving them, it's tripling the amount of protection that they already have. And so when we start talking about what we're working on, and then also, NIOSH not being a rulemaking regulatory body like yours, but provides information on which you can make informed decisions. The thing that I always would caution us, because we've talked about this and they've done studies, is never to give an order cannot be obeyed. We know that we're going to be in running firefights on daily incidents for 24, 42, or 72 hours. We're safeguarding the public and their resources. That's our responsibility. We're not going to disengage off of that. That's going to happen. So as we move into this environment right here, what kind of products? We can have trigger points on when to put something on or take something off when you get in terms of an environment right there. But we need to make sure that whatever it is that we come up in here as a recommendation, a guideline, a policy, or a procedure, that we're not crossing that threshold of giving an order that someone can't obey. Because when they walk around the corner, if I give them crap for respiratory protection, as soon as they walk around the corner from me, they're ripping it off their face. Mm-hmm. So that's what everybody's been working on here for some time, and just keep that good purpose in front, Go ahead.
I guess I would add what I asked Brian this morning too,
Yeah.
is to say, outside of the regular rulemaking process, what additional guidance can be developed or made for non-traditional protection.
Yeah.
Well, and Mike, I was wondering one thing is, you mentioned the Clean Air Act, and the Clean Air Act is a great example of technology forcing legislation, right? And at that time, there were no vehicles in the United States that were really meeting the standards. And they said, you have a certain period of time to meet those standards. If you don't, you won't be manufacturing and selling vehicles in the United States, right? Now, ultimately, it was successful eventually, right? But early on in the Clean Air Act, they couldn't quite make those standards because the technology just couldn't
quite figure it out, right? And catalytic converters and all of the technology. California was very functional in that, but it took a while, and it required those laws to be adaptive and to use monitoring and data to see how close we are to those targets and scale things back if we can't quite make it, right? And so I've always been a big proponent of adaptive management and adaptive monitoring. How do we integrate that into these new standards that would come down from whether it's dermal protection, respiratory protection, any of these things that we say are going to help the firefighters? How do we integrate some language into that, or can we integrate language in that gives that flexibility to say, we really wanted to hit this target, but we haven't. And manufacturers, the technology doesn't exist just yet, but hey, we got 35%, and that's pretty darn good for now. So let's let that one run and still and push that target out another couple of years or whatever. How flexible is this process?
Yeah, I think kind of to Chief Watson's point about the thing that keeps me up at night is around so thinking forward at a point where respiratory protection in a wildland or interface incident is actually being deployed, and we're trying it out for the first time. And maybe it's among a subset of firefighters. What do we do, and how do we know quickly enough when there are issues, and what are the sort of unintended consequences that we're introducing from a well-intentioned approach? I think there may be systems, within CAL FIRE, or particularly around getting information back quickly from people. Like, whoa, wow, we discovered that half our crew were exhausted much more quickly than they usually are, or the stuff kept breaking. And it does seem there needs to be a very rapid feedback system. To know that we're on the right track.
I'll share some stuff we did in the past on adaptive management and monitoring, and some models that we had worked on, because I think that's often a gap in the research, is just that feedback loop. And we, if you remember the old set it and forget it, am I dating myself again? To cook the turkey or whatever. Anyway, yeah, I'm old. But we often do that, and then we just let it run, and then ultimately there's going to be a bunch of citations and violations because folks aren't wearing the respirator and they're getting caught out in the field, not keeping their jackets zipped up or whatever, whatever the factor may be, and we're circumventing the whole point of these protection standards, and we don't want to see that happen. But why are they doing that? And what is it that we could be doing to rectify that? Yeah. Is it just simply enforcement and laziness, or is there a functional reason why these folks are not being in compliance?
Right.
Yeah.
I would say for all these conversations, and you hit the nail on the head earlier when you talked about buying more time with your kids, right? That hits home for me as well. And as a supervisor, former supervisor, you want that same option for your people, but that's exactly what it is, options. So how do we provide options for folks? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You can set policies. You don't want them to be so cumbersome that if they're not wearing, a mask, they're disqualified from cancer coverages. So how do we provide those options? And how do we monitor, right? If there's a point of contact for every department, to monitor those options. But I would say on the federal side, we're just looking for any options, and something is probably better than nothing. If that something turns out to be, somewhat dangerous, those are consequences that I think are worth trying. I just don't know what the area is. And the other piece to that, I just wanted to ask for this group, are there any studies on the cost, for cancer claims or for cardiovascular claims? And the feds recently got, we finally got presumptive cancer coverage, which is amazing, you know. I tell my wife that, and she says, well, did you not have that already? It's like, no, we didn't, you know. It's like these really obvious things that, but
I spoke to 7 senators and congressmen on behalf of that, so you guys have earned that.
thank you very much for that. And I would say, you know, going to the policy, well, that's going to obviously raise attention. That's going to drive up a connection with cost, and hopefully that drives the need for private industry to come in with, you know, products that work. Drives the need for more research for what other cancers are out there. So is there any kind of study as far as cost to government, whether it's California, whether it's federal? I know we're behind the curve.
So that's what decision makers are looking for.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
And cost to implement mitigations
Yeah.
and cost to retrofit our equipment to make the mitigation.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're closing up shop here in a few minutes, but any other last thoughts anybody has?
Just make sure you announce the reception.
Yeah.
Because we got drinks.
Real quick, 2 things. I want everybody to stand up really quickly. Just bear with me. We got one quick exercise that I'd like everybody to participate in.
Stand on 1 foot.
It's just everybody, especially Joe in the back. I see you, Joe. You're not standing up. Everybody stand up for just a moment. All right. And from you know, best to worst, right? Best out here, worst out here. How do you think this symposium did, generally? Best to worst. All right. So I'm going to send this picture to my board of directors, and I'm going to let them know that we got a standing ovation at the end of the day. So, but that's how that's done. But seriously, I truly appreciate everybody participating with us today. We do have a reception outside at 5 o'clock.
To 7.
Till 7 o'clock. Drinks are on Kelsey. But
there's food too.
And there's food.
Yes.
So, you know, for those of you who can, please join us. We'll look forward to seeing you all tomorrow morning as well. We're starting at 9 a.m.
Whatever the agenda says.
9 a.m.
It's going to be 9 a.m. now. But again, thank you. We'll be sticking around to answer any questions you have. Our experts, I know, will be more than happy to hear your complaints or positive notes. But thank you all for being here and joining us today. This is going to be a real exciting opportunity for us to help move forward a lot of research and projects here in California.
We really appreciate everybody's input. The discussion was very
It was
helpful.
wonderful.
Got
Yeah.
pages of notes, so thank you.
Always worried about everybody just kind of sitting there quiet.
No,
And the diversity of the audience was excellent. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.